So, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is story about what if Naruto refuses to sign Toad contract Madara's grandson. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And want next part? Let me know before starting the video, comment down below. Please support for more awesome what if content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So without wasting time. Let's start the video. Fourth Hokage. Minato, back away from the Jinchuriki or your son dies at the ripe old age of 1 minute, the masked intruder said to the blonde-haired Hokage while holding a kunai over a newborn baby. Said the baby had the same shade of blonde hair like the fourth Hokage. His father. The little guy was sleeping peacefully, not knowing what kind of dangerous situation he was in. Minato was a fairly tall, fair-skinned man who shared physical appearance with his son. Both of them had bright, blue eyes and blonde hair. How did he break through the barrier? Who the hell is this guy? He thought without taking his eyes from the stranger who was holding his newborn son, Naruto, as a hostage. That was when he heard a scream. A scream of his wife. He quickly turned and looked at his wife to make sure she was alright. Uzumaki Kushina, who also happened to be the second Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, was barely holding the seal that had weakened because of childbirth. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes, fiery red hair, a common trait among the members of the Uzumaki clan, with strands that framed both sides of her face and a black clip that parted her hair to the left, keeping it out of her eyes. The seal's not done, Minato thought. He was worried the fox could break the seal holding him captive and escape from it. Kushina screamed again as Ninetail forced more chakra to escape from his prison. Kushina. Minato said as he worried for the safety of his son and wife. Back away from the Jinchuriki. Or don't you care if your son dies? The masked intruder asked again, his words becoming more impassioned as time passed. Hold it, just calm down. Minato said with worry laced into his voice as he held his left hand up in a placating gesture. You should take your own advice, Minato. I'm perfectly calm, the masked man said, and he tossed baby Naruto up. Naruto. Kushina cried out in terror at the thought of her child being hurt. The masked man attacked with his kunai toward the baby's aerial form, but acting quickly, Minato disappeared and reappeared behind the masked man, holding his son in his hand. You live up to the Yellow Flash moniker, the man said calmly. He was clearly impressed by Minato's speed. But what now? Minato looked down in horror as he found exploding tags on the blanket. Tag blasted off. Naruto. Minato. Kushina screamed in horror. Minato flew out of the smoke and debris with unharmed Naruto in his arms. His three-pronged kunai was sticking into the ground just a few meters away from him. He looked down at his son and said with a great relief after seeing him unharmed. Thank God. You're not hurt. Oh. He cried in pain. He looked down at his leg to see a splinter of wood stuck in his leg. He gasped as he took it out. He's after Kushina. He forced me to use my Flying Thunder God technique to separate us. Gotta hurry. Throwing the splinter of wood that had stuck in his leg, he disappeared with his son and reappeared in his safe house that was somewhere on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village that he had utilized in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, with Kushina, the masked man had bound her to several large rocks by the seal that imprisoned the Ninetails. She stood in the center of the rocks and stared at the man before her, while sweat dripped down her face from the exhaustion of giving birth. What are you after? She asked, panting tiredly. I came to rip the Ninetails from your stomach and use it to crush the leaf, the masked man answered simply. What? Kushina exclaimed. Her panting had been becoming worse. Minato's teleportation technique uses a special marking that lets him instantly move from one marking to the next, the man said in a neutral tone while looking at the seal on Kushina's stomach. I see he's incorporated it into the design of your seal. So he would always be there to protect you. But I managed to get away from him. And the seal has been greatly weakened from birth. He looked up at her. His lone eyes turned red with 3 tomo circling the pupil. Sharingan. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment? The tone of the last sentence caused Kushina's eyes to widen in shock. You'll be safe here. Minato laid the newborn son onto a small bed with rails surrounding the sides. You'll wait on your own for a little bit, Naruto. He covered his son with a blanket to keep him warm. I've gotta go save your mom before it's too late. He looked at the sleeping face of his son for the last time before flashing away. Back with Kushina, the masked man was inside of her seal where the nine-tailed fox tied to a large rock with chains and stakes, piercing each of his tails. The man focused his lone Sharingan eyes at the fox as the beast tried his best to nullify the effects of Sharingan. However, in the end, he failed. His large slitted eyes changed into the pattern of 3 tomo, which eventually faded back in the background. The Ninetails roared, breaking all registrations that held him to the massive rock, and started to melt. Outside the seal, however, Kushina screamed as the violent red bubbles of chakra exploded from her body, feeling like she was being burned alive. "Come forth, nine-tailed fox," the masked man shouted as he placed his hands in a seal. With a mighty ground-shaking roar of the tremors, the nine-tailed fox emerged from his host, reappearing in the real world once again after a century. "We head for the Hidden Leaf Village," the masked stranger commanded before turning to walk away from there. Stop." Kushina breathed out tiredly while trying to stand up on her feet. The man turned around to see Kushina survive the extraction of her tailed beast. "The Uzumaki clan is really something special. Even wrenching a tailed beast out of your body didn't kill you right anyway," he said. He turned to his new pet once again. "It's only fitting for the Ninetails to kill his former Jinchuriki." The Ninetails lifted one of his large claws and slashed down, intending to kill his former host. As his large paw smashed down at the rock she was on, a flash of yellow proceeded. The paw smashed the place, but Kushina disappeared before she could crush under it. As the dust settled, Minato was crouching on top of a large tree, holding his wife against himself. A small flash of hope. "But it's too late," the masked man said after watching the failed attempt of the demon fox. "Minato. Is Naruto okay?" Kushina strenuously breathed out. Her face was devoid of life that was extracted out of her with a beast. Bags had gathered under her eyes and mixed that with the sweating and weary look on her face. It made her look slightly older than the young beautiful woman she was. Minato answered as he grinned, trying to put on his bravado face. "Yes. He's fine. I hid him somewhere safe." "Oh, thank God." Kushina breathed a sigh of relief before she looked at her husband. "Minato. Stop him. Stop the Ninetails," she warned, a slight tone of worry in her usual cheerful voice. "They're headed for the village." Minato looked at his wife for a second before teleporting again. The man raised an eyebrow behind his mask. "Gone again. No matter. Onto the leaf," he said with a faraway gaze into the distance. Minato appeared in the same room he had come before, but this time instead of Naruto, he had a tired Kushina in his arms. "Why?" Kushina asked. "Never mind why. Just stay with Naruto," Minato said as he sat Kushina down on the bed next to sleeping Naruto. "Naruto," Kushina whispered as she hugged her son with a brilliant smile despite the situation. She wrapped an arm around him as he lay beneath the blanket. She pulled him close and the side of his head rested against her own. "Minato, thank you. Good luck." She closed her eyes and slept peacefully beside her son. Minato clenched his fists in determination as he rose from his place. Going over to the wall where a coat was hung up, he grabbed it and swung it around to wear it. The trench coat had crimson fire licking the bottom with the kanji for 4th Hokage vertically stitched on the back. "I'll be back before you know it," he said to his wife. He flashed away to stop the masked man and the nine-tailed fox. And save his village. The man who had attacked the 4th Hokage and his family and extracted the Ninetails from Kushina appeared just inside the village's walls. He slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. He unleashed the monstrous beast inside the territory of the Hidden Leaf. The fox roared while his tail smashed buildings and crushed mountains true to his legend, causing mass debris to fly away in various directions. Some of the villagers, who weren't caught in the initial assault, looked up at the fox in pure unadulterated fear. "Attack, demon fox." "Third Hokage-sama." One of the Leaf Anbu appeared beside the previous Hokage, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had dressed in the battle suit. "It's the Ninetails. The Ninetails attacked the village out of nowhere." "I know. I'll hold it back, gather, and protect civilians," Hiruzen said while placing his battle-worn bracer on his right forearm. "Yes sir." Anbu responded and he disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. The former Hokage gazed at the giant beast while thinking, did Kushina's seal fail? Were all the safeguards we put in the place really not enough? Minato appeared on the top of his head carved into the Hokage mountain. Looking around from the top of the mountain, he could clearly see the Ninetails had been summoned in the center of the village. The fox immediately noticed Minato's presence and turned his attention toward the blonde Hokage. "So you noticed me already," Minato said. He saw the fox had begun to accumulate his chakra to the mouth, condensing it into a large and lethal ball of energy. "Not on my watch." The nine-tailed fox fired a tailed beast ball toward the 4th from his giant mouth. At the same time, Minato spread his hands out with one of his special kunai held out horizontally. An invisible barrier formed in front of him with a mass intricate pattern of seals suspending in midair. The wall absorbed the attack until there was nothing left. In the forest, not far from him, the same barrier opened up and set off an explosion that rocked the village from a distance and decimated the forest that was caught in the blast. Below the Hokage monument, the Leaf Shinobis watched the tailed beast ball vanish into some kind of barrier. It stopped the Ninetails' attack. That was a space-time barrier jutsu. A red-headed man with purple markings on his cheek said. His name was Akimichi Chauza, the 15th head of the Akimichi clan. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, said, "It's Minato. Everyone move out." Hiruzen ordered. Back with Minato, he was preparing to teleport to Hiruzen's side. "I have to tell Third what happened." Suddenly, the same masked man who was responsible for everything rose up from the top of the force face on the mountain. Sensing the man behind him, Minato arched his whole body in rotator motion and tried to slash his three-pointed kunai into the man's head. However, it just phased through the man's head, causing Minato's eyes to widen in shock. "You will face me," the masked man said, grabbing Minato's wrist, the one that had gone through his head. "We're done." Suddenly, Minato's form started to become distorted and began to suck into what looked like some sort of vortex that had opened up from the masked man's eyehole. Before he could suck inside completely, he flushed away. He teleported. "Talk about fast," the masked man said, shocked at seeing someone had countered his jutsu. He narrowed his lone eye. "Next time, I'll wrap you the moment I lay my hand on you." Minato landed with a crash at a different section of the forest, with one of his kunai stabbing into the ground beside him. He grunted while standing up. My attack slipped right through him. But a moment later he was solid and trying to suck me into some dimension or something. What was that move? He thought. A swirling vortex appeared in front of him and a moment later the same masked man appeared, shocking the fourth Hokage. "You won't escape me," he told Minato. "Does he use a space-time jutsu too?" Whatever he did, it must be how he moved so far after taking Kushina. Minato's mind began to race with possibilities. He narrowed his eyes on his foe. He defected Anbu under the direct command of the third, got past the most powerful, top-secret barrier we have, and must have known the seal would be weak while Kushina was giving birth. Then, with the seal undone, he took the Nine Tails and marched straight into the leaf without so much as pausing to deal with the barrier. "There's only one man I can think of that makes sense." He summarized to himself deep in thought before looking up at the man and asked, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" He saw the man pull his hood back to reveal short spiky black hair. "No, you couldn't be him. He's long dead." "Oh, I don't know about that," the masked man taunted. "On second thought, it doesn't matter who you are," Minato said. "But why have you attacked the leaf?" "Oh, you know. It's fun. It's part of my plan," the masked man said, summoning a long chain. He attached it to both ends of his wrists to start the war. To bring peace. Minato narrowed his eyes at the masked man further. Whoever he is. He's incredible. He can control the Nine Tails, wield space-time jutsu that exceed both second and my own, and clearly has evil intentions, he thought. If I don't kill him now, he'll become a greater danger than the fox. He took his three-pointed kunai out. If I teleport back to the village, he'll follow me and things will get more chaotic. If he really is Madara, then I doubt he can summon the Nine Tails very long. I'll just have to leave the village in the third's hands and finish him off right here. There's no hope for any of you," the masked man declared, and he charged at Minato. Minato did the same, but the man became intangible again, allowing Minato to phase through him. The masked man solidified and spun around once Minato was behind him. He pulled the chain and wrapped Minato around the chest with it. However, Minato chucked his kunai to a section of the forest and flushed away, letting the chain simply float in the air. The masked man's eyes widened slightly. Minato flashed besides his three-pointed kunai and looked back at the man. "He makes his body intangible to negate my attacks and then solidifies to counterattack. My only shot is to try and trade hits with him," he thought. But attacking at all is a big risk for him. If he can keep the Nine Tails summoned for a short time, he won't want this fight to drag on. He spun around and charged again. It comes down to speed, whoever strikes a split second earlier will win. As they both charged at each other, Minato threw one of his special kunai at the man who let it phase through him. They got even closer to each other, the kunai's end was almost all the way out the back of the man's head. The same man went to grab Minato's shoulder. Minato had already formed a large blue sphere, Rasengan. As the man was about to touch the fourth, the kunai slipped all the way out of his head. The masked man smiled behind his mask and said, "Gotch." In a split second, Minato vanished in a yellow flash, causing the man's eyes to widen. The blonde Hokage appeared behind the man and slammed the Rasengan down into the masked man's back before catching the kunai. The man screamed in pain as he crashed into the ground. Damn it. He teleported to the kunai he just threw, he thought. That was the Flying Thunder God Jutsu level 2, Minato said proudly. When he looked down, his eyes narrowed. The Rasengan had exploded, literally destroying the ground, but the man had somehow teleported away. The masked man appeared on a slab of rock nearby. His arm was fluidly being separated out of his body, and a white substance was dripping from his wound, but before he could do anything about it, the fourth Hokage appeared in front of him and stabbed him in the stomach with a kunai, making him spit blood into his mask. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He must have put that marking somewhere on my body. The masked man thought. Minato then placed his hand on the man's chest, where markings suddenly sprouted from looking like the markings fit for a seal. "The contract seal," the masked man said, as he recognized the seal. "Are you trying to pull the Nine Tails free from my control?" "No, I already did," Minato said. "He's no longer your weapon." In the distance where the nine-tailed fox was wreaking havoc, his eyes that held a Sharingan due to his mind being under control of it, reverted back to his red-slit eyes. However, being tricked in such a way only caused his anger to grow more. The masked man jumped upward out of Minato's range. You deserve the title of the fourth Hokage. Managing to wound me and wrest the fox from my control in one move, he said. But someday it will be mine again. The fox and this whole world will bow to my will. He began to wrap himself. Many doors are still left open to me. He vanished by swirling into a vortex. Something tells me, Minato thought he wasn't lying. He gazed at the place previously occupied by the masked man before disappearing in a flash. Minato flashed into the village to see the Ninetales preparing for another tailed beast ball. Though he was glad third Hokage had managed to hold the fox, he had no time for thinking about it. Biting his thumb to draw blood, he slammed it down on the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a large puff of smoke that soon revealed a large, dull, rusty red-colored toad, Gamabunta, the chief toad of Mount Mamboku, in all his glory, who was barely holding the Ninetales. Minato stood on the top of the chief toad as he looked at the Ninetales while thinking about the masked man's words. He clenched his eyes shut. Sorry Kushina. Looking down at the large toad, he said, hold the fox down for a minute. Look, I may be big, but I'm not a miracle worker. Gamabunta said while trying to hold the Ninetales down. I need enough chakra to take him and that blast out of here. Minato shouted when he saw the Ninetales preparing another bigger-tailed beast ball. He quickly made some hand seals, and a moment later, he vanished with the Ninetales, leaving the toad boss alone, who later disappeared in a puff of smoke. The third Hokage had been watching everything. Minato. Did he teleport himself and the Ninetales? He said. The part of the forest, which was a good distance away from him, exploded in a dome of light, most likely from the Ninetales' attack. Out there. The place where the Ninetales had been teleported, Minato appeared with his wife, Kushina, and his newborn son, Naruto, in his arms. Got to put a barrier, he said without taking his eyes from the Ninetales. He placed Kushina down on the grass. My chakra's almost drained, Kushina said, but she used her last bit of chakra to summon her chakra chains, as several golden chains shot from her back and wrapped around the fox's tails and body, pulling him to the ground. Kushina. Minato shouted, worriedly, that woke up baby Naruto from his peaceful sleep. He began to cry. Sorry Naruto, I didn't mean to wake you. Kushina said, blood dribbling from her mouth as she gave her son a sad smile. Minato couldn't believe such a happy day of his life had turned out to be such a nightmare. Kushina. I'll drag the Ninetales back and die with it inside me. That'll prevent it from coming back. For a while. It's the only way to you both. With a little bit of chakra I have left, Kushina said as she looked at her husband and gave him a smile. Thank you for everything. Kushina, you made me husband. You made me into the fourth Hokage, Minato said, tears sliding down his cheeks, you made me this boy's father. And I. Don't look sad, Minato. I'm happy. Kushina said as she gave her husband a weak smile. Happy that you loved me. She turned her head around, softening her eyes at the sight of your crying son. There was a small smile on her lips, happy that it's our son's birthday. Like. If I try to imagine surviving and three of us leaving together. I can't think of anything. Beyond I'd be happy. Tears continued to streak down Minato's face as he looked at his wife who was ready to sacrifice herself to both of them. Kushina looked at her son again. Her heart clenched just thinking about leaving her child. If I had any regrets. It would be that I won't see Naruto grow up, she said. Minato looked down as his hair shadowed his eyes. Kushina. You didn't need to take the fox down with you, he said. We can use our last bit of chakra to see Naruto one more time. Huh? Kushina replied, confused. She tilted her head up so she could look at her husband. I'll seal your last bit of chakra in Naruto with an 8-trigram seal, Minato explained. Then I'll lead the Ninetales away with a seal only a non-Jinchuriki like me can use, the dead demon seal. Kushina's eyes went wide as she realized what her husband wanted to do. But that user will be. But I'll only be able to seal half the fox's power. It's jutsu too. It's physically and conceptually impossible to seal it all, Minato told his wife. I can't let the Ninetales be revived without a Jinchuriki, the balance of the tailed beast be destroyed. But with a dead demon seal, I can permanently seal half the fox's power along with myself. And the remaining half. He paused and looked down at his son as he remembered something his own sensei, Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin, had told him about the destined child. I'll seal the remaining half inside Naruto with the 8-trigram seal. Kushina looked at him as if he had gone mad. She really wanted to yell at him for suggesting something like that, but Minato didn't give her a chance to protest. I know what you want to say. But Jiraiya-sensei spoke of the world undergoing a revolution, and with it, a great disaster, he continued to calm his wife down. Tonight, I have two things, the first is the masked man, the one who attacked you. He is the harbinger of disaster. He looked down at the sleeping face of his son. And Naruto will be the one to stop him. The Jinchuriki who will blaze the trail to our future. I just know it. He carefully put baby Naruto to the ground. At that time, with his trusty companion Enma in his staff form, Hiruzen landed in a crouch just outside the barrier that Minato and Kushina had made to protect the village from the fox's destructive capabilities. But Minato, Kushina said, as she tried to protest his crazy idea. Have a little faith. He is our son after all, Minato tells Kushina, feeling confident in his decision. He flashed through the 9 hand seals to mold his chakra to call the Shinigami. The spectral spirit eater Aka Shinigami hovered behind Minato. Shinigami was much larger than any average human. He possessed long, shaggy white hair, which was wrapped around Minato's soul, from which 2 red horns protrude, and dark grayish-blue-colored skin. It was draped in large white garments and carried a set of prayer beads, and had a tantrum in its mouth. After I finish the Death Demon Seal, I'll place your remaining chakra into Naruto as well, Minato explained. You'll meet grown-up Naruto sooner than you think. The time will come when he'll attempt to take control of Fox's power. I want you there to help him. Kushina said, our son. Minato looked down at the sleeping face of his son. That's why. I don't want him to bear such a heavy burden all on his own, he said. But why? Why the Dead Demon Seal? Kushina shouted at Minato for his stupid plan. There's no reason for you to die. Just so, I can meet him for a few minutes when he's older. I wanted you to be there for him. I wanted you to raise him. Why? Why are you sacrificing Naruto just to preserve the balance of the tailed beasts? To save the village? And the country? Why are you sacrificing yourself to me? Turning your back on the country, on the village is just as bad as abandoning a child. You should understand. You saw your own country fall apart. You know the pain of growing up without a home of your own. And you know we are a family of shinobi, Minato said. Besides, even if I lived I could never substitute for you. Kushina looked at her husband questioningly. He knelt down in front of her. There are things Naruto needs to be told, things I could never say myself. That's the mother's job and I need you to carry it out. Even if you only have the briefest of moments to do so, he continued. This isn't just for you. This is for Naruto. He picked up his baby once more and settled right in front of his wife. Dying to make a better life for his son. That's the stuff you let the father handle. Understanding slowly began to manifest on Kushina's face, but she still tried to steel her eyes in a last-ditch effort to go with her plan to save her son from the life of Jinchuriki, a life of neglect and hatred. She was one of the very few Jinchuriki who had a normal life compared to others. From his place, Hiruzen was finally able to get a glance of something. In fear, he gasped, those markings. It can't be. The Death Demon Seal. 2 of Leaf's Jounins jumped down beside their previous military commander. What's happening, third? One Jounin asked. We're too late. They've put up a barrier around the Ninetales, Hiruzen said. He punched on the barrier, but nothing happened. It was too strong to penetrate, even for an experienced ninja like him. Whatever they're doing alone. The devourer of spirits shoved its hand through Minato's stomach and grabbed the monstrosity that towered over him. The fox, who was unable to speak due to Kushina's chakra bindings, mentally cursed when he felt his power being ripped into 2. Seal. Minato said. The 9-tailed fox roared as he felt half his life force forcibly pulled out of his body with no way to prevent it. As the 9-tail's yin chakra sealed into Minato, causing the fox to shrink in size. My body's gone numb. What a heavy chakra, Minato thought, gasping. It's the Death Demon Seal. I can't believe he actually used it. Hiruzen breathed in shock. It was the most powerful self-sacrificial jutsu for a reason, but to see such a powerful sealing jutsu used against a tail beast was breathtakingly scary. But the fox remains. He didn't seal all of it, one Jounin said. But it shrunk. Suddenly, a cat named Anbu landed beside them. Third Hokage-sama, there's an emergency in the village, he said, kneeling down in front of the former Hokage to show him proper respect. What's more important than this? Hiruzen asked, pointing at the demon fox. We spotted Orochimaru in the village, the Anbu informed. What? Hiruzen shouted, giving his full attention to the Anbu. Orochimaru was his student and his greatest mistake. And shame. Where? Near the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage's fist clenched as he first hesitated to leave Minato to deal with the Ninetales alone, but Orochimaru was an rank criminal, and seeing someone like him in time like this in the village wasn't a good thing. Orochimaru was his responsibility, so he decided to handle it himself. Stay here. He ordered his shinobis before heading toward the leaf to deal with the second problem. Had Anbu turned to look at both Jounins when the third Hokage had disappeared from his view. Inform him, he said in a deeper and much different voice. All 3 leaf ninjas looked at each other and nodded. They changed into identical copies of one person. The person was completely white with short green hair and undeveloped right side alone yellow eyes and only one hand. He had what seemed to be cracks all over their bodies and a zigzag pattern running down his midsection. They gave each other nods again before changing back to their previous form. "Now for the 8 trigram seal," Minato said, slamming hand on the ground. In a puff of smoke, a ritual-style altar appeared, a basket and 8 candles around it. "I'm going to seal the Ninetales inside Naruto. The ceremonial throne. He plans to reseal me into that child." The nine-tailed fox thought, watching fourth Hokage placing a blonde child on it. Kushina's chakra and strength began to fade as she started to wobble and deep coughing racked through her body. She tried desperately to breathe that caused her control over the chakra chains to lessen. It gave the Ninetales enough time to try a counterattack. "Kushina. Stay with me." Minato shouted as he quickly turned from the throne he had just laid Naruto on. The Ninetales raised his right forepaw in preparation to slam it down on the blonde baby, crushing the only thing between his freedom as he didn't want to be sealed again in another vessel. However, his efforts turned to vain as both parents threw themselves in the line of his claw and used their own bodies to stop the claw from reaching their son, fatally wounding themselves in the process. The blood-soaked claw stopped a mere 3 inches above Naruto's chin, and the dying parents breathed a sigh of relief. Using her strength and chakra, Kushina tightened her chakra chains around the Ninetales. "If a father can do this job," Minato said, trying to ease some stress. Kushina picked up on it and completed, "The mother should be even better." "Right. Shit, he isn't going to be happy." The cat mask Anbu said, who was watching everything with his subordinates. "Damned human." The Ninetales cursed. Ignoring the fox, Kushina glanced behind her at her husband and rasped, "You win. First argument you've ever won. I guess. You're really serious." Minato chuckled. "Thank you, Kushina." Working as quickly as he could, he quickly summoned a black and orange toad with dark markings around his eyes. The toad looked around, freaked out seeing the fox. "Ah, the Ninetales." He shouted before looking at Minato. "And fourth, what the hell happened to you? Amatora. I'm entrusting you with the key to the seal. Hurry to Jiraiya-sensei. Store it with him." Minato said. He plunged his hand into the toad's gut, which caused a scroll to wrap around him. "Got it?" Gamatora proclaimed as the seal's key rolled up on the scroll. "Good. Goodbye. He's making his son the new Jinchuriki. He's definitely not going to be happy about this," one fake Jounin said. Another of his partners asked, "But where's he?" "He's late," the fake Anbu answered. His eyes weren't leaving from the Ninetales. "That does it." Minato muttered, watching the toad disappear to carry out his mission. "It's time for me to go, Kushina. I'm going to perform the 8 trigram seal. And try to leave a little of my own chakra in Naruto too. We don't have much time. If you have anything left to say to Naruto." "Naruto?" Kushina bowed her head in understanding. "Naruto, don't be fussy eaters. Eat a lot and grow up to be a big boy. Take your bath every day. Go to bed early and sleep well." She took a pause and looked at her son. "Make friends. It doesn't matter how many. Just make sure they're real friends. People you can trust. Even a few is enough. And study your ninjutsu. I was never very good at it, maybe you will be. Everyone has things they're good at and things they're not. Don't feel bad if you can't do it all. Make sure you listen to your teachers. At the academy. And remember to avoid the 3 voices of shinobi. Don't borrow money if you can help it. Save what you earn from missions. No drinking alcohol until you're 20 and don't overdo it or you'll ruin your body. And as for women. Well, I'm a woman so I don't know what to say, but there are only men and women in the world and you'll want a girlfriend someday. Just try not to pick a weird one. Try to find someone like your mother. And the 4th warning. Watch out for Jiraiya-sensei." Minato smiled after hearing Kushina's 4th warning. Kushina paused to smile. Blood poured out of her mouth as it rose up from the pit of her stomach. With tears streaming down her face, she spoke again. "Naruto. You're going to experience a lot of pain and suffering. Remember who you are. Find a goal. A dream. And don't stop trying until it comes true. There's so much more I want to say. To teach you about. I want to stay with you. I love you." Minato sighed but kept his mouth shut. However, Kushina realized it. "I'm sorry, Minato. I took all our time," she said. "It's okay," Minato replied before looking at his son. "Naruto. This is your dad. Listen to your motormouth mother. You both are fools." An unfamiliar voice said. Minato and Kushina's half-dead heads jerked up slowly to look at the intruder, only to see nothing. The voice was raspy and far too calm for it to belong to a member of a search party. "But I'm impressed. You both still have some strength to live for a few more minutes, even after all that's happened to you. But then again bloods of greatest shinobis are running through your veins," the voice continued, coming closer to them. Minato and Kushina searched until a black-cloaked figure caught their attention. His whole face was hidden behind a large black hood. The figure walked forward with a calm, slow gait as his cloak separated just enough for them to see a pair of black shinobi sandals. The man knelt down in front of the blonde-haired baby. Such a curious child. Like your parents, you also have the bloods of the greatest shinobis in your veins, but also, the man's hand made contact with Naruto's small head that caused Minato and Kushina gasped in shock as their son's cerulean eyes morphed into a blood-red pupil with a single comma-shaped mark in each. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan. There's still so much you can do, my little one. Both Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in shock, but only Minato was able to speak a word. Ho? The cloaked man didn't even glance at Minato. He stood up and looked at Kushina, slightly softened gaze. You look just like your mother, he said. My mother? Kushina said, coming out from shock. She looked at the man. She coughed as the blood poured out of her mouth. How does he know my mother? How? How does Naruto have Sharingan? Minato asked. He then glanced back at the Ninetales, who was glaring angrily at the cloaked man and struggling to free himself from Kushina's chains. We don't have much time left. I need to seal up the nine-tailed fox into Naruto as soon as possible. The man ignored Minato again. He was still looking at Kushina. You've an Uchiha blood that you've inherited from your father but was sealed by your paranoid mother, he said, shocking both husband and wife again. But you've still managed to pass down your Uchiha blood. My blood. To your son. Both newly made parents became speechless after hearing the man's words. A few moments later, Kushina's mind finally processed this information. You are my father, she said. Yes. The man nodded. Reaching up, he pulled his hood off, revealing his face for the first time. The man was old with his thin and white hair reaching waist-length and shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye, but both Minato and Kushina could clearly see that he was missing his right eye. They didn't know who he was, as they didn't recognize his face, but they could feel his power. As for their answer, it came from an unexpected source. Madara. The Ninetales roared, angrily, trying to break from Kushina's chains. I'll kill you. Shut your mouth, Ninetales, Madara said, his voice calm and cold. You're nothing but a temporary existence of coalesced energy. Energy that once was a single ultimate form. Minato and Kushina didn't say any words. The man who was standing in front of them was Uchiha Madara. The real Uchiha Madara. The man who appeared more than once in history and almost never in a good way. Madara is Uchiha Madara, Kushina whispered. Her energy was nearly at its end as she gazed upon the stoic visage of Madara. One of the founders of the Hidden Leaf, former head of the Uchiha clan. The man who had nearly killed the first Hokage. Are you? Really? My father? She asked. She had always wondered who her father was. The answer was now in front of her. Yes, Madara answered. Minato's heart lurched, his minutes having turned into seconds as he realized what that meant. If you are the real Madara. Then who was that masked man? He was a fake, Madara scoffed. Minato coughed blood. I don't have much time left, he thought. He was ready to seal the Ninetales into Naruto. Do you really think you are making a good choice? Madara asked Minato, catching the Hokage off guard. What? Minato said. I mean, do you really think that an old monkey is capable of protecting your child from Jinchuriki's harsh life and will give him a normal life? I'm sure Sarutobi will do anything to protect Naruto. Also, the least people are so friendly. They'll treat Naruto like a hero, Minato said proudly, as he believed in the people of his village. Then you are a fool. As I expected from the descendant of that man. Madara scoffed. You're very naive. People aren't always as compassionate and understanding as we'd like them to be. A Jinchuriki life is filled with pain and loneliness. They are never favored, loved, or welcomed in their home village, but I'll not stop you. Do what you think is right. It's already too late to change your mind. He looked at his daughter's husband and folded his arms. It's easier to transport a Jinchuriki than a tailed beast. I'll extract the Ninetales from my grandson later. Minato first hesitated as he was surprised at Madara's sudden change in behavior, but he didn't have much time left, so he brushed it aside. 8 trigram seal. He said, sealing the remaining half Ninetales into Naruto as the 8 trigram sealing marking appeared on Naruto's belly. As payment, Shinigami ate Minato's soul alongside the Ninetales yin half, which was sealed inside Minato as Minato's lifeless body fell to the ground. The spectral spirit eater glanced at the blonde baby. His hand touched the baby's forehead before vanishing from there. Minato. Kushina said, taking her husband's hand. She shed tears for him. Her chakra chains disappeared alongside the barrier, which she and Minato had made to stop the Ninetales. Madara picked up his grandson and walked toward his daughter. He knelt down in front of her. Your husband is dead, but I can still save you, he said. No. It's too late for me, Kushina said. She coughed violently, spitting out blood from the mouth. She looked up at Madara, smiled. Now, I know. My son isn't alone, so I can die peacefully. Take care of him. And tell him I loved him. Madara stared at her face in shock for a minute before nodding. I will, he said. Kushina smiled for the last time before closing her eyes. She died with a smile on her face. Madara stood up and looked at his grandson. "So where is that old monkey?" he asked without taking his eye from his grandson. A plant-like entity emerged behind him. He had short green hair, yellow eyes, and his body had two different colored halves. His left side was completely white, while the right side was almost entirely black. He had two large Venus flytrap-like extensions around him. His name was Zetsu. "He's still searching for signs of Orochimaru," Black Zetsu said. "Good," Madara said. "Is all preparation done?" "Yes, it's ready," White Zetsu said. Madara turned around and walked toward a particular place. "Seal my daughter and her husband's real bodies and replace them with fake ones," he ordered. "Hi." Black Zetsu said. Madara reached the place where three White Zetsu's clones were drawing a seal array around one White Zetsu's clone that was lying on the ground and looked almost dead. Madara made a single shadow clone and handed Naruto to him. Real Madara then carefully took some blood samples from Naruto by placing an illusion on him. He walked toward the seal and dropped his grandson's blood on the seal and Zetsu's clone. The other Zetsu's clone placed a jar that contained some Ninetales chakra, which had scattered around the place, next to the clone. Madara made some hand seals and placed his both hands on the seal. The seal lit up with Madara's chakra. The jar opened and the Ninetales chakra wrapped around the clone's body. The White Zetsu's clone's body began to reshape and a few minutes later, his body changed into the perfect replica of baby Naruto, except fake Naruto had whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Madara looked at other Zetsu's clones who had transformed into leaf ninjas. "Place him in my grandson's place," he ordered. The real Zetsu rose from the ground beside Madara to give him a scroll in which he had sealed the bodies of fourth Hokage and his wife. Then Madara's shadow clone came toward him and handed his blonde-haired grandson to him. Madara looked down at his grandson. "Time to go, Naruto," he said, and he disappeared in a puff of smoke. A few moments later, the third Hokage with two trustworthy Anbu arrived near their fallen fourth Hokage and his wife unknown to them, the bodies were fakes alongside their son. Third saw two Jounins and Cadmus Anbu he had left to watch over the fourth Hokage's family and the Ninetales. "What happened?" Hiruzen asked. Two Jounin and one Anbu looked down at their feet. Fourth Hokage-sama and his wife sacrificed their lives to seal the Ninetales into their infant son, the cat mask Anbu said, and he began to tell everything to Hiruzen. His last request is to treat Naruto as a hero for keeping the fox at bay. Hiruzen saw Naruto sleeping on the ceremonial throne. He walked toward him and picked him up. He looked at Naruto's face. "Naruto, at such a young age, you've already lost both your father and mother," he said, sadly, and he looked at his ninjas. "Gather our losses and be ready for the funeral. Also, Naruto's heritage is rank secret." All leaf ninjas nodded. Madara appeared on a beautiful turtle-shaped island with a real Naruto in his hand. A few moments later, Zetsu rose up from the ground next to him. The island they came was very large and appeared to be filled with large forest, which was filled with rare herbs and poison plants and small hills, plus several taller ones and a mountain as well. It had a spiral-shaped lake, similar to the Uzumaki clan symbol, in the center. This island was once part of the Azuchi Agakure before its destruction, so it had many hidden Uzumaki clan's temples, secret hideout and many more. "So how's Tobi?" Madara asked Zetsu while trying to put baby Naruto to sleep. "He's badly injured in his fight with the fourth Hokage," White Zetsu said. "So we gave him a very heavy dose of sleeping serum," Black Zetsu completed. "Then make sure he'll not wake up until my work's done," Madara said. "I need Hashi's artificial body and the power of Jito's statue to ensure that my grandson will survive in the process of extraction of the nine-tailed fox from his body. And I don't want Tobi to know that I'm still alive." He got nods from both Zetsu's halves. "Good. Go and keep your eyes on him." While Zetsu sank into the ground and disappeared, Madara went in the direction of his secret home that was hidden behind a large waterfall. It was in Madara's old secret hideout, which was now a secret hideout of Tobi. The hideout was under the mountain's graveyard. The place was big and had passages that seemingly led to different countries. There was a giant tree in the hideout. Its trunk bore a strong resemblance to First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The Jito statue, which looked like a giant earth-colored humanoid entity with most of its body looking decayed, seated upon a large tree. Madara walked toward a wooden bed with his grandson in his hand. He put his grandson on it. "It's time to extract the Ninetales from you, Naruto," he said. 1 month later. On the Uzumaki Island, Madara was in a large cave, standing in front of a huge gigantic stone gate that had markings crafted all over it. In its middle, the gate had a large Uzumaki clan swirl. Madara made quick hand seal and slammed his hand to the ground. Very thick wooden planks rose out of the ground before wrapping around themselves and formed another gigantic wooden gate in front to add more security in it. He thought about the things that happened in the last month. His daughter and her husband were dead after sealing the Ninetales into their son, but he had successfully extracted the fox from his grandson using all resources he had. The process was painful and complicated, but it was successful. His grandson was safe. The white Zetsu stretched out of the cave wall. Your grandson is awake. Madara looked at his Zetsu's clone and responded, very well. In a puff of smoke, Madara appeared in an old hideout which was under the mountain's graveyard. He walked toward his grandson who was sleeping on the bed while several tendrils had plugged into his body. They were providing him with necessary things to overcome the effect of the Ninetales extraction. The other ends of tendrils were connected to the large tree, which was actually a non-sentient clone of Senju Hashirama that was created by him in order to harvest his unique wood release bloodline limit. It was grown using the Jito statue's power as a catalyst. So what are you going to do? Black Zetsu asked as both halves of Zetsu rose up from the ground. Thobi is nothing but a distraction. A puppet, Madara said, picking up his grandson. My grandson, Naruto, is a real player in my plan. The sudden cry of the infant cut off their conversation. Madara looked down at his grandson, Naruto. He was shocked to see two blue orbs his grandson changed, taking the appearance of a red-colored five-pointed star or pentagrams. The ordinary point of pentagram was in his right eyes, while the inverted point-down pentagram was in his left eyes. A moment later, his eyes changed into regular Sharingan before coming back to his original blue eyes. Impossible. Manjikyu Sharingan. White Zetsu shouted. At such a young age. Black Zetsu said. It may be caused by Ninetales chakra we'd extracted from him or seeing his both parents' death. After all, the feeling of loss and hopelessness is known by all. Even as young as him, Madara said. He looked at Naruto, smiled proudly. Naruto, you're really a special child. I certainly look forward to seeing how this new development will turn out. On Hagakure, the village hidden in the leaves, was a peaceful village. The children were running around and playing. Ninjas were going in and out of the village to go on missions. It had been 12 years since the Ninetales attack. A lot of ninjas died trying to hold off the Ninetales. They were all remembered for their courage. Naruto. A voice rang out through village streets. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha. A 12 years old, blonde-haired boy laughed while running away from two angry older ninjas. The boy had average height, blue eyes, blonde, spiky hair and whisker marks on his face. He wore a horrible orange tracksuit and blue sandals and had green goggles on his forehead. His name was Uzumaki Naruto. He had paint smeared on the right cheek, his face, and he was holding a bucket of yellow paint. If you looked behind him. At a giant mountain, decorated with 4 giant faces in the background of the city was any indication, it was easy to tell just what the paint had been used on. Naruto, come back here. When I get my hands on you. One ninja shouted, trying to catch Naruto. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Naruto continued laughing at two ninjas. Another ninja shouted at Naruto, you've crossed the line this time, Naruto. Naruto jumped on the top of a building to avoid his pursuers, but his pursuers were ninjas, so they followed him up there. Haha. Give it up, Naruto said, who was still laughing at them. You're just bent because you don't have the guts to do what I do. Do you? Losers. Wannabes. You'll never catch me. Ha-ha-ha. The fatigue of the pursuers allowed Naruto to sneak around an alley corner and camouflaged himself in the surroundings before two-leaf ninja could even show up. Hey. Naruto, hold on. One ninja said as he and his partner ran in another direction without noticing the boy. When they were gone, the blonde-headed boy took a peek from beneath his camouflage cloth as his big blue eyes scanned the surroundings before declaring it safe. Ha-ha-ha. That was too easy. He declared loudly, throwing his camouflage cloth down. Oh yeah, Naruto. A familiar voice said from behind him. Ah. Naruto screamed as he jumped up in the air, kicked his legs, and landed hard on the ground. He looked up and saw his teacher Yumi no Iruka. Where'd you come from, Iruka-sensei? What are you doing here? Iruka had brown hair that he kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose. He wore the standard leaf shinobi outfit complete with forehead protector. He gave Naruto a heated glare. No, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in class, he said before he dragged the blonde back to the academy. From above the building, a raven, who had been observing them from the beginning, flew up in the sky. A short figure could be seen standing on the top of the 4th Hokage head that was carved into the Hokage mountain. From its figure, it was male. He was watching the hidden leaf village with his calculating eyes. He wore a simple black cloak with a hood draped over his head. Only his eyes were visible and they were blood red with freedom of spinning wildly in them. The raven, who had been spying on Naruto and Iruka a few minutes before, landed on his shoulder. The raven was larger than any normal raven. It had purple eyes and its body was covered with purple-colored markings. Good work, Kurasachan, the dead figure said before looking back at the village. So this is the village hidden in the leaves. The person's hand reached up and pushed the black hood off slowly, revealing what it had hidden. He looked about to be a 12-year-old fair-skinned boy with spiky blonde hair that had a slight black tint on it. His Sharingan eyes peered out from an angular face. He was the real Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, as well as the grandson and true heir of Uchiha Madara. In a certain class, the teacher Iruka was standing in front of the class with Naruto aka fake Naruto tied up on the floor. He turned to Naruto and with a hint of anger in his voice, said, "I'm at the end of my rope, Naruto. You failed the graduation test last time and the time before that. Tomorrow you've got another chance and you're messing up again." Humph. Naruto turned to his opposite side, making Iruka more angry. An angry tick mark appeared on Iruka's forehead. "Fine." He pointed dramatically at Naruto. "Because you missed Naruto, everyone will review the transformation jutsu." "Ah well," the whole class said. Even though they didn't like that idea, they still followed Iruka's order and formed a line. Uruno Sakura, a pink-haired girl, went first. "Alright, Sakura here. Let's do it," she muttered, and she made a hand seal. Transform. There was a puff of smoke, and she appeared as the exact replica of Iruka. Iruka looked at her. "Transformed into me." "Good," he said, and he wrote something in his notepad. Sakura dispelled the transformation as she changed back. "Yes, I did it," she thought, smiling. Another Sakura appeared in her mind. She looked exactly like Sakura, except she was in inverted colors, the gray body color with white lines. She had wide eyes and the kanji of inner Sakura on her large forehead. She shouted, "We kicked butt, Shanaro." Sakura looked at her crush, a raven-haired boy with a duck butt hairstyle. "Sasuke-kun, did you see that?" she asked, but her sockled crush didn't even take a glance at her. Iruka called next name, next, Ichiha Sasuke. Sakura went to the back of the line, and Sasuke stepped up with his hands in his pockets. He did the same thing as Sakura did and transformed into an exact copy of his teacher. Iruka gave him a nod. Good," he said, writing in his notepad. Sasuke changed back before going to the back of the line, silently as he came. Iruka looked at the notepad to see who was next and yelled, "Next, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto was standing next to his classmates, a boy with the pinnacle-like hair, Nara Shikamaru, and a blonde girl, Yamanaka Ino. His hands were in his pockets and seemed angry. He began to walk toward Iruka when he heard classmates. In his usual lazy voice, Shikamaru said, "This is a total waste of time, Naruto. We always pay for your screw-ups, baka." Ino said angrily. Naruto didn't even bother to turn back and said, "Like I care, Dadabeo." He walked forward and attempted the transformation jutsu. A certain shy girl, called Hyuga Hinata, wished him good luck. "Naruto-kun, do your best." Naruto placed his hand in the ram hand seal and bent his knees. He concentrated on his chakra, and a fury of chakra surrounded him in a dome. "Transform." A cloud of smoke appeared as it covered him from sight. When the smoke started to disappear, a nude girl with a beautiful body, whisker-like marks on her cheeks and long blonde hair tied in a pair of ponytails appeared. She moaned, winked sexily, and blew a kiss at Iruka. Since Iruka was a normal guy, he blushed and flew back as a blood shot out of his nostrils exaggeratedly as the scene was too much for his senses. Luckily, other students didn't see it because of the smoke. Even if they did, a small bit of the smoke was covering her private parts. Naruto changed back and he started laughing, seeing his teacher's hilarious reaction. "Ha ha ha. Gotcha, that's my sexy jutsu," he said, and he continued laughing. Iruka quickly got up and ran toward Naruto. He bumped him on his head with his fist while shouting, "Cut the stupid tricks. This is your last warning." Naruto placed both his hands on his head as that punch really hurt. Outside the classroom, the real Naruto, who was using a camouflage jutsu to hide his presence so he could spy on his fake copy, nearly fell to the ground after seeing the sexy no jutsu. He almost blew his cover and nearly gave his location to the Leaf Anbu. This jutsu isn't completely useless. It can really be useful in a seduction mission or an information gathering mission, he thought, thinking of other uses of jutsu. He shook his head and looked at his double one more time. He kinda looks like an idiot in his horrible orange tracksuit. I'll never wear something like that in my life. Anyway, I need a perfect chance to switch places with him and a solid story for my new attitude because I'm not going to act like him. Maybe, tomorrow's graduation test will help me. I have this feeling something big will happen tomorrow. He vanished without leaving any trace of him behind. Next day in the morning, in their usual class, the academy students waited in their seats for their instructors to arrive. They all knew that today was the day of the Genin graduation exam, an exciting day for most, however, more so for Naruto, but he was also quite scared and nervous. Clad in his usual attire of a bright orange jumpsuit, he ran a hand through his spiky blonde hair. This was his third year. He had always heard that the third time's the charm, so surely this would not be any different. He felt his heart rate begin to rise when the classroom door opened and the two teachers of the class walked inside, Iruka and another teacher, Mizuki, who had shoulder-length, white hair with a slight hint of blue to it and green eyes. He wore the standard attire of the Leafman, same as Iruka. As teachers entered the class, all students greeted them saying, "Good morning." Iruka with a smile addressed the students. "We will now start the final exam. When your name is called, proceed to the testing room. The final test will be on the clone jutsu," he said. At that very moment, Naruto completely collapsed as he couldn't believe in his bad luck. He was agitatedly grabbing his spiky yellow hair while thinking among lines, ugh. That's my worst technique. Great. I'm never gonna pass. He began to rock back and forth in his chair as one by one Iruka would call a member of the class forward and into the designated room. A moment later, the student would emerge. In their hand would be a shiny new leaf forehead protector. Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki called. Naruto made his way to the front of the room. As he walked, he noticed various students pointing and whispering. Dismissing them, he entered the room to see Iruka writing something down while Mizuki was doing nothing. They were sitting behind a desk with a few leaf headbands still on the table. Iruka said, Naruto, you know the test. Are you ready? Naruto gave a nod. Alright, get it together Naruto. You can do this. Believe it. He made a familiar set of hand seals. Clone jutsu. A burst of smoke erupted and totally covered him. Iruka and Mizuki were staring at the smoke cloud. As it cleared, they saw 3 more Naruto in the room. They looked perfectly fine. It was a perfect clone jutsu. Good job, Naruto. Iruka was genuinely pleased. However, he noticed Naruto didn't move from his spot. He was staring at his clones. Naruto. I did it. I did it. Naruto thought, looking at his perfectly fine clones. Then he finally shouted, jumping up in the air, Yada. I did it. He stopped in front of Iruka and gave a victory sign. I did it, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled. Congratulations, Naruto. Well, I guess the third time's the charm, he said. Come here and take your headband. Thank you Iruka-sensei. Naruto said with joy as he ran to the desk and picked up a headband before tying it around his forehead. Pow. It was his worst jutsu. Mizuki gritted his teeth angrily while looking at the blonde boy. A few minutes earlier Naruto had gotten his leaf headband. The real Naruto walked into the classroom using a camouflage jutsu and took a seat on the last row, the corner of the classroom as possible, several seats away from the students. He looked at the students, the future of the hidden village of the leaves. Using his resources, he had collected information on all of them. With the exception of a few, he wasn't overly impressed with any of them. If they're the hidden leaf's future, then the hidden leaf's no future, he thought. The whole class was composed of about 30 students. Most of them were civilian children, and learning ninja arts was just fun or something their parents forced them to do. To the boys, it was an opportunity to show others their superiority, and to girls, it was perfect to find a knight in shining armor. Naruto's eyes fell one by one on each of the few with any talent. The first was a boy with his head down, sleeping. He had long black hair that was pulled into a ponytail. His attire was rather plain, consisting of a green-lined mesh shirt under a short-sleeved gray jacket with green edges and brown pants. Nara Shikamaru, the heir of the Nara clan, lazy as hell but a genius boy. He can use his clan's all basic shadow techniques. He turned his head to a chubby boy next to Nara, who was eating a bag of chips, wearing black shorts, a long white scarf, a short-sleeved green haori, and what looked like underwear on his head. He had spiky brown hair, swirl marks on his cheeks. Akimichi Chouji, heir of Akimichi clan, almost as lazy as his best friend, Nara. His hobby is buying and eating snacks. He can also use his clan's body-changing techniques. His eyes next fell on 2 arguing girls. He looked at the blonde one first, dressed in a purple dress with a lot of makeup on and her long hair flowing all the way down to her lower back. Yamanaka Ino, heiress of the Yamanaka clan. And one of Uchiha's fangirls. She doesn't really take being a ninja seriously. She mostly spends her time on making herself look good for Uchiha. The only reason she's included in this group is because of her ability to learn mind techniques from her clan. He looked at another girl. She had pink hair, wearing a red dress. Haruno Sakura. No clan, Uchiha's #1 fangirl. Sakura also has close to perfect chakra control, but this is probably because she's close to none. Another thing is my doppelganger has a crush on her. He shivered slightly. He was really an idiot. He looked at the last girl in his list, the girl with blue hair and wide eyes, wearing a big jacket. Hyuga Hinata, an extremely shy girl, who just happens to be the heiress of one of the 3 big clans in the Hidden Leaf. She wields Byakugan. Unless she grows a backbone, her clan has a good chance of going into civil war. She's also a secret admirer stalker of my doppelganger. He shook his and looked behind her at a boy wearing sunglasses and white coat with a high collar. Aburam Shino, calm, collected, and solitary person. A true hidden genius. He's tremendous potential as a shinobi. He can use most of his clan's insect techniques. I like this guy. He turned around and looked 2 seats next to Shino at a messy brown-haired boy with a small puppy with white fur. Inyazuka Kiba and his nindog, Akamaru. This kid's bark is much louder than his bite. He may be good with his taijutsu and clan techniques but nothing else. He turned toward the black-haired boy, wearing a blue shirt with a big collar and hair shape similar to a chicken. Finally, the last but not least, my long-distance cousin Uchiha Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf. He might be the strongest one in this class, but currently, he's the weakest Uchiha alive. He can do Uchiha clan signature jutsu, Great Fireball Jutsu. He took a thinking pose. Blondie and Pinky only got my attention because of their loud voices, he thought, looking around to see any potential shinobis other than them. He then noticed Ino and Sakura's leaf headbands. There's no doubt. The academy standard of the Hidden Leaf has fallen low if fangirls like Sakura and Ino can become top kunoichis. His thought was cut off by Mizuki, who called his doppelganger's name. Let's see what he can do. He sank into the floor. Naruto appeared in the exam hall to see his copy's progress. His copy made a familiar set of hand seals before shouting, "Clone Jutsu." He is putting too much chakra in that jutsu, he thought. He could sense how much chakra his copy was using for a simple clone jutsu. And it was 10 times larger than normal. Let's help him. He placed on both academy teachers as well as his double. The smoke covered his double. When it cleared, both the teacher and his copy saw 3 more Naruto in the room. As for the real Naruto, he saw the real effect of his double's jutsu. He couldn't help but sweat dropped when he saw a single clone, a rather pathetic one, lying motionless on the floor. He shook his head and turned his attention back to teachers. He noticed Iruka looked pleased while other teacher Mizuki looked surprised. He also felt his anger toward his copy. There's something suspicious about that teacher. The fake Naruto walked out the academy ignoring stares and whispers he was receiving from students and their parents. He was too happy to notice it. 2 women were chatting about their children when they saw him. Their faces scowled as they recognized who the boy was. The first woman said, "There, do you see him?" The second woman replied, "It's that boy. I hear he's the only." She saw a leaf headband on Naruto's forehead. "He is shinobi, now, what?" the other woman said. She looked at Naruto and saw his headband. What was Hokage thinking? I mean, he's the boy who. The first woman cut in, "SHHH. We're not allowed to talk about that." "Alright." The other woman nodded. Both of them looked at Naruto with ice-cold eyes filled with hatred and contempt, but the boy simply ignored them. He was in his own world. After walking out from the academy, Naruto made his way back to his home, ignoring all villagers' stares that held curiously somehow. When suddenly someone called his name, he quickly turned around to face the direction he had heard the voice. To his surprise, he saw Mizuki. "Mizuki-sensei?" Mizuki gave the enchanted boy a gentle smile and told him to follow him on the balcony of a tall building. Mizuki turned around and looked at Naruto. "I'll be quick about this, Naruto. I'm here to give you the real genin exam," he informed. "What?" Naruto was surprised. "But," Mizuki smirked, enjoying the boy's surprise. Oh, he was going to pull this off after all. "Did you really believe that just a simple clone would be enough to become a genin?" "No. I don't know," Naruto said, still confused and now shocked. "Good luck because this isn't a cakewalk, Naruto. Your test is a mock-up of the infiltrate and steal situation, just like you've been taught at the academy," Mizuki said in a superior tone to make sure the boy would believe him. "What's the objective?" "You've to infiltrate the Hokage's tower and steal a particular scroll. Don't worry, you'll have a fair chance for this work. The security is low tonight. I mean, nobody expects a fresh genin to do this for real," Mizuki explained with an earnest expression. He pulled out a small scroll. "Here are your instructions and follow them carefully. Destroy the scroll after memorizing it." Naruto took the scroll. This action got a chuckle out of Mizuki since the kid didn't know what he was up to. Unknown to both of them, a familiar raven was watching them from a safe distance. The real Naruto appeared in the forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf. A sudden crashing sound caught his attention. Skidding to a halt, he craned his head upward just in time to see his double, with what must be the forbidden scroll in his arms, slammed full force into his teacher Iruka. "Naruto," Iruka muttered, getting back to his feet. "How did you know I wasn't Iruka?" With a poof of smoke, Iruka was gone and replaced by a familiar white-haired ninja Mizuki. He had a sinister look in his eyes. "Simple." Naruto smirked, leaning heavily against a tree. "Because I am." With a second poof of smoke, Naruto changed into real Iruka. "Iruka. I knew those two were fakes. It is too easy for me to see through a simple illusion," Naruto thought. "But the question is, where the hell my stupid copy?" He concentrated on finding his doppelganger. "Found you." He disappeared and reappeared on the top of the tree. He looked down to see his double behind a tree. Perfect. He vanished with a rush of speed and appeared in front of his copy. Naruto's copy was about to speak, but the real Naruto put a hand on his head. Naruto looked at his doppelganger with his Sharingan, paralyzing him. "You fulfilled your usefulness." "Thank you," he said. His copy's form distorted and sucked into the vortex that had opened up from his eyehole. "Well, I'm lucky. I know how to trick the old monkey's crystal ball." He tapped the seal on his neck and 3 whiskers marks appeared on his cheek. The seal was a seal that worked on the same principle of Tsunade's permanent transformation. Master, you forgot to wear an orange jumpsuit like your copy, Karasu said telepathically with slight amusement in her voice. She was standing on an orange jumpsuit which looked similar to what Naruto's doppelganger had worn. Where the hell did you get that jumpsuit? Naruto asked. From your copy's cupboard. How many jumpsuits does he have there? Naruto asked while his left eye twitched in annoyance. He has a total of 5. The first thing on my list is burn them all down, Naruto said, lifting the jumpsuit in disguise. It's the first and last time I'm going to wear this. Naruto appeared behind a tree, some distance away from Iruka and Mizuki, holding the forbidden scroll in his arms, which he had gotten from his double. He moved close enough to where he could hear what they were saying without being seen. He heard Karasu's voice in his head. Master, the third Hokage is watching you in his crystal ball. Has he suspected anything? Naruto replied telepathically. No. Not yet, Karasu answered. Good, keep your eyes on him and reply back if you find something odd in his behavior, Naruto said. There was seriousness in his voice, but he wasn't showing it on his face. We can't take him lightly, after all he's the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf for nothing. Mizuki broke the silence first and laughed evilly, said, haha, you'd even transformed into what killed your parents to protect him. I won't hand the scroll over to someone like you. Iruka shouted. There was anger in his voice. You idiot. Naruto and I are the same, Mizuki replied with a smirk. Iruka didn't understand what Mizuki was talking about. He had become confused. Meanwhile, Naruto Aka the real Naruto was listening to this conversation with a bored expression. Mizuki continued, there's no way that demon fox wouldn't try to use the power of the scroll. Unlike what you're assuming. Yeah, Iruka said. The demon fox would do that. Naruto, who was listening to them, deadpanned. Are they really serious? Why would a giant fox need a jutsu when he could create tsunamis and earthquakes with a single swipe of his tails? Iruka took a deep breath and continued, but Naruto is different. He is. I've acknowledged him as one of my excellent students. Well, fake or not, he wasn't as bad as some other students in the class. He'd only needed proper guidance. Or a good teacher to become a good shinobi, Naruto thought. But it's too late to think about him now. He may not be the hardest worker and he's clumsy and none accepts him. He already knows what it is to feel pain inside your heart, Iruka said, proudly. He isn't the demon fox. From his hiding spot, Naruto looked at Iruka. He really likes my doppelganger, he thought. And he's right. If he was the Ninetales then where was his 9 tails? He's a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, Iruka continued, smiling. He's Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki cursed mentally as he looked angrily at Iruka since he had nothing to say. Well, whatever. He unbuckled his huge shuriken. Iruka saw a shuriken and tried to move, but his wounds were too extensive. He yelled as the pain increased. He even started to bleed more. Iruka. I said I would take care of you later. But I changed my mind. Mizuki exclaimed as he held out his shuriken. Finally, Naruto thought, getting ready to show his acting skill. Mizuki readied his aim, spinning his huge shuriken rapidly. Hurry up and die. He screamed as he took a big shuriken with initiation to throw it toward Iruka, but a heavy fast-moving object suddenly slammed into his head, making him imbalanced and stopping him from throwing his shuriken. Naruto. Iruka widened his eyes as he recognized the famous orange jumpsuit. You want to scroll, right? Then take it, Naruto said. He picked up the forbidden scroll that he had thrown at Mizuki. He lifted it up and slammed it again into Mizuki's head, sending the traitor away from him. You idiot. Why did you come out? Run away. Iruka screamed. It was a nice shot. You brat. I'll kill you. Mizuki shouted as he stood up, spitting blood from his mouth. Not before I kill you, Naruto replied, showing a fake anger to fool everyone who were watching him. Mizuki laughed. Haha, I'll kill someone like you in one shot, he said. Try it, trash. I'll return the pain 1,000 times over, Naruto said in the same expression. Then do it. Demon Fox. Naruto mentally smirked and made a cross-edged seal. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. There was a large puff of smoke and a lot of his copies appeared around Mizuki. Mizuki's eyes widened in the stock. Wow. What's going on? He said, taking a step back in fear. What's wrong? Weren't you going to kill me in one shot? Naruto taunted. He was smirking inside. This is going to be fun. Naruto. You have. Iruka thought with wide eyes. Well then. I'll start, okay? Naruto said as he snapped his fingers to order his clones to attack. Good night and sweet dream Mizuki. Sensei. Iruka smiled and thought he really did divide into more than 1,000. Each was a real body and not an illusion. Maybe, he'll really suppress all previous Hokage. Phase 1 is complete. Time for Phase 2, Naruto thought, looking down at all that was left of Mizuki. His clones had beaten him to bloody pulp. Suddenly, 2 Anbu owls and tiger jumped down in front of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, come with me. Owl said. Without giving Naruto any time to speak, he grabbed the blonde's shoulder and picked the forbidden scroll up. He disappeared with them in a puff of smoke. Another Anbu tiger grabbed Iruka, who had lost his consciousness because of the poison that was on Mizuki's weapon, and put him on his shoulder and signaled another Anbu in the area to pick up the traitor before disappearing in the same manner the previous Anbu had done. Around 15 minutes later, Naruto was in Hokage's office with Anbu Owl. Hiruzen took the scroll from Owl and set it down next to his chair. "Thank you, Owl. You may leave now," he said. The Anbu agent bowed down slightly before disappearing via the body flicker jutsu. "Naruto, are you okay?" Hiruzen asked with concern in his voice. "I am fine, Hikage-sama," Naruto said to the third, showing his fake anger in his voice. "Mizuki told me your little law about me. So you know about your burden," Hiruzen said with guilt. "Then please explain to me why. Would you lie to me my whole life? Were you ever going to tell me the truth?" Naruto asked. He didn't change his expression. "I was after you became Chunin," Hiruzen said, sounding weak. Naruto snorted, but inside he was smirking. "It's working, but I need to be careful." Hiruzen sighed sadly. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I was just trying to give you a normal childhood. You were just a baby, and no one could expect a child to be able to handle that knowledge. The law I made was to give you the chance with your generation, since it was obvious that the adults were quite against you," he said. "It didn't work, did it?" Naruto asked, faking all emotions to make sure the third Hokage would believe him. "I'm sorry, my boy. I tried my best, but even I can't make people love someone just like that. No one can. In time, things will be better. Trust me, Naruto," Hiruzen said with much hope and conviction in his voice. "It wasn't you who was hated by everyone in the Hidden Leaf without knowing the reason behind it. It wasn't you. They all glared at me. They shunned me as soon as they saw me. Like I was sick, they feared. Naruto looked down with a shadow covering his eyes. "I hate him. I hate the fourth Hokage for giving me such a burden without thinking about me. I hate the position of Hokage." He shouted, showing so much anger and hate toward the fourth Hokage and Hokage position, which was actually fake. "Sorry, Dad. You know I love you. You too, Mom." He turned around and walked toward the door. "Goodbye, Hikage-sama." He left, slamming the door behind him while thinking, and the best actor award goes to Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen was shocked at Naruto's sudden outburst. He didn't even move from his seat as he was completely speechless. Naruto didn't want to become Hokage, it was like Orochimaru wanted to redeem himself. Or Jiraiya wanted to stop peeking at females. Or Tsunade wanted to drop her gambling and drinking habits. It was really disturbing and shocking. "I'm sorry, Naruto," he thought. He took a deep breath and clapped his hand to call his Anbu. Owl walked inside the office. Hiruzen stared at his agent hard and said, "Follow him and just make sure nothing happens to him." It was a hard day for him. Owl nodded and vanished using the body flicker jutsu. Naruto returned back to where his blood clone lived. He had decided to look around the place. Entering the building, he found the hallway vandalized and covered in graffiti with words and slogans stating such things as "Die demons scum," "Go back to hell." And the list went on as the slogans became crude and rude. "And Dad wanted me to live here," he thought, shaking his head. "Master, an Anbu agent is following you," Karasu informed telepathically. "I know," Naruto replied. "Handle him. Cast on him. I don't want his interface in my work." Reaching the apartment, he opened the lock of the door and entered the apartment. Closing the door behind Naruto, even with the lights turned off, saw the apartment. It was small and messy with dirty dishes, shurikens, weights, dirty clothes, and empty ramen cups all over the place. "This is my doppelganger apartment. That's it, I'm not staying here," he thought, but he decided to take a look around for future use. Seeing how sloppy and messy the place was, he created a few shadow clones and put them to work in cleaning the place up and wiping away the revealing graffiti that were on the walls in the hallway. Having seen enough, he vanished from sight in a swirling vortex as he knew Karasu had already taken care of his observer. Still, he had left one extra clone there for extra security. In the swirling vortex, Naruto appeared on the Uzumaki Island, not far away from a beautiful lake with sparkling clear water and a waterfall. He jumped up and landed on lake water. Instead of sinking to the bottom of the lake, he stood on the top of the water. Walking toward the waterfall, he bit his thumb and quickly made some hand seals before slamming hands on the surface of water. A bluebeard seal materialized on the water surface, which parted the waterfall in half, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. He went inside. After a few minutes of walking, he finally reached the end of the passage and entered a huge hall, filled with many doors that led to many important rooms like bedrooms, library, storage room, etc. The hall also had several paintings, expensive-looking furniture, etc. Home sweet home. Next day, Naruto stood in what looked like a large garden filled with cherry blossom trees, a beautiful sparkly lake so clear that you could see the little fish swimming about and a little bridge that stretched across. The grass was incredibly green. Small flowers were making an almost magical atmosphere there. He walked in front of his parents' grave with bouquets of different flowers in his hand. "Hello, Mom, Dad," he said, giving his true smile as he knelt down to the ground. "Yesterday, I went to the Hidden Leaf to switch places with my copy. There, I saw the life of. And what I saw. It was a living hell. Grandfather was right about you, Dad. You were very naive and stupid who blindly believed in the Leaf people. But who cares about it? I didn't live that kind of life. Love you, Mom, Dad." He put bouquets on the graves and stood up, then last time looked at their graves. He vanished and appeared in front of another grave. This was the grave of his grandfather, Madara. "Hello, grandfather," he said as he remembered his grandfather's last words. Flashback started. 10-year-old Naruto was looking at his grandfather, Madara, who was on the ground, clutching his chest as blood poured out of his mouth. "What's happening to you, Grandpa?" he asked with worry. "I am dying, Naruto," Madara answered. Naruto said, "But I can." "No, Naruto. Save your energy. I'll come back in a few years, so wait for me. Just stick with our plan of peace," Madara said. "Promise me that." He saw Naruto nodded. "Good." He smiled. A large amount of chakra erupted from his body and entered young Naruto's body. "Take care." Flashback ended. 1 week had passed since the betrayal of the academy teacher Mizuki. But other than that, nothing major had happened except Haruka had been hospitalized because of poison. After spending a week in the hospital, he was in perfectly healthy condition and ready to teach the next generation, but he had one thing left to do before that. He needed to assign teams to his old students, which had been postponed because of his health. And it was that day. At Ninja Academy, Naruto, who had taken his doppelganger's place, was sitting in the middle row. No one had shown yet. He was alone in the classroom. He didn't really care about it. He had burned all orange jumpsuits, there was no way he could wear them, so he was dressed back in his old, favorite, and baddest outfit according to both Zetsu's halves. He wore a black short-sleeved zipperless hoodie with red lining and on the back of it had a red Uzumaki crest. Under the hoodie, he wore a chainmail mesh shirt. His pants and shinobi sandals were just as black as his hoodie. In his hands, he wore fingerless gloves and had a leaf forehead protector tied around his left arm and 2 ninja pouches strapped to his right thigh and left hip. He was bored. Extremely bored. It had only been 10 minutes, but it felt like hours. "I wish Zetsu were here. They're pretty entertaining sometimes," he thought, drumming his fingers on the side of the bench. He was still stuck in his musings as one of his classmates entered the room. After sensing another chakra, he looked up to see Nara Shikamaru looking at him with a raised eyebrow. He simply dismissed him and closed his eyes. Naruto, what are you doing here?" "This is for graduates only," Shikamaru asked the blonde while looking up and down at completely new Naruto. "And what's with the new look?" Naruto didn't say anything for the first few minutes and then he opened his mouth to ask, "Did you say something, Shikamaru?" In another part of the hidden village of Leaf, a silver-haired man was reading an orange book while walking toward the Hokage Tower. The man suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. "I feel like my ideal student is calling me," he said to himself. He shook his head and went back to reading his book. Suddenly, a green-clad man appeared in front of the silver-haired man. "I challenge you, my eternal rival," he shouted at the top of his lungs. Did you say something?" the silver-haired man asked in a bored tone without looking up from his book. "Curse you and your hip attitude." The green-clad man shouted again and started to cry in tears. Back at Ninja Academy, Shikamaru's sweat dropped. "Never mind. Troublesome blonde," he muttered as he walked toward his seat. Something isn't right with Naruto. And what's wrong with his eyes? They look so much different than before, he thought, but decided to drop the subject because it was too troublesome. "Master, he's become suspicious of you," Karasu informed while watching the behavior of young Nara from the shadows. She could judge the people by their behavior. "Yes, I know. He's good," Naruto said. "Send someone to keep an eye on him." He rested head on his forearms and fell asleep. A half hour later, 2 high-pitched voices, who were arguing about who got in first, woke up Naruto from his nap. He looked up and saw Blondie and Pinky. He dismissed both of them immediately. They were not even worth his time. However, it seemed fate had in mind quite another thing for him. "Naruto. Move your ass. I want to sit on the other side of you. And you can't impress me with your new clothes." Sakura screeched angrily at Naruto. She was completely unaware that she was screeching at one of the deadliest people alive. Lucky for her, Naruto wasn't offended by it. He didn't even consider her a threat. She wasn't even bottom of his list he had considered threats. But where did she get the idea I like her? Oh, right. My idiot doppelganger had a childish crush on her. He then noticed Sakura still screeching at him. Irritating with her constant screeching, he said, "Haruno, will you shut up? Didn't your mother teach you how to talk to others?" An unnatural silence spread through the room, one would have heard a pin drop as the entire class, even Sasuke, who was sitting next to Naruto, looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Entire class knew that Naruto had a not-so-secret crush on Sakura, so this was really shocking to all of them. They were more surprised when they saw Naruto's new look. Meanwhile, Sakura couldn't believe her ears as she opened and closed her mouth in shock. Naruto turned his head slightly to look at Sasuke. He smiled devilishly as a wonderful idea entered his mind. "Haruno, here's your seat," he said, stunning everyone again with his sudden change in attitude. He stood up, ignoring everyone's surprised and shocked faces. He sat down next to Shino. Sakura's mind started to process. Forgetting everything that had happened a few minutes before in the class, she yelped happily. She gave Ino, her rival, a victory sign and sat down next to Sasuke, much to the boy's irritation. Naruto looked at Sasuke while smirking inside. He was enjoying Sasuke's horror-struck face when the remaining fangirls had decided to join Sakura. "I think he's gay. From my information, even Itachi had a girlfriend before he killed her with the rest of the Uchiha clan." Iruka entered the classroom and scared away all Sasuke's fans, as Sasuke sighed in relief. "Starting today all of you are shinobi, but you are still genins. The hard journey that lies ahead has just started," he said. "Now, you will soon get a mission to help the village, so today we will create 3-man teams. And each team will have a few jounin senseis. You will follow your sensei's instructions in order to successfully complete your missions. We tried to balance each team's strength." He picked up his notebook from the table and began to announce the teams as Sasuke's fans waited to know who among them would end up on his team. There were a lot of possibilities. Iruka announced the name of the next team. "Okay. Next is Team 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke." He winced as he heard the little banshee screaming in victory. "And Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto groaned and slammed his head against his desk. "What the hell? That old monkey put me on the same team as Uchiha and his loyal fangirl. I could work with Uchiha, but Pinky, she's annoying." After announcing all the teams, Iruka closed his notebook and said, "Okay, this afternoon, we'll introduce your Jonin sensei. Until then, take a break." An hour had passed. The classroom sat empty save for Team 7, as all other students had departed with their respective Jonin senseis. Sakura was feeling slightly upset that their sensei was late, but it gave her time alone with her beloved Sasuke-kun. Her stomach still had butterflies at the thought of the many months when she and Sasuke would be in close proximity. Still, it would be best to start the romance early, before some of the other girls made their move on her Sasuke-kun. "Nah, Sasuke-kun, isn't it wonderful we're on the same team together?" Sakura asked, blushing. "After the meeting, maybe we can go somewhere together and get to know each other better." "No," Sasuke told her, flatly. Naruto shook his head. It's her 5th time asking him the same thing but in a different manner. Man, it's quite amusing to watch, he thought. Another half hour had passed. Still, there was no sign of Team 7's Jounin sensei. "Master, your Jonin sensei is Hada Kakashi," Karasu informed Naruto. "Thanks for the information, Karasuchin," Naruto said before cutting off the link. "It means I have to wait another hour and a half for him. Well, I'm hungry anyway." He stood up and started to walk toward the exit door. "Where are you going, Naruto Baka?" Sakura asked after seeing Naruto was going somewhere. "I'm leaving, it's obvious our sensei isn't going to show up soon," Naruto said in a bored tone. "You can't go." Sakura screeched. "Then watch me, Haruno." Naruto threw some smoke pellets on the ground. Instantly, the pellets blew up, causing a large cloud of dark gray smoke. When the smoke cleared, he was nowhere in sight. "Sasuke-kun, what should we do now?" Sakura asked. Hopefully Sasuke-kun would have a solution to this. "Who cares what dope does?" Sasuke said, taking one cool pose, which he had practiced in front of a mirror. "Sasuke-kun is so cool. And I'm completely alone with him," Sakura thought, blushed, as she looked at her love interest dreamily. Another hour and a half had passed. Sakura was quiet and slouched in her chair. Sasuke still looked cool. They perked up as the door of their classroom slid open and a man entered. Both genins were surprised by his appearance. The man was slouched and had gravity-defying silver hair. But the rest of him was covered by clothes. He wore gloves with cut-off fingers, a standard jounin vest over black long-sleeved shirt, black pants, and sandals. His face was mostly covered by the black mask, and his left eye was hidden below a wide headband that was slanted for that purpose. He looked weird, especially with that small orange book in his left hand. He was Hada Kakashi. "You're late," Sakura yelled. Ignoring her, Kakashi looked at the newly made genin. How can I say this? My first impression is. You 3 are boring." "Wait, 3?" Sakura said as she looked to her left and right. "But Naruto Baka isn't here." "Then who is he?" Kakashi asked, pointing behind her. Sakura even Sasuke looked back. Their eyes bugged out when they saw Naruto sitting on a bench and eating ramen. "But how?" Sakura thought, shocked and surprised. "I didn't even feel his presence," Sasuke thought, narrowing his eyes at class's dead last. Kakashi said, "Okay, you 3. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." He used a body flicker jutsu to disappear in a puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura alone in the classroom. 5 minutes later. Kakashi was facing 3 genins on the academy's rooftop. He noticed 2 of them staring at him silently. You seem a little hostile. That's because you kept us waiting 2 whole hours. Sakura yelled again. Why did you come late? Oh, I would have been here on time, but a black cat crossed my path so I had to go the long way. Sakura's jaw dropped. What the hell? Punch him in his face. We're not stupid. Inner Sakura shouted, throwing a punch forward. You made the right choice. I would have done the same if I were in your place. From what I've heard, a black cat crossing your path is bad luck. And I wouldn't want to meet someone on my unlucky day, Naruto said, completely agreeing with Kakashi. Kakashi turned to Naruto. I've finally found someone who can understand me. Thank you. You're my ideal student, he said with a slightly joyous expression. I was joking. I didn't know he would take it seriously, Naruto thought, sweat dropping. Both Sasuke and Sakura stared at both of them like they were nuts. Is this really a jounin? He doesn't seem very reliable, Sasuke thought. Anyway, Kakashi said as his expression suddenly changed in 80 degrees, from joyous to lazy and bored. Let's begin with introducing yourself. What do you want to know? Sakura asked. Kakashi said, how about your likes, dislikes? Your dreams for the future and things like that. Why don't you introduce yourself to us first? We already know about each other, but we hardly know anything about you, Naruto said, as he directly came to the point. What? Sakura and Sasuke were surprised again by his new attitude. Alright, my name is Hada Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. And my hobbies aren't your business. My dreams. Well, that's not for young kids to hear, Kakashi finished his introduction with a perverted giggle. So all he told us is his name? Sakura thought. Naruto looked at Kakashi and thought, you're a secretive person, aren't you, Kakashi? But too bad, I know everything about you. My father has written everything about you in his diary. Kakashi looked at his students, only if they passed his test. Now, it's your turn. Let's start on the right, he said. Pinky, go first. Sakura was on the right side, so she spoke first. I'm Haruno Sakura, she said with her happy face and tone of voice. The person I like is. She rolled her eyes at Sasuke with a small blush on her cheeks, and my hobby is. She rolled her eyes to Sasuke again. Well, my dream is too. She screamed in excitement of what would happen in between them in the future. Girls of this age are more interested in love than in jutsu. Kakashi's sweat dropped and asked, and what do you hate? Sakura's expression changed into hateful. Naruto and Ino. She said before returning her eyes to Sasuke. Naruto rolled her eyes as he didn't care about that. She will die in her real mission if she doesn't try to change herself. HN. Sasuke thought. Okay, Kakashi said, and he turned his head toward the Uchiha. Pretty, next is you. Sasuke scowled slightly at the nickname. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and kill a certain someone, he said. Like I thought, Kakashi thought, as he expected this kind of response from Sasuke. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sakura thought, looking at the crush. A blush was visible on her face. So he wants to kill his brother, Itachi, so badly. Big talk. His brother was already an Anbu captain when he was his age, Naruto thought. Now, last but not least, Blondie over there, Kakashi said, pointing at Naruto. Well, Mr. Pervy Cyclops, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said. Hearing the nickname that Naruto had given to him, Kakashi's visible eye twitched in annoyance. Here I thought you were my ideal student, he muttered under his breath. Sakura let out a small giggle. While giving Naruto a thumbs up, inner Sakura shouted, haha, serve him right, stupid bastard. Naruto continued, I like training and being left alone. I dislike fools and many things. My dream, I like to keep it to myself for now. Kakashi blinked. Hikage-sama was right about him. He's been changed so much since the Mizuki incident, but I can see old Naruto and his playfulness are still there inside him. Sakura and Sasuke were also surprised. Everyone knew Naruto wanted to be a Hokage. If it wasn't his dream, now then what was it? So far for the introductions. Tomorrow, we'll start our duties as shinobi, Kakashi said, lazily. What kind of duties, sensei? Sakura asked. Being a top student in a class, she wanted to know her future duties as shinobi. First, we are going to do something with just the 4 of us. What is it? Naruto asked, as he knew what Kakashi was talking about. Kakashi took a dramatic pause before saying, survival training. Means a hidden test to weed out incapable genins from the field. Not bad, Naruto thought. Sasuke thought, why is our first duty a training? We've had enough training at the academy, Sakura said. This isn't normal training. This time I'm your opponent, Kakashi declared. Sakura said, huh? What is it? Naruto asked, smirking slightly. He liked Kakashi's style. Uphold the suspense till the last pages. Haha. Kakashi chuckled aloud. What a funny sensei. Sakura asked with an annoying expression. It's just that. When I tell you this, you are totally going to freak out, Kakashi said, giving them smiles. Freak out? Sakura repeated. Kakashi turned into a scary serious. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be chosen to become genins. The rest will be sent back to the academy. This training is a very difficult exam with a failure rate of over 66, he said, stunning Sakura and Sasuke. Hahaha. I told you'd freak out. It means the rate of success is 34. Well, this is enough for me, Naruto said to surprise everyone including Kakashi. There goes my chance to scare them off, the Jounin thought. Then what was the point of graduating? Sakura asked. Oh, that was just to select those who have the chance to become a genin, Kakashi informed. Sakura shouted, what? Ignoring her outburst, Kakashi continued, anyway, you have to show your real skill on the training ground. Bring all shinobi tools you have. Oh. And skip breakfast, you might throw up. He handed each of them a paper. The details are on this paper and don't be late tomorrow. Might throw up. Is that tough? Sakura thought, taking a paper from Kakashi. She read the paper and clenched her fist. If I fail this, I'll be separated from Sasuke-kun. This is a test of love. After giving papers to 3 genins, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked at his paper. The training ground 3 at sharp 5 am. Well then, knowing his reputation, I'll reach there at sharp 8 am. He turned toward his team and decided to give them some clues. Why shouldn't we eat? If it's survival training then we need energy to confront him, right? He said. He then turned around to walk toward his home. Maybe, they'll understand it now. Did he tell us that on purpose? Both Sakura and Sasuke thought. At training ground 3, 2 genin Sakura and Sasuke had been waiting for their sensei and their other teammate for the last 2 hours and still no sign of them. They had been there since 5 in the morning. Both genins were angry. Sasuke wanted to scream, but he was maintaining his cool pose because he had a reputation to uphold after all. Meanwhile, Sakura was trying her best to show her best behavior to her Sasuke-kun. But soon, things were about to come to a boil as they were reaching the end of their patience when Kakashi appeared there in a puff of smoke. Good morning, the silver-haired Jounin said, giving his famous eye smile to both of them. You're late. Sakura yelled at Kakashi. Sorry, I lost. Where's Naruto? Kakashi asked while looking around for the blind. We don't know, Sakura said. I'm here. They looked up to see where the voice had come from and saw Naruto sitting on top of a tree branch and eating ramen. Again, I didn't sense him, Sasuke thought, clenching his fist as he looked at Naruto. He's good at hiding his presence, Kakashi thought. Were you eating ramen, Naruto baka? Sensei told us not to eat anything. Sakura screamed like a banshee. Whatever, Haruno. Naruto said in a bored tone, completely ignoring her. He jumped from the tree and landed on the ground without making any noise. Who's this kid? Kakashi asked himself, narrowing his eyes at blonde. He's absolutely nothing like the report said about him. This is getting ridiculous. Someone in the staff must have messed up his reports because there is no way anyone can change in such a short amount of time. I have to talk to Hokage-sama about this. Deciding to defuse the situation before things would get violent, he said, alright then. On to the exercise. He set his pack down and dug through it for a moment before extracting an alarm clock. He fiddled with the knobs before placing it on a nearby stump. Okay, it's set for noon. He put his hand in the pocket and took out 2 bells. Here are 3 bells. Your task is to take them from me before noon. A smirk was obvious behind his mask. Those who cannot get a bell by noon get no lunch. I'll not only tie you to one of those stumps but also eat right in front of you. So that's why he told us not to eat, Sasuke and Sakura thought as their stomachs grumbled. Naruto snickered and gave them I told you to look. But sensei. There are only 2 bells, Sakura said, unease obvious in her voice. Wow, Haruno. Can you count? Amazing. Naruto said, making her glare at him. Well, I was saying. Kakashi said. You only need to get 1 bell. There are only 3, so one of you will definitely be tied to a stump. And the person who doesn't get a bell fails. So at least one of you will be sent back to the academy. Everyone's eyes widened, though Naruto's quickly seemed to harden, a contemplative and calculating glint in them. If you want you can use shurikens and. You won't succeed unless you come at me intending to kill, he finished off happily, as if the thought of being attacked by vicious children was a good thing. Naruto smirked. Intent to kill A. He'll regard it after this is over. But you'll be in danger. Sakura shouted as she looked worried about the safety of her new sensei. Naruto gave her a look that said, are you serious? Well, Sakura, I can take care of myself, Kakashi said, tying the bells to his belt. Just come at me with intent to kill. Not 1 second after he finished speaking, Naruto pulled out a kunai. He drew back his hand and attempted to throw it at Kakashi. But he found that Kakashi was no longer in front of him and his arm was bent backwards with the kunai pointing straight to the back of his head. Geez. Calm down. I haven't said start yet, Kakashi said, holding Naruto. No way. I couldn't even see. Sakura thought, watching in awe. Sasuke looked at Kakashi while thinking, so this is a jounin. Naruto simply smirked and replied, I'm perfectly calm, Kakashi-sensei. I was just testing the waters. Another voice came from behind Kakashi and a sharp object pressed his back. Glancing behind him, Kakashi smirked under his mask as he saw another Naruto holding a kunai to his back. Having a clone drew me out so you could ambush me. You're smarter than you let on, he said. Well, isn't deception part of being a shinobi? Naruto behind him said. Sasuke and Sakura were gaping at the display of cunningness Naruto had shown. Well, looks like one of you truly came at me with intent to kill. It seems like you're not boring after all, Kakashi said, smiling. Alright then. Start. Naruto, who was in front of Kakashi, instantly pulled a kunai with his free hand and spun around while slashing across Kakashi's chest. At the same time, others stabbed him in the back with his kunai. As they expected, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke and was replaced with a log. You're good, Kakashi-sensei, but I'm still better, the real Naruto said. Sakura was lying on the ground, trying hard to suppress her stomach from growling. The voice said from behind her, hey Sakura. Sakura let out a scream and ran into the clearing, straight into Kakashi. I take it you're ready to put your life on the line, Kakashi said. Sakura screamed again before passing out. Kakashi started a moment unsure of what had just happened. As he stood there confused, Sasuke made his move. He threw multiple shurikens at Kakashi. The shurikens hit their target, sending Kakashi to the ground. And he turned into a log. Kawarimi no jutsu. Now, he knows where I am. He showed an opening on purpose and fell for his trap, Sasuke cursed in his mind and he ran away from his revealed location. He stopped in a clearing, thinking the open space would make it easier to keep up with Kakashi. The moment he stopped, Kakashi stepped out of the trees with an orange-colored book in his hands. You really need to learn to read underneath. Never assume your enemy is simply keeping his guard down. If you do that, you'll die, the Jounin suggested, watching him over his book. Sasuke sent 3 shuriken at Kakashi. The Jounin easily sidestepped the projectile weapons. Such obvious attacks are useless, he said. Sasuke smirked as the shurikens flew past the Jounin, cutting the rope hidden behind him, and a bunch of knives were launched at the direction of the silver-haired man. Hidden trap. Good idea, but not enough, Kakashi thought, as he jumped aside. The knives lodged themselves on the bark of a tree behind him. Sasuke took the cue and jumped toward the retreating man and delivered a kick on Kakashi's head. The Jounin blocked the kick easily with his arm. Sasuke threw a punch with his right arm only for it to be caught. Using Kakashi's blocking arm as a mount, Sasuke spun around and delivered an axe kick toward Kakashi's face, upside down. Kakashi blocked with his forearm. Sasuke saw the bells, which were right in front of him, he lashed out his hand, trying to grab them. Only for Kakashi to grab his extending arm and throw him away like a ragdoll. What a guy. I didn't have time to read my Ichi Paradise. Kakashi closed his book and put it back in the pouch and said, I admit you're good, Sasuke-kun. Standing up on his feet, Sasuke started doing hand seals, ended with a horse and tiger, and inhaled deeply. Fire release. Grand Fireball Jutsu. What? A genin shouldn't have enough chakra to be able to perform the jutsu. Kakashi's lone eyes widened. Sasuke put his right hand to his mouth and exhaled a large fireball. The fireball hit the spot where Kakashi was. When the smoke cleared, he saw that there was nothing but the burnt earth. Looking around, he tried to search Kakashi, but he couldn't find him anywhere. He's gone. In the air. No. On the side. Where could he be? Beneath you, Kakashi's voice replied, which was muffled for some reason. That was when Sasuke felt someone grab his ankles. Wah. Earth release. Suicidal beheading jutsu. Kakashi said, pulling Sasuke downward as he screamed. Kakashi got up from the ground and crouched down looking at Sasuke, who was stuck with his head above the ground while the rest of him was buried in the earth. Good try. Your talents are exceptional, but not good enough. He poked Sasuke's head calmly. Then he pulled out the orange book and started to walk away. Damn you. Get back here. We aren't done yet. Sasuke yelled. Kakashi merely waved his hand without looking back. Damn, the difference is that large, Sasuke thought, trying to free himself from Kakashi's jutsu. Kakashi only walked a short way before he stopped. He looked up at the tree and saw Naruto standing on a branch. So you've decided to come out, he said. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the man. Something's off about this test, he said, folding his arms. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, masking his surprise with interest. Oh? He asked. I've never heard of a 3-man squad before. Naruto said, looking at Kakashi. A squad always has 3 genins and 1 genin sensei. Well, aren't you just full of surprises? Kakashi said, giving an eye smile. However, that isn't going to help you to get a bell. I guess you're right, Naruto said with a smirk, and he charged at Kakashi. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto pulled out a kunai and tossed it at Kakashi before going through some hand seals. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He shouted, creating 20 kunai from a single kunai he had thrown. Kakashi dodged most of them while catching a few of them that had come too close to him. Meanwhile, Naruto had closed the distance between them. He launched a jab at Kakashi's face. The Jounin blocked it with one of his hands. Then he leaned his head back as Naruto came at him with the elbow of the arm he blocked. Naruto increased his speed by channeling chakra into his limbs. That seemed to surprise Kakashi. It gave Naruto an opening he had needed as he landed a mediocre blow to Kakashi. Kakashi quickly jumped back and put his book away. Looks like I'm not going to be able to read, he's better than I thought. Naruto charged at Kakashi again as he threw a punch toward Kakashi's face which Kakashi easily caught. When Naruto used his other hand to hit him, Kakashi also grabbed it and locked the blonde's arms in place. Well, this is unexpected. You're good, Kakashi said in a mild tone. Naruto smirked and said, thanks. I just want to say one word, Kakashi-sensei. Boom. Kakashi's eye widened as the blonde boy's clone exploded, forcing him to use Kawarimi to escape. Does he know Bunshin Daibakuha? I thought he only knew Kage Bunshin. Kakashi didn't get time to think anymore as Naruto jumped up to the tree branch he had landed on and came at him with a kick that he ducked under. However, his eyes widened when another Naruto tried to knee him in the face. He was able to block the attack in time, but it still surprised him. Avoiding Naruto's another kick, Kakashi thought, his Taijutsu skill is much better than Sasuke, which is shocking because his report said he is a brawler. Kakashi jumped off the tree with Naruto following right behind him, coming after him with a knee, punch, elbow combo that Kakashi successfully managed to dodge and block. Another Naruto suddenly came at him from his blind side, attempting to steal the bells, but Kakashi heard the bells jingle when the clone Naruto got a finger on them. He grabbed Naruto that was behind him, forcing him in his front as another Naruto launched a punch at him. There was a puff of smoke as Naruto ended up hitting his clone. When the smoke cleared, he saw Kakashi was nowhere in sight. You should never let your opponent get behind you. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard Kakashi's voice behind him. The hidden leaf's hidden Taijutsu. 1,000 years of death. He shoved his chakra-encased fingers up Naruto's butt, only for Naruto to explode, forcing Kakashi to jump away from the blast, though he still was singed. Another Bunshin Daibakuha. Kakashi thought in surprise. Was I fighting with the clone the whole time, or did he use Karasimi to replace himself? He looked around to search Naruto. He's a lot better than I expected. Suddenly, he heard a bell ring, signaling the end of the test. Looks like time is up. Time's up. 10 minutes later. Naruto and Sasuke were in front of posts, while Sakura was tied up to the last one. Kakashi was standing in front of them while thinking about how his team had done so far. He was honestly disappointed in them. Sakura had fallen for one of the simplest he had when, according to her reports, she was supposed to be the best on the subject of. Sasuke, he had to admit, was good. He had managed to set a decent trap that might have worked if he had not taken the fight more seriously from the beginning. His Taijutsu form was also good. But the boy was simply too arrogant, believing that he could actually go head-to-head with a Jounin. Then last but not least, Naruto, he had turned out to be a dark horse. No one expected him to be this good, not even him. He used tactics that Kakashi didn't know he possessed. His Taijutsu was good. Better than even Sasuke's. He also used deception, making him much better than Sasuke who simply fought head-on. But sadly, he also had failed to see underneath the bell test. Well, he started, I have to say I'm disappointed in you three. You all failed to retrieve a bell. So you're sending us back to the academy, right? Could you fulfill one of my requests before it? I want to hold those bells in my hand, Naruto said respectively, pointing at bells on Kakashi's belt. It was really an odd request. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto and said what? Sure, Kakashi said. Seeing there was no harm in it, he decided to fulfill Naruto's odd request and threw both bells at him. Naruto caught the bells, smirked and looked up at Kakashi. Thanks for the bells, Kakashi-sensei, he said. No sooner had Naruto finished the sentence than a bell rang again, much louder than before. What was that? Sakura shouted. Even though she was tied to the stump, she couldn't shut her mouth. Time's up. The test truly ends now, Naruto answered, confusing everyone. Sasuke asked, what do you mean? Due to his laziness, Kakashi-sensei didn't even check the time or whether the ringing sound he'd heard was really coming from his alarm clock or not, Naruto said, smirking. Hearing it, something clicked in Kakashi's mind. His eyes widened. It was faked. Yeah, my clone used another alarm clock to fool you, Naruto answered as he started to explain everything. When I heard about your surviving test, I decided to gather some information on it and you. And I found out about your famous bell test from your eternal rival. Kakashi sighed. Mido guy. Naruto nodded. I knew I couldn't take a bell from you in direct combat, so I decided to use a different method, he said. So you set a trap for me, Kakashi said. He was clearly impressed by the way he made his plan. An outstanding plan. While he kept me busy, his clone fooled me with a fake alarm clock. He shook his hand and smiled. I didn't check the time and fell right in his trap and gave him both bells before the test would truly end. He's a little devil. But this is cheating. Sakura shouted. She had yet freed from her binding. Naruto looked at her. Haruno, we're the ninja not the samurai. We kill, lie, cheat and steal for the right amount of money, he said. Sakura opened her mouth to say something, but Kakashi cut in. He's right, Sakura, he said. He got those bells fair and square. When did dope become this smart? Sasuke thought. He had heard Naruto's plan and it was really good. I can't believe it, Naruto Baka has actually managed to get bells from Kakashi-sensei, Sakura thought in shock. Kakashi looked at blonde Genin and said, well, you've one extra bell, Naruto. What are you going to do with it? I know your plan Kakashi, Naruto thought. He tossed one bell to Sasuke and put the second one on top of Sakura's head, much to her irritation. I'm giving both bells to them. You do realize that if you do that, you'll have to go back to the academy, Kakashi warned. No, you got the bells, not me, Sasuke said, getting a surprised look from others as he tossed the bell back to Naruto. No. It should be me. I didn't do anything in the test, Sakura said, as she looked down in shame. Well, I guess the three of you passed, although not in the way I expected, Kakashi said. He cut the ropes binding Sakura to the stump. Surprisingly enough, it was Sasuke who asked the question, let me get this straight, we're ninjas just because Naruto tossed the bells to us. The test was never really about getting the bells, Sasuke. The bells were just something to divide you and think only for yourself. And also blind all of you from knowing the true meaning behind the test, Kakashi said. Teamwork. Naruto answered. Kakashi just nodded his head, smiling behind his mask. My test was to see if you could look beyond your own desires and work together. Someday you may be faced with a situation where it's either your life or your teammates. If and when that day comes you would do well to remember that those who break the rules are trash, but those that abandon their friends are worse than trash, he said, just take today's example. The reason you've passed is Naruto. He gave you the bells, so you could pass, and showed the willingness to sacrifice himself to let you pass on. Two Genins looked at Naruto who gave them a smirk that said, you own me. Anyway, just remember what I told you, Kakashi said, smiling. He gave them a thumbs up. That ends training. All of you pass. Okay. Starting tomorrow Team 7 will begin its duties. Sakura gave a large smile as she realized she was still going to be on a team with her Sasuke-kun. Even Sasuke looked slightly pleased. Well, I'll see you all later. I've to report to Hokage-sama that we're now a team, Kakashi said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sakura turned to look at Sasuke. She blushed. Hey Sasuke-kun. Do you want to go out on a date with me to celebrate? She asked, shyly. No, Sasuke told her flatly. Sasuke then turned back and walked away, but like a loyal fangirl, Sakura followed after him, pestering him for a date. All went according to the plan, Naruto thought before he vanished into thin air. Hiruzen sighed as he saw Kakashi was still not there. Why don't you all start, Kakashi will probably be several hours late anyway, he said while motioning for them to begin. The Jounin stepped forward, wearing a forehead protector like a bandana within his mouth. His name was Shiranui Genma. He had brown, shoulder-length hair, which hangs about his face and brown eyes. Hokage-sama, Team 1 has failed in the test, he said. As he stepped back, Yamashiro Aoba took a step forward. Aoba had dark, spiky hair and was always seen wearing red from sunglasses, which obscured his eyes and said, Team 2 has failed as well, Hokage-sama. They simply didn't understand the principle of teamwork. All teams from Team 3 to 6 all failed to pass tests. Go on, Kurenasan, since Kakashi isn't here yet, Hiruzen said. Iki Kurenai was a young jounin. She was a fairly tall and light-skinned woman of slender build. She had long, black, shoulder-length untamed hair and very unique eyes that are red in color, with an additional ring in them. She nodded and stepped forward. Team 8 is passed, she informed. Asuma went after her, taking a puff of his cigarette and said, Team 10 has passed as well. He took a step back. Suddenly, a puff of smoke erupted in the room and a familiar silver-haired jounin appeared. Sorry, I'm late, Hokage-sama. A black cat crossed my path so I had to take the long way around, he said. Several groans were heard at Kakashi's terrible excuse. Really, you would think a ninja as famous as Kakashi would, at the very least, be able to come up with more plausible excuses. Hiruzen just sighed and shook off his annoyance. Just give me your report, Kakashi, he said. Team 7 has passed, Kakashi said, surprising everyone who was present in the office. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi for a moment before nodding. Very well then all of you are dismissed, he said. One by one, the jounin began to leave in their unique way. However, Kakashi stayed where he was, snapping his book shut as soon as the other ninja left. "Kakaji-sama," he said. "I take it there is something you still wish to discuss, Kakashi?" Hiruzen asked, pulling out a pipe. "Yes, sir, I want to talk to you about Naruto," Kakashi replied immediately. Hiruzen nodded. He used a fire jutsu to light his pipe. "He isn't quite what you had expected, is he?" he asked, taking a few puffs from his pipe. Kakashi shook his head and said, "He's far from that, Hikage-sama. I'm not sure whether Naruto, who I just met and fought with, was real or not." He took a deep breath. "I'd come in expecting him to be a loudmouth brat with no control over his emotions, but after meeting him, he shattered all my beliefs. Not only was he able to keep his calm during our battle and managed to use a good amount of deception on me during the test, but he'd also used several that I know he couldn't have learned from the forbidden scroll of sealing and succeeded to get bells from me." Hiruzen nodded and motioned his hand to continue. "I need to question the competence of the academy staff. It seems they let the hatred towards the Ninetales get to them and gave me false information about Naruto and his abilities," Kakashi continued. "He's on par with Sasuke's combat skills and far more intelligent than people give him credit for." Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and let out a sigh. "I admit that the information definitely has some bias in it, but none of it is false." Kakashi looked startled. "What do you mean, sir?" Hiruzen blew out a puff of smoke. "You know about the Mizuki incident, right?" It was not a question, but Kakashi nodded anyway. Nobody can remain the same after learning such a terrible truth about themselves, one that had been kept secret from them for their whole lives. And another. "It's only my theory," Hiruzen said, looking at one of his trusted jounin. "Naruto, we all know, was nothing but a mask, the mask of his hyperactivity and general goofy attitude which he used to keep himself from falling into despair because of the loneliness he had felt in his whole life, thanks to the foolishness of the village. And me. At first, it was likely more of an act than anything, but over time, it had become part of him. However, the Mizuki incident forced him to reevaluate his life. It forced him out of the mask he had forged for himself." Kakashi's eyes lit up with understanding as he nodded. He knew well about metaphorical masks, after all, he was wearing a mask by emulating his long-dead friend Obito, who had given his life to save him during the Third Great Ninja War. But something wasn't right in the picture. But how did he get so strong in such a short amount of time? He questioned. Even if his personality has changed completely 180 degrees, it would take more than a week to learn most of those techniques. At least a month, even for a genius. And how does he know those jutsu? Kage Bunshin, I can understand Kage Bunshin, but Kunai Kage Bunshin. Bunshin Daibakuha. Those techniques are very difficult to learn without proper guidance. You're good, copycat Kakashi. I admit that, an unknown voice said from nowhere. Both Kakashi and Hiruzen became alert. They looked around to find the intruder and they saw a figure rose from the ground like a ghost. "Anbu?" Hiruzen shouted without taking his eyes from the intruder. He was slightly short and looked like he could be 15, almost 16 years old. He had black hair, wearing a black cloak and mask. His mask was almost completely white, with red and black marking just below its solitary eyehole. It had completely covered the left side of his face except his mouth and chin. "Don't bother to call them, Hikage-sama. They're quite busy in dreams," the intruder said, but before he could continue, he felt the cold steel of a kunai against his neck. "Who are you?" Kakashi demanded, pressing the kunai on the intruder's neck. "I'm nobody," the intruder said, showing no fear. He sank into the floor and rose up far away from Kakashi. "But you can call me Ryu." His eyes turned red, showing a familiar Tomo pattern in them. "What? Sharingan?" Kakashi thought, as his lone eye widened in shock. "So he's an Uchiha," Hiruzen thought, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. "Kakashi, stand down," he ordered before looking at the cloaked boy. "What do you want?" Ryu smirked and said, "I want the Fourth's legacy. I want his son." "Fourth Hokage don't have any son or any children," Hiruzen stated in a cold tone that would have sent shivers down anyone's spine, but the boy in front of him was completely unfazed. "Hikage-sama, you know who I am talking about. I am talking about Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The only child of 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and 2nd Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Uzumaki Kushina," Ryu said, smirking, shocking both Kakashi and 3rd, but for different reasons. "What?" Kakashi shouted. Ryu stared at Kakashi. Even with the mask hiding his face, he could see his shock through his widened eye. He laughed. My, you don't know. You see, Naruto is the 3rd Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox," Ryu said. "Impossible." Kakashi breathed his denial before looking at 3rd Hokage for an answer. "Kakashi, let me give you a history lesson. During the first Hokage's battle against Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, Hashirama, at some point, gained control of the Ninetales. To keep the beast in control and gain power for her husband, Uzumaki Mito used it to seal the nine-tailed fox within herself, becoming the tailed beast's first Toward the final years of her life, it was decided that a new host for the Ninetales would have to be found, so she selected Uzumaki Kushina for the role due to her special chakra. And Kushina became the second of the foxes. Well, you already know about Naruto, Ryu explained. They never had those whiskers like Naruto, Kakashi said because he had personally known Kushina and seen the photo of the first Hokage's wife. Funny, isn't it? Everyone believes it is because of the fox being sealed inside him, but the truth is Naruto was bored with those whisker lines, Ryu answered. It was a lie, but they didn't need to know. Both Mito and Kushina were able to live happy lives despite being Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, because no one had known about it. It was a closely guarded rank secret. Now, you know about Naruto's life in the Hidden Leaf. You should thank your Hokage and his big mouth for it. He is the main reason. That's enough. Hiruzen shouted, cutting him in. There was no need to remind him of his mistake and his failure. What do you want with him? Now, nothing. In the future, I've a plan for him, but meanwhile, I'll make sure he'll follow me. Ryu smirked. Only if I left you alive to do that. Hiruzen said, gritting his teeth as he threw several at him, but to his surprise, they phased right through him like he wasn't even there and stuck on the wall behind him. You can't stop me, Hokage-sama. Naruto trusts me more than he trusts anyone else. Who do you think taught him those jutsu? Ryu asked. He was enjoying seeing shocked faces of both Leaf Ninjas, especially third Hokages. He's a good student. Within a single week, I have managed to fill all gaps in his training that academy instructors had purposely left behind. This is bad, Kakashi and Hiruzen thought, as they knew the negligence of academy teachers was totally going to bite them back in their butts. We seriously need to do something about this or we'll lose Minato-san completely, Hiruzen thought. Anyway, I want to say thank you Hokage-sama. Without your lies, I wouldn't have gotten such an incredible asset, Ryu said, who didn't really look thankful. He smirked when he saw Third gritting his teeth in anger. Goodbye. Hopefully, we will see each other again soon. He gave a mocking bow before disappearing into a swirling vortex. Is this true? Kakashi asked the third Hokage. Hiruzen said nothing, he just looked down. You lied to me. You knew the Kushina-san was just like Naruto, didn't you? You kept it away from me, leaving me ignorant like a fool. Kakashi shouted at Hiruzen as his Sharingan eye was spinning wildly like fire. The third Hokage suddenly looked very sad. It was to protect Naruto, he replied, looking like his grandfatherly self. From who? Huh. How could I have caused any injury to Naruto? I didn't want him to get hurt. I watched over him uncertain at times if he was really himself or not. And you knew. You knew. As you watched me suffer and let Naruto suffer because of your own damn secret and not even letting him get adopted. Kakashi shouted angrily. He would never forgive Third for that. I assumed Minato would have wanted it a secret, but I feel ashamed for having kept it from you, Hiruzen said, looking sorry. But we can't let Naruto be taken from this village, not after what his father did to save it. Very well, Hokage-sama. I'll do my best. But I'm not sure I can fully trust you from now on, Kakashi said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Kakashi and Naruto might never be able to trust him again. Far away from the Hidden Leaf village, Ryu was standing on the edge of the cliffs, looking down as the waves violently slammed against the razor-sharp rocks at the bottom. His body shifted as it began to melt before he broke up into some kind white-black colored liquefied substance, leaving a short figure, a blonde-haired boy, in the place of Ryu. The boy was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto cracked his neck and stretched his body. He then turned back to look at white-black colored liquefied mass, to see it started taking a humanoid shape. It took the shape of a bald man. The man was tall and possessed human-like facial features and proper red-colored eyes, but he didn't have a mouth. His body above right shoulder to left hips including his left arm was completely black, while his rest of body was totally white. He also had small spiky protrusions on his shoulders and back. He was one of many artificial humans created using Jito's statue and Hashirama's living clone, but he wasn't a clone of the original artificial human, White Zetsu. His upper body was black because of mutations which were caused by the Ninetales chakra that baby Naruto had released in the Ninetales extraction process. He possessed all the power of Zetsu even more. However, his body had one weakness. He was mute. He couldn't talk, but he could use sign language for communication. The artificial human put his hand down and started signing. What's now? Nothing, Naruto said. But if you want you can go, Daiki. The artificial human, Daiki, merged his body with the ground and disappeared. Naruto looked in the direction of the Hidden Leaf and smirked. Divide and rule, he said. Thanks Ryu. Naruto knocked the door of the Hokage's office loudly and entered the room when he heard it come in from the leader of the Leaf. The old man Hokage didn't even look at the blonde, instead he was searching for something with a fair amount of paperwork on his desk. What do you want, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked in a bored tone. He's really changed, Hiruzen thought, sighed and asked, have you ever met someone named Ryu? Ryu? No, never heard this name before, Naruto said calmly, not showing any suspicious expression that would cause him problems in the future. I see. You can go now, Hiruzen said, looking at the blonde boy. He'll never trust me again if I force him to tell the truth. And by doing this, I don't want to give another chance to Ryu to manipulate Naruto. Before Naruto could leave, the double door opened and a small brown-haired boy, who seemed to be around 8 years old and wore a long scarf around him, entered into the office, holding a wooden kunai in his hand. Fight me. Old geezer. I challenge you. The boy shouted while running toward the third Hokage. I'll defeat you and become the fifth Hokage. Will it ever end? Hiruzen signed. The kid charged forward with his wooden kunai, but he suddenly tripped over his scarf and fell flat on his face, causing both Naruto and Hiruzen to have large sweat drops on the back of their heads. The boy started crying on the floor in pain. Naruto looked at the crying boy. This kid has as much agility and grace as a man with a heart attack. My grandson has another headache, Hiruzen thought while rubbing his forehead in frustration. The embarrassed boy picked himself up as quickly as he could and pointed his finger at Naruto accusingly. You tripped me. He shouted. Kid, you're not even worth wasting a fraction of my chakra. Furthermore, you tripped yourself on the wooden floor because of your own lack of common sense. That and from the way you ran across the room, you also lacked coordination and grace, Naruto said in the same bored tone as he looked at the boy who was glaring at him with fury. Yes, you did. The boy cried, pointing his finger at Naruto again. You ruined my super cool entrance. Not much of an entrance if you ask me with you being so clumsy and falling flat on your face, Naruto replied simply, which caused the boy to lose his cool and charged at him with his wooden kunai. Naruto simply sidestepped the boy's attack and quickly grabbed the boy's hand with a wooden kunai and then he slapped kunai out of the kid's hand before he bonked the boy on the head, causing him to fall on the floor on his rear. At that moment, a tall man, wearing dark sunglasses and a dark shinobi uniform, entered the office. Are you okay, honorable grandson? The man said before looking at Naruto with hate. The Ninetales brat. I really hate that guy. He glared at the blonde boy. Apologize to the honorable grandson of Hokage now. That stops him just like all, the kid thought while smirking inside. So what? If he's the third Hokage's grandson. Like I care about it. I'm going back home, Naruto said. He walked away from third Hokage, his grandson and a still in shock man as he exited the office. You're the honorable grandson of the third Hokage. You can't let that riffraff draw you into a fight, the man said as soon as the kid got up. He adjusted his sunglasses. As an elite ninja, I'm always right and I know more. I can take you to your goal. He was so deep in speaking about himself, he didn't notice the kid snuck away from him. I can take you to the next level without any trouble, but you must always stay beside me. Where did he go? Ibisu, I think he went after Naruto, but I've no clue where, Hiruzen said. He went after him, this isn't good. Ibisu shouted, running out of the office. How did Konohamaru turn out like that? Hiruzen thought, sighed. It was the 20th time of the surprise attack. Naruto was heading toward his home. He had already known that someone was following him. At the first, he dismissed it because of its low chakra reserve and lack of ill initiation toward him, but when he saw a small brown-haired figure hiding behind a corner, he smirked and took a turn to the right that led to an empty street, where he switched with his shadow clone. He jumped up to a nearby rooftop to hide himself and waited for the figure to show up. He didn't have to wait too long as the third Hokage's grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, came there. Naruto silently landed on the ground and snuck up on the unsuspecting boy. He grabbed the boy by the back of his collar and lifted him up in the air with just one hand. What the hell? Konohamaru cried in surprise. Then he saw it was Naruto holding him. You. He pointed at the blonde. But, how? I was watching you, and you were down there. The brown-haired boy looked back at Naruto's shadow clone that had stopped. He waved at him with a smile before puffing out of existence. Huh? The third Hokage's grandson stared at the place where the clone of Naruto had disappeared, with confusion written all over his face, as his mind didn't understand what had just happened. Naruto decided to answer his unasked question. It was just a clone, he said, as he dropped Konohamaru to the ground. Konohamaru quickly got up on his feet. You're strong, I can tell, he said to Naruto. Maybe, you can train me. Naruto looked at the boy with a raised eyebrow. Don't you already have a teacher? That Jounin with dark glasses seems to be a capable type, he said, putting hands in his pocket. Ebisu-sensei is alright, but he's always getting me to do all this boring ninja stuff that he keeps saying are all shortcuts for me to be Hokage, Konohamaru said in a depressing tone, kicking a small rock on the road. Tell me, boy, why do you want to become Hokage so badly? Konohamaru stayed silent for a few moments before he opened his mouth. My grandfather, third Hokage, gave me my name, Konohamaru. I'm named after the village. And even though everyone knows my name, nobody ever calls me that. He looked depressed and angry just thinking about it. When somebody is talking about me or calling me, all they ever see is the Hokage's grandson. No one sees me as me. I'm sick of it. That's why I want Hokage title. Once I become Hokage, everyone will acknowledge the real me. Not as my grandfather's grandson. He said all that with more passion in each second. I see. Wanting people to know your name isn't selfish at all. But there are other ways to do it besides being a Hokage, Naruto said, as he decided to screw the boy's mind for fun. Konohamaru looked at Naruto with a confused expression. What other ways? Have you ever heard about legendary Sannin? Naruto asked. He got a nod from the boy. How about becoming similar to them? They're just like cages but better. How can they be better than a cage? You're just trying to mess with me, Konohamaru said, glaring at the blonde. No, I'm not. Trust me, Naruto countered. Just think about it. The Sannin are said to be just as strong as the cages throughout the elemental nations. But unlike cages, they're free to come and go from the village whenever they want, which means they've opportunities to learn something new. Just imagine the stories the Toad Sage or the Slug Princess could tell you about their travels and adventures. Now, the Hokage, he's always stuck in boring meetings with the council or doing boring paperwork. He barely has time to train or think about dating someone. Really? Konohamaru asked as he started to believe in the boy in front of him. Yes, what I've heard from an older shinobi who was around when the first Hokage had taken the office. Our first Hokage was completely gray from doing all the paperwork that involved being a Hokage after a week. Konohamaru looked scared out of his wits at the thought of going gray. Naruto enjoyed the look of Konohamaru's face and said, my point is there are other ways to be recognized besides being a Hokage. You're right. I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, will become the legendary Konohamaru of the Hidden Leaf Village. Konohamaru yelled with a renewed fire in his eyes. Good for you, kid. Naruto said, smirking. It's too easy to manipulate a small kid, he thought, and decided to add something more. Konohamaru. Yes. Konohamaru looked at Naruto. It was the first time someone who called his name wasn't his grandfather or his uncle. Do you want to learn the cage killer technique? Naruto asked, showing some seriousness in his voice. Konohamaru shuddered, a cage killer technique? Yes. Naruto nodded. Do you want to learn it? Teach me, boss. Konohamaru yelled. There were stars in his eyes as that technique was his first step to become the legendary Konohamaru. The technique is the leaf's most secret jutsu. Naruto took a dramatic pause. He pointed his finger up at the sky. Sexy, no jutsu. Naruto looked up from his perch on the bridge. He stared at a spot on the bridge for a few seconds, drawing the attention of his teammates. As Sakura opened her mouth to say something, Kakashi appeared on the bridge on the exact same spot Naruto was looking at. You're late, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura yelled. I would have been on time, but a black cat crossed my path and caused me to go around the village. I was coming straight here, but on the way, I saw a little old lady that needed help with her groceries, Kakashi said, as the rest of his team, except his blonde student, simply looked at him as if he was crazy. Well, let's go get our mission for the day instead of training first. I think changing it up a bit today would be nice. Team 7 just nodded in agreement. While Naruto and Sasuke stood up from their respective spots, Naruto from the railing of the bridge and Sasuke from leaning on it, Sakura stood up from watching Sasuke. They started to follow Kakashi as the Jounin whipped out his orange book and began giggling perversely. I caught her, Naruto said over the mic. Roger that. Naruto's caught the target, Kakashi said on mic to inform his other students. Naruto looked at the small cat in his hand. The cat had lighter colored markings on her head and amber-colored eyes with a red ribbon on her right ear. I love, he thought, as he watched the small cat lick her paw. The tall figure dropped beside the captor, inspecting the cat for a few seconds before saying, good, this is Tora. You've set a new record for completing this mission, Naruto, Kakashi said proudly. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Let's go and get this cat back to her owner now, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded. Then he saw his other students, Sakura and Sasuke, come out from their respective hiding spots. Sakura saw the cat in Naruto's hand. Naruto. She yelled. You're scaring her. Whatever, Haruno, Naruto said. She's too loud. Well, let the poor kitty go, Sakura scolded. If I let her go, she's going to get away or hurt you, Naruto warned. Sakura scoffed. Like you know anything about cats. You want a cat, right? Then take it, Naruto said, and he gave Tora to Sakura, not before removing the he had placed over the cat. There. Sakura said, scooping up the cat. There. Poor thing. Mean old Naruto isn't. That was as far as she got before Tora began shredding things. Stop that. Bad kitty. Ah. My face. Kakashi stopped next to Naruto, his back to the scene. Can you grab it again, if she lets go? He asked. Yeah, Naruto said. But Sasuke said. Maybe, we should finish this quickly and see if we can get another mission today. Ag. Bye Nob. SHH bid bye Nob. Could you two help me to separate the two of them? Kakashi asked Naruto and Sasuke. Ah. Get it off meh. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other before nodding. Far away from the hidden leaf, on the Uzumaki island, the real Naruto yawned widely, bored out of his mind. Today his team was supposed to do another measly drank mission. Though just like other days, Naruto sent his clone in his place to do his job while he was away for training. There was no way he, Uchiha Madara's grandson and shinobi extraordinary, would do a job as low as a drank mission. It degraded his pride. Suddenly, his clone disappeared and he received his memory. A crank mission. A few minutes before, in the Hokage's office. Arg. I can't stand it anymore. Sakura banged the table, which was Hokage currently using. She glared at the old leader, who only raised an eyebrow at her behavior. Give us a better assignment, something more challenging. Not some measly assignment like catching that cat. I swear. If we sent to catch her again, I'll wring her neck for the trouble that cat caused us. Iruka stood up from his table. Sakura, you should know that you're still a genin, and you're not even a genin for a month, he said, as he didn't like her behavior. But Iruka-sensei. No, Iruka lets her say what she wants. Third Hokage waved him off. The academy teacher frowned, but completed his superior's request and sat back in his seat. Hiruzen looked at the rest of Team 7. Do the rest of you feel the same? He asked. Sasuke nodded in agreement, causing Sakura to have hearts in her eyes. Carefully, he took some steps away from her. Ma, I don't really care, the silver-haired Jounin said without looking up from his orange book. A giggle escaped from his mouth. Kakashi-san, you should give a better example to your assigned team, Iruka said, enraged with the inappropriate behavior, but the Jounin ignored him. What about you, Naruto? Hiruzen asked, earning the attention of others. I'm with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied before pulling out his own book on the advanced ceiling and started reading it. Hiruzen sighed. I see. Then I'll give you a crank mission. But Hokage-sama. Iruka complained. I've decided it, Iruka, Hiruzen said in his superior tone. That caused Iruka to shut his mouth and nod. Get him in. It wasn't much longer before Iruka opened the door and ushered an elderly-looking man with a jug of what smelled like sake in his hand. His hair was a spiky gray, indicating his advanced age with a beard and mustache combination upon his chin and upper lip, creating a circle of gray hairs around his mouth. He wore a pair of glasses, which rested upon the bridge of his nose showcasing his black eyes. His sleeveless shirt and pants were nondescript gray clothing that could be found in many places. The drunken man glanced at the Hokage before looking at Team 7 while scoffing. What's this? They are all a bunch of stupid brats, he slurred drunkenly before taking another swallow of his jug of sake and looking at the Hokage. They barely look like they can protect themselves, much less anyone as super as I am. He took another swallow of sake. Sasuke and Sakura glared at the man's brashness, while the last two members of Team 7 didn't even look up from their books. I assure you, Tazuna-san, Team 7 is one of our most promising genin teams this year. They'll protect you from any encounters you may find on your road to your home, Hiruzen assured the client. Tazuna scoffed before taking another swallow of sake and teetering slightly while saying, TCH, I doubted. They all look like they are ready to soil themselves, he said drunkenly. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed his hair, barely missing his head and embedded in the wall he was currently leaning on. Sorry old man. It just slipped out of my hands, Naruto said in a sweet tone that sent a shiver down the man's spine. What did you say anyway? I didn't hear it correctly. Could you please repeat it? There was silence in the office, but it was broken by Tazuna's stammering reply, yes, you all are the good ninjas, especially you. You are the best. Well, thanks for the compliment. All adult ninjas in the office sweat dropped at the action of the blind ninja, while younger ninjas gave nods of approval. Ma, it'll probably be better for all of us if we go back to our own houses to collect things we'll need in our mission, Kakashi said, as he looked at his team. Team 7, meet me in 15 minutes at the west gate. Dismissed. Naruto appeared near the Hidden Leaf's west gate. He found out he was the first of Team 7 to arrive there. Tazuna was already there. He fidgeted nervously when Blonde walked toward him. Apparently, he was anxious about the prospect of being with him, especially if they were alone. Not that the genin blamed him for being frightened of him. Naruto looked at the old man and saw him flinch. It's really funny. A few minutes later, Sasuke arrived there only to see the bridge builder trying to stay as far away as he could from his teammate. Tazuna's eyes darted occasionally toward the blonde, who was leaning against the wall behind him casually to make sure he didn't come closer to him. Feeling a bit annoyed that it was Naruto who made the man frightened and not him, Sasuke walked toward them and stood in between them. Kakashi joined them a minute later. Seconds later, Sakura ran toward them, panting. They let her regain her breath for a moment before they departed from the Hidden Leaf. Kakashi was in front with Tazuna a step behind him. Sasuke was behind them followed by a happy babbling Sakura. Naruto yawned as he watched their backs. A little after noon and lunch, the group was still moving. Sakura, who had been thinking something while walking, had decided to voice her question now as she felt a bit more comfortable. Tazuna-san. Azuna turned his head to the pink-haired girl. What? You're from the wave country, right? What about it? Tazuna didn't have any clue why she asked that. Sakura looked at her sensei who was reading his book. Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi raised his head and looked at the pink-haired Kunoichi over his book. Do they have ninjas in that country too? No, not in the wave country. But in most other countries. The culture and custom may be different, but hidden villages exist, and so do ninjas, Kakashi explained, as he decided to give his genin some information. To many countries on the continent, the existence of shinobi villages means military power. This is how they hold and maintain an advantage over each other, but it's not that villages rule the countries. They merely stand equally with the country's government. A small island country like the wave country doesn't receive much interference from the larger countries and may not need a shinobi village. Within the many shinobi villages leaf, mist, cloud, sand and rock are large and powerful, which are referred to as the Great Five Shinobi countries, and these are the only countries whose leader received the name Kage. The 5 Kages are Hokage, Mizukage, Reikage, Kazukage and Tsuchikage. They reign over the thousands of ninjas in the world. After hearing it, everyone, except Naruto, was surprised, just thinking old man Hokage was that incredible. Wow. Hokage-sama is the best. Sakura said, but her inner self was saying something else. The lame geezer is that incredible. Sounds fishy. You guys doubt Hokage-sama, don't you? Kakashi asked, seeing their faces. Sakura and Sasuke didn't say anything, they just turned around to hide their embarrassment. Then, we won't come in contact with foreign ninjas. Sakura asked to change the subject. Of course not. But don't worry, there won't be any ninja combat in a crank mission, Kakashi said. Naruto noticed Azuna stiffened up slightly when Kakashi mentioned there wouldn't be any ninja. He narrowed his eyes. He's hiding something. The journey continued. Naruto saw a puddle on the path they were taking. It was on the same side Sasuke was walking. He almost laughed at the pathetic attempt at. As they walked right past the puddle, none of them spared it a glance, except Kakashi whose blind eye glanced at it when he took a few steps right next to it. He looked back at his genins and saw the smirk on Naruto's face. So he noticed it. Good. Oh, well, let's see who are they after and how my team will work under pressure, he thought when he detected 2 chakra signatures begin to move. 2 ninjas emerged from the puddle. They quickly ran toward Kakashi and wrapped the shuriken chain they held around him. What? Kakashi said, showing a fake surprise. One down. Both unknown ninjas said, pulling the chain that was around Kakashi. As everyone's eyes widened in horror, the chain wrapped around Kakashi suddenly squeezed, ripping him to shreds. The Kakashi-sensei, Sakura yelled in horror. They got Kakashi-sensei? Naruto narrowed his eyes as he noticed something. Kawarimi. So he wants to test us, he thought. The 2 mystery guys moved to their next target. They went after Naruto and wrapped chains around him. 2 down. They said together. They squeezed the chain to kill him, but to their surprise, Naruto wavered, dissolving into the swarms of black butterflies. What? 2 unknown ninjas thought in confusion. Taking advantage of this situation, Naruto appeared behind them. He punched one ninja and knocked him away from him. He then looked at other ninjas and engaged him in close combat. Meanwhile, the first ninja stood up and quickly moved toward Tazuna with the intention of killing him. Sasuke tried to stop him by throwing a kunai at him, but he dodged it successfully and approached Tazuna and Sakura. Sakura quickly moved in front of Tazuna as she watched enemy ninja come closer to her and her client. He's coming. I have to do it. I have to do it. She repeated a mantra in her head, watching the enemy ninja moving closer to them. Sir, get back. She pulled a kunai and set herself in a defensive position in front of the bridge builder as Tazuna felt a bead of sweat roll down his face. Just as the man closed in, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the man and stopped him with a single kunai. Damn. The man muttered before he saw Naruto's eyes and fainted. What happened? Sasuke asked in disappointment as he didn't get a chance to fight with them. Naruto didn't answer his question as he looked at both ninjas. You can come out now, Kakashi-sensei, he said without taking his from 2 unconscious ninjas. What are you talking about, Naruto? Kakashi-sensei is dead. He's dead. Sakura shouted, tearing slightly. Well, not really, Kakashi said as he suddenly appeared in front of them from nowhere. What? Sakura and Tazuna shouted in surprise. It seems Sasuke isn't surprised by this, Naruto thought, seeing the lack of reaction from the Uchiha. Not bad. Sakura looked at where Kakashi had been killed and saw pieces of log. Kakashi-sensei used Kawarimi. Those pieces of log sure looked convincing. Thank God. She thought. She also heard Tazuna let out a sigh of relief. Good job to all of you, especially Naruto. Nice by the way, Kakashi said, giving his blonde student eye a smile. So Ryu is teaching him. The sheer amount of chakra Naruto has. I never thought Naruto could ever use any in his life, but Ryu proved me wrong. He's really a good teacher if he can teach Naruto how powerful. Naruto walked toward the 2 unconscious ninjas. I'll take care of these two, he said as he grabbed both ninjas by their wrists and dragged them over to the large tree. He pulled out some ninja wire from his pouch and tied both men up to the tree. Tazuna-san, Kakashi called, looking at the bridge builder with the corner of his eyes. What is it? Tazuna shuddered, slightly scared. I need to talk to you, Kakashi said. There was seriousness in his voice. He pointed at both enemy ninjas. Those guys are Chininkless ninjas from the hidden village of Mist. They are ninjas known to keep fighting no matter what. Urged one of the Chunin groans. He woke up when Naruto finished tightening the ninja wire around them. He blinked and looked around before realizing he was tied up. Well, welcome back to the land of the living, Naruto said with a joyous grin. Did you have a nice nap? The Chunin glared at the blonde. How did you know of our ambush? Because you morons have a lack of common sense, Naruto told them. He's right, Kakashi said, completely agreeing with his blonde student on a sunny day like this when it hasn't rained in days. A water puddle shouldn't exist. Looking down at Xmas ninjas, Naruto said, the best is always the one which is closer to reality. Kakashi turned to his blonde student. Nice philosophy, Naruto, he said. Maybe, I should introduce you to Kurenai. I'm sure she'd like you. She's one of the specialists of the leaf. Naruto turned his head at Kakashi. Are you talking about the sexy Jonin-sensei of Team 8? He asked, getting a nod from Kakashi. Then you should really introduce me to her. Kakashi giggled perversely and said, my, Naruto, I didn't know you're into older women. I'm not really interested in her, Naruto said, folding his arms. He glanced at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye, but unlike someone, I'm a straight hormonal teenage boy, I couldn't help it. Kakashi almost laughed at it. He had clearly understood the hidden meaning behind Naruto's statement. He was indicating that Sasuke was gay. I really like you, he said, forgetting what kind of situation they were in. Both Sasuke and Sakura couldn't help but sweat dropped at their behavior. They didn't really understand what they were talking about, but one thing they did understand was that their sensei and blonde teammate were completely crazy. Wait a minute, Tazuna said, interrupting their conversation. Kakashi looked at the bridge builder and asked, yes Tazuna-san. Why did you let the brats fight when you knew about these ninjas? Tazuna asked, looking a bit disgruntled as he glared at Kakashi. Now you mentioned it, Kakashi said. He narrowed his eyes on Tazuna. His behavior completely changed 180 degrees. If I had wanted to, I could have killed these two instantly, but there was something I needed to find out. Who the target for these two were after. Tazuna sniffed and asked, what do you mean? Meaning, were they after you or one of us? Naruto said, as he looked at Tazuna to see the sweat dripping down his forehead. Kakashi nodded his head. We haven't heard that there are shinobis after you. Our mission was to simply protect you from thieves or gangs. This has become at least a prank mission, he said. Tazuna looked down in guilt under Kakashi's withering gaze. Kakashi continued, this was supposed to be simple protection until you completed the bridge. If it was known that ninjas were after you, the mission would have been an expensive prank. I'm sure you have a reason, but it causes problems when you lie about the mission details. We are now operating outside of our duties. We aren't ready for this mission. Let's quit, Sakura said, making the bridge builder pale. The fear was clearly visible on her face. She didn't want to get killed by enemy ninjas. Maybe, we should listen to the old man before making any decision. Naruto suggested, getting a nod from Kakashi. He turned to Tazuna and narrowed his eyes. Talk. Tazuna turned white and nodded. It's true, this mission is probably more than what you knew about, but I had no choice. I've got a super bad guy coming after me. His name is quite famous, he said. Who? Kakashi asked. Do you know Gato? Tazuna said with hatred in his voice. The name seems to be familiar, Kakashi trailed off. The crime lord who sells drugs, has a monopoly in some places, and has a big role in the black market everywhere, Naruto answered. Every head turned to him, showing surprised expressions on them as they didn't expect it from Naruto. Do you know him, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Know him? No. Know of him? Yes. Unlike Haruno over there, I'm not just reading ninja theories, Naruto said, causing Sakura to wince at the jab. Plus, I've a good source of information. I see, Kakashi nodded. And what about him? He turned back to the sweating Tazuna. Actually, I think I know. Wave is a poor archipelago country. They need to trade if they want to flourish. Gato must have seen it. He probably isolated Wave and monopoly on all business traffic over there. And since the old man here is a bridge builder, he wants his head separate from his body for decor on his house as a trophy you could say. Tazuna and the other shinobis gaped openly at the smirking boy. Kakashi asked, is he right? Yes, the Wave citizen admitted. Looks like Ryu is teaching more than just ninja theories to him, Kakashi thought. Even though Ryu was an enemy, he was clearly impressed by his teaching method. We are poor, even the feudal lord is. We didn't have the necessary funds for an expensive prank. I could only afford a crank mission, Tazuna said. But if you quit now, I will definitely die. It won't be a problem. It's only that my super cute little grandson will cry for days when he finds out. He laughed uproariously. And my beautiful daughter will just hate Leaf Ninja forever, but it won't be your fault. Not at all. He turned away from them with a gleam in his eye. The whole team's sweat dropped as they looked at the man with a deadpan expression. This man is a good actor, Naruto thought. Kakashi scratched his head and said, the problem isn't the money. We're only a Genin team, and new one at that. We should go back to the Hidden Leaf and request a Chunin or Jonin team for this job. I think we should take this mission, Kakashi-sensei. We're perfectly capable of handling this mission, Sasuke said, wanting a chance to try out his technique in real battle. Yes, I am with Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. Kakashi's sweat dropped and thought, just a few minutes ago, she wanted to quit this mission. He shook his head and looked at Naruto, who nodded his head to give his support to their decision. Alright, but I'll request another Genin team from the Leaf. He held out his hands when Sasuke opened his mouth to protest. If you refuse, I won't accept this mission, he told him firmly. Sasuke scowled, but didn't say anything. Kakashi summoned his fastest messenger dog and sent it to the Leaf. Let's go. In the middle of a large forested area, there was a large fortified structure being held between two trees. Inside that structure, two individuals were having an important meeting. The tall man with bandages covering half his face lounged in a large throne-like chair. To his left was one of his subordinates, awaiting his instruction. In front of him was a rather short fat man in a business suit with frazzled gray hair and sunglasses on his face, despite how dark it was inside. You failed. The short-suited man shouted. I paid a lot of money to hire your group. I thought you were supposed to be some hotshot former ninja assassins. If this is all you're capable of, stop your bitching. The tall man growled as he lifted a large style sword up with one hand, even though it was nearly as tall as he was. Bringing it around, he pointed it at the now pale businessman. This time, I'll go with Kubikiri Haucho and kill them. Are you sure? The now nervous man asked. It seems the enemy has hired some skilled ninjas, and with the failure of the demon brothers, they'll be cautious. Who do you think I am? The man growled, not lowering his sword. He glared at the small fat man. There's a reason I'm called the demon of the hidden mist, Momoichi's abuser. Meanwhile, Tazuna had led Team 7 to the man who had been willing to offer them passage across. All 6 of them were on the motorboat as they were heading toward the wave country. The motorboat was off and the boatman was rowing, so they couldn't attract unwanted attention, especially from Gatu's men. Naruto, who was at the front of the boat, was staring at the thick fog. There's something odd about this fog. Even in morning fog, it seems to be really thick. He narrowed his eyes. Someone is using hidden mist jutsu to create this fog. We should see the bride soon, the boatman said in a quiet voice. The wave country is at the base of the bride. As if in his words, the fog parted, revealing a large bridge. The group looked up as the shadow of it loomed over them. Even at the angle they were seeing it, the large unfinished bridge was a sight for the group of genins. Naruto whistled. Alright, I've to admit I'm impressed. Thank you, Tazuna said with pride in his voice. I mean I didn't think a drunken old man like you was capable of building something like this, Naruto added. Tazuna's shoulders slumped a bit. That wasn't very nice. The boatman shushed him. Hey. Be quiet. Why do you think we are hiding in the mist and not using the engine? We'll be in deep trouble if Gatu finds us, he hissed at Naruto. Naruto's icy blue eyes turned to him and the boatman shivered before returning to controlling the boat. Damn, I'm a badass. We're going to take the vegetation route to Zuna, it'll make us harder to spot, the boatman told the bridge builder, who nodded his head. About 20 minutes later, the boat made its way to the dock. The Leaf Ninjas +1 master bridge builder got off. After Tazuna and the boatman exchanged farewells, the group set off again. They all had taken their previous positions around Tazuna. For the most part, it was silent, only the breathing of the group being heard. They all were on high alert, even Kakashi didn't have a book in his hand because of the seriousness of the situation. Naruto suddenly took out shurikens and tossed them into the bushes. What the hell, Naruto? Sakura hissed. Stop trying to act cool. There was not. Ignoring her, Naruto walked right past Sakura and moved the bush branches aside, only to see a small white rabbit shaking like a leaf with a kunai stuck right above its head. Naruto baka. What have you done to this poor rabbit? Sakura finally yelled, grabbing the rabbit and attempting to soothe its rattled nerves. Shut up, Haruno. Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at the rabbit. Kakashi also looked at the bunny. That's the snow rabbit. Yet, it's spring. What's with its color, he thought. This is a rabbit. That's been kept in a cage for the purpose of kawarimi. He looked around. So, they are here already. His eyes widened as he sensed something. Everyone, get down. He tackled the client to the ground. Everyone followed Kakashi's lead and ducked down in time for the blade to pass over their body, except Naruto, who quickly sidestepped from his spot to avoid it. The giant sword crashed the tree behind them. The group looked up to see a large tree stuck in a tree and a man standing on top of it. Said the man was shirtless with two cameo-style armbands and pants. His face was half covered in bandages up to his nose, and his headband was tilted slightly like Kakashi's, except not covering his eyes, holding up spiky black hair. The symbol of the mist displayed on the headband with a slash mark running across the center. Well, if it isn't the hidden mist's Masingnan Mamachi's Abusa, Kakashi said. Everybody, get back. This guy is on a whole other level. It'll be a little tough. He grabbed his headband and lifted it slightly. Unless I do this. You appear to be Sharingan Kakashi. Sorry, but the old man is mine, Zabuza declared. Sharingan Sasuke wondered while both Sakura and Azuna looked confused. Surround and protect Azuna-san. Kakashi ordered his team. And do not enter the fight. That's the teamwork here. Zabuza, first, he raised his headband to show his left eye, revealing an eye with a red sclera, black pupil and 3 black tomo. Fight me. Sharingan. But, how? Sasuke's eyes widened, seeing his clan's priced in his sensei's eye. Zabuza saw the eye and said, I already got to see the famous Sharingan. I'm honored. The Sharingan? What does that do? Sakura asked. She knew about the Sharingan bloodline, but she didn't know about its abilities. The answer came from an unexpected person, Sasuke. It is said that some have the ability in their eyes to read and defeat all types of ninjutsu, taijutsu and. The Sharingan is one type of pupil that gives you that power, he said. That's not the only ability Sharingan has. TCH, idiot is giving all information to the enemy, Naruto thought. Exactly. That's not all. What's even scarier is, Zabuza said, that you can copy your opponent's techniques once you see them. There's more. The Sharingan is also called Heaven's Eye because of the many abilities it grants the user, Naruto thought. He wasn't going to tell them that. Zabuza looked at Kakashi. When I was a member of the Hidden Mists assassin team, I kept a handbook. It included the information on you, he said to Kakashi. The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. Copy Ninja Kakashi. What's going on? First that old Hokage and now this sensei. Sakura thought as she looked at her sensei. I didn't know they were this great. What's going on? The Sharingan is a special physical condition that only appears in a select few members of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke thought, eyeing his sensei. Could he be? Naruto pretty much had a clue what Sasuke was thinking. Kakashi's Sharingan eye is actually a surgical implant, he said, catching Sasuke's attention. You can implant Sharingan to non-Uchiha, but the downside is you can't turn it off. That's why Kakashi needs to cover his eyes. Sasuke nodded. He didn't know how Naruto knew that. But he decided it wasn't important now, so he dropped this subject to concentrate on the fight. Naruto turned to Kakashi. Show me your power, Kakashi, he thought. Now, let's end all the talking. I have to kill that old man, Zabuza said, scaring the bridge builder. Why don't you hand him over to me, Kakashi? I'll let you and your genin squads go. I'm sorry, but you know we can't do that, Kakashi said as he glared at the Masingnan. It wouldn't look very good for the Leaf if we just let you have him without even putting up a fight. Then, I've to beat you first, Zabuza said. Grabbing onto the hilt of his blade, he kicked off the tree and landed on the top of lake water, a little ways away. He made a hand sign. Let's see how well you can do, Kakashi. But that he was gone, the mist started to become thicker and thicker, blanketing the already misted area so heavily that no one could see more than a few feet in front of him or her. Mamachi Zabuza is a member of the Hidden Mist. He was known as an expert in the silent killing technique. You don't even notice until you're already dead. It's not like I can use the Sharingan perfectly. You guys, be careful, Kakashi said, but inside he was cursing. Damn it. The mist is affecting the Sharingan's effectiveness. 8 choices, the disembodied voice of Zabuza came from nowhere, causing the two genin and Tazuna to freeze as an intense killing intent filled the air. What? Sakura said. The liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidney and heart. Which one should I go after? Kakashi narrowed his eyes and released his own power, pushing the mist away from him. Compared to Grandpa's killing intent. This one is nothing, Naruto thought. He was completely unaffected by the waves of killing intent. What an incredibly dangerous Kai. It feels like I'll be killed if I make a single move, Sasuke thought, sweat dripping down his face. That's how heavy air is. The intensity of Jounin facing each other. It feels like my life is being squeezed. I can't take it. He felt his hand shakily raise his kunai. I almost rather die now and get it over with. Sasuke. Kakashi called as he noticed the trouble his genin were having. Sasuke looked up at his sensei. Don't worry. I'll protect you guys even if it kills me, Kakashi said, giving an eye smile. I don't let my comrades die. It seemed to calm Sasuke down a little as he lowered his kunai. We'll see about that. Zabuza's voice said as he appeared behind the genins. Kakashi moved fast, but Zabuza's shocked eyes were the only things he saw. He looked down to see Naruto's kunai plunged into the man's chest. However, Zabuza turned out to be a water clone as it turned into water from Naruto's strike. How did you manage to do that, Naruto? He wondered himself. A second Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and slashed him in half. Sakura screamed in horror, but Kakashi turned into water as well. Water clone no jutsu? No way. In this mist, he copied it. The demon of the mist thought. Don't move. Kakashi warned, appearing behind Zabuza with a kunai to the man's neck. It's over. I see. Zabuza looked down at Naruto with an appraising look before he burst into laughter. Haha, it's over. Kakashi looked at him as if he had gone crazy. You don't get it, Zabuza said. There is no way you can defeat me with your monkey-like imitation. That was impressive of you. He looked at Kakashi from the corner of his eyes. At the time, you had already copied my water clone jutsu. You had your clone say those words to attract my attention while you stayed in the mist and watched. Nice plan. But, as Kakashi watched, Zabuza in front of him turned out to be another water clone. I'm not that easy. Zabuza was behind Kakashi with his cocked back ready to be swung. Kakashi ducked in time as Zabuza brought around him to split Kakashi. Zabuza continued his spinning motion, bringing him down into the ground behind him as he steadied his hand against the hilt and pushed off of it to kick Kakashi as he attempted to rise from his dodge. Kakashi was hit and he flew through the air toward the lake that Zabuza had been standing on before. His taijutsu is also good, Naruto thought. Foolish, Zabuza said. What? This water is heavy, Kakashi thought while struggling to free himself. His eyes widened. Fool. Zabuza appeared right next to Kakashi. Water prison jutsu. Kakashi cursed as he found himself trapped within a water prison. He looked over at his students and ordered, run, take the bridge builder with you and go. Oh, they're not going anywhere, Kakashi. Water clone jutsu. Zabuza chuckled as he made a water clone to deal with the genins. Take Tazunison and run. You have no chance of beating him. Kakashi yelled at his students. As long as he's keeping me trapped in this prison he can't move. The water clone cannot go far from his real body. Just run away now. He can't be serious. Did he really think genins could outrun a jounin? Naruto thought. Even if they managed to escape now, he would just kill Kakashi and come after them. Sasuke ran toward the Zabuza's water clone in an attempt to surprise him. However, as soon as he got in range, the Zabuza's clone kicked him in the ribs, sending the young raven-haired genin flying back. Idiot. Naruto scoffed. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled in shock and fear at seeing her crush had been defeated so easily. Sasuke gasped out in pain as he landed on the ground and the air was forced from his lungs. He was about to get up when Zabuza's clone appeared next to him and stepped on him, making the raven-haired genin scream in pain. The clone of the Mist Nukenin began to grind his foot into Sasuke's ribs. He's stronger than I expected, Kakashi thought. He was worried for the safety of his students. Wearing those headbands and acting like ninjas. Zabuza's clone sneered at the pathetic sight of Sasuke under his foot screaming in pain. A real ninja is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. I agree with him, but I'm not really interested in his speech, Naruto thought. He began to make hand seals. Only when you are good enough to be listed. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Zabuza's speech was cut off as a cannonball-sized ball of wind smashed into his water clone, forcing him to disperse back into water molecules. Are you alright, Uchiha? Naruto asked as he walked to Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke said, only slightly put off that Naruto had just saved him. The only thing that hurts is my pride. It wasn't like he was going to tell him that. Well, you aren't as useless as I thought, but you can't beat this many clones, Zabuza said confidently as he created half a dozen water clones. The clone surged forward, running across the water. Naruto went through another hand seal and took a deep breath. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He expelled a massive orb of roaring red flame from his mouth. The water clones didn't stand a chance as the massive fireball hit them, dispelling them and evaporating the water used. However, the fireball didn't extinguish after that. It moved toward the real Zabuza. As the demon of the mist cursed, he was forced to release the water prison and drop into the water. The massive orb of roaring flame washed over his previous position. How could he do a fire jutsu at such a level? Sasuke thought as he clenched his fist. How is he better than me? Did he get him? Sakura asked, hopefully, as she looked into the water. Naruto scoffed. Don't be ridiculous, a jounin of his caliber would take far more than that to defeat. You're right about that, brat, Zabuza said as he jumped out of the water and charged at Blonde, but before he could close the distance, Kakashi jumped in between him and his genin. Your fight is with me, Kakashi said, his Sharingan eye glaring at the ex-Mist ninja. The two jounin jumped apart from each other and began their seals for a jutsu. The genins and civilians watched as the two went through the same hand signs in a matter of seconds. Naruto's eyes narrowed when he felt another unknown chakra signature nearby. Someone is watching the fight. Judging by its chakra level, it's at least high Chunin level, he thought. They finished their hand signs at almost the exact same time and shouted, "Water release." Water dragon jutsu. Two large water dragons with glowing yellow eyes formed in front of the two shinobis and clashed against each other with a loud roar, cancelling each other out. Zabuza growled. "What's going on?" he wondered as he clashed with Kakashi. He jumped away from Kakashi and started doing hand seals. As he did, he saw Kakashi doing the exact same hand seals. "My moments. He's completely reading them," Kakashi said while copying Zabuza's hand seals at the same time Zabuza himself was doing them. Zabuza snarled as he attempted to speed up his hand sealing. "What? Did he read my mind?" He looked at Kakashi's Sharingan. "Damn. That. The freaky eye is pissing me off, right?" Kakashi said, angering Zabuza more. All you're doing is copying me. You can't beat me, you monkey bastard." Both ninjas shouted at the same time. "Damn you. I'll make it so. You can never open that mouth again." Zabuza yelled, frustrated by Sharingan's copying power. He continued hand seals, but suddenly stopped and he stared as he found something behind Kakashi that shocked him. That's not possible. He saw his own figure appear behind Kakashi in a wavy apparition. Is this one of his? I admit that he's not an Uchiha, but he can use Sharingan better than most Uchiha, Naruto thought. He was impressed by the display of Kakashi. "Water release. Great water vortex jutsu." Kakashi shouted. "What? Impossible," Zabuza thought as his eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm the one doing the jutsu. Yet I keep up." Kakashi sent a huge vortex of water at shocked Zabuza as the mist Masingan was blasted through the air and only stopped when he hit a tree with enough force to break. Before anything else he could do, several were launched at him, hitting him in his arms, left leg and torso. Zabuza coughed up blood, staining his bandages as it leaked out of his mouth. A presence above him made him look up to see Kakashi crouch down on the tree branch with a kunai in his hand. "How? Can you see the future?" he asked, not quite sure why he had asked that, only that it seemed to fit with what he had seen. "Yeah," Kakashi said as his mixed eyes were staring at Zabuza. "You're going to die." Suddenly, out of nowhere, two long needles flew through the air and struck Zabuza. He fell down with a shocked expression. You're right. He's dead," a masked person said, standing on a tree branch not far from where Zabuza fell. Kakashi appeared next to Zabuza and checked his life signs. He really is dead. He looked up to see the person who killed Zabuza, dressed in a black kimono with blue trimming, and face was covered with a white mask, with a symbol of the hidden mist on the top of it. Two bangs fell in front of the mask, with the rest of it tied behind the person's back. A scarf-like piece of cloth was tied as a belt around the person's waist, and the person had sandals on. Since no skin could be shown, he couldn't tell what gender this person was, but it was a boy. As soon as Kakashi checked the dead man for a pulse to confirm it, a mist hunter ninja appeared to take care of the body. "Thank you very much. I have been searching for an opportunity to kill Zabuza for a long time," he said in a respectful tone. Kakashi sighed as he brought his headband back down over his Sharingan. "That mask. You're a hidden mist hunternin," he said. "Impressive, you're correct," the person said. "Hunternin?" Sakura said, looking at the masked person. "Yes, my duty is to hunt down Masingan. I'm a member of the hidden mist hunternin team," the mist hunternin said. From his voice and height, he's probably not much older than Naruto, yet he's a hunter ninja. He's not a normal kid, Kakashi thought. At that time, his genin squad came behind him while looking at the hunter ninja curiously. Something isn't right here. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the hunternin. The hunternin disappeared in a swirl of water and reappeared next to Zabuza's fallen body. "Your battle is now over. And now I must dispose of this body. Since it seems to be a body with many secrets," he said, bending down. He picked up Zabuza, pulling the man's arm over his shoulder. "Farewell." The hunternin disappeared in another swirl of water. "Why did? Oh, I see." Naruto smirked at the Zabuza subordinate's devious plan to trick him and the rest of Team 7. "Should I finish the man and his subordinate here? Nah, I do want to see what the last loyal Uchiha is capable of. Now we have to get Tazuna-san back home." "Let's go," Kakashi said, turning to his students and client. Tazuna said happily, "Hahaha. Super thanks, guys. Come over to my house and relax for a while." What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked, seeing Kakashi suddenly fall on the ground. Rushing over to him, Naruto placed a hand on his neck. "He's alive," he told Sakura. "Just exhausted, let's get him to Tazuna's place." Sighing, he stood up and brought his hands in the cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu 2 clones puffed into existence and lifted Kakashi by the arms and legs. "Old man, lead us to your home." Yeah," Tazuna said. "It's just this way, follow me." The three of the Leaf Genins followed the bride builder as he led them to his house with the two clones carrying the unconscious Jounin, following close behind them. The real Naruto stopped and looked in the direction from where he could feel the fake hunternin's chakra signature. I look forward to our next meeting, Hunterson. To be continued. After learning a cage killer technique from Naruto, Konohamaru decided to test it on his grandfather that night, so he was outside of the grandfather's study room. He pushed the door and went inside to see his grandfather reading a small orange book. He also noticed his grandfather's face was red and he was giggling. "Old man," Konohamaru yelled. Hiruzen looked up from his book. Seeing his grandson, he quickly hid the book away. "Konohamaru-kun, what can I do for you?" he asked. "I want to show you my new awesome technique," Konohamaru said, as he was excited to show and test his technique on his grandfather. Hiruzen raised his eyebrow, seeing his grandson's completely new behavior. "Sure, show me," he said. He saw Konohamaru make the hand seals of a very familiar jutsu. "Is he going to show me the transformation jutsu?" Konohamaru shouted, "The Hidden Leaf's most secret jutsu." Hiruzen's sweat dropped hearing its name. "Sexy, no jutsu." Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror. He tried to stop his grandson, but it was too late. A cloud of smoke covered Konohamaru. When it started to disappear, a nude brown-haired girl with a beautiful body appeared. She winked sexily and blew a kiss at Hiruzen. Hiruzen was a perverted old man. He blushed and flew back as a blood shot out of his nostrils exaggeratedly. Konohamaru changed back to normal. He saw his grandfather lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a perverted smile on his face. First, I couldn't believe his eyes. "I did it. I did it," he shouted while jumping and pumping the fist in the air. "I, the legendary Konohamaru of the Hidden Leaf, finally won. Thank you, boss." Pitiful, Naruto thought. Team 7 and Tazuna swept through the town. Broken homes littered around the way. People walked around with dead eyes, dirty clothes, and the children begged for food to quench their hunger. The people there looked as if they had no future and merely waited for their time to die. Naruto snorted before turning his attention back to the road. A man suddenly bumped him and muttered an apology, but before he could go, he grabbed the man's wrist and took his wallet from the man. "If you want to steal, do it to someone else," Naruto said, and he left that man to the ground. The group arrived at the Tazuna's house. The house was a decent-sized two-story house that was sitting on a dock just a little over the ocean. They walked toward the house. The bridge builder moved forward and banged the door. "Tsunami, it's me. Open the door," he yelled. Team 7 heard a quick shuffling of feet on the other side. When the door was opened, they saw a beautiful woman in her mid-20s. She had dark blue shoulder-length hair and brown eyes and wore a pink sweater and a blue skirt. "Dad," the woman said in relief as soon as she saw the bridge builder. "Thank God, you're alright." "Of course, I'm alright," Tazuna said with a large bright smile. "It's all because of these ninja." He pointed behind him. Tsunami looked over from Tazuna's shoulder and saw the group with him. "Thank you very much," she said with a bow. She blinked, seeing the group of triplets. Identical three blonde-haired boys were carrying a silver-haired man. "Oh my. Is he alright?" "He's fine," the real Naruto said, deciding to take charge at the moment. "Is there a place where he can rest?" "Of course," Tsunami said. She opened the door to them. "I'll show you the bedroom, you can put him there." Naruto nodded. He and his clone as well as teammates followed the bride builder's daughter to the hallway. She opened the first door on the left and then opened the closet in the room. She grabbed a bed and spread it on the floor. "Here you are." "Thank you," the clone in the front said. Two clones set Kakashi down. With their job done, the two clones vanished into puffs of smoke. Thinking it was some kind of ninja trick, Tsunami left the room. Sakura sat down next to their sensei. "Are you going to be alright, sensei?" she asked with concern in her voice. "Yeah," Kakashi said in a somewhat strained voice, having woken up some time in the past few minutes. "I just won't be able to move for a week or so." It's because of the Sharingan, Naruto thought. Kakashi isn't an Uchiha. It puts a great deal of stress on his body since it's not built to harness the bloodline limit's full potential. The group was silent for a little while as they were thinking about all that had happened and what their next move should be. "Well, we defeated the strong ninja this time," Tazuna said with a relieved laugh. "We should be safe for a while. By the way, who was that masked kid?" Sakura asked. She had remembered reading something about a ninja who wore those kinds of masks before. "That mask worn by the Hidden Mist Special Hunterman team," Kakashi answered. His voice was weak. "They are also known as body erasers. Their duty is to completely dispose of the body without trace. A ninja's body has many secrets that can be revealed by a proper examination by a medical ninja. Things like ninjutsu, different chakra types, herbs, and many other secrets that will reveal things about the village. For example, if I died, the secrets of the Sharingan could be revealed. If you're not careful, there is a danger that the enemy will steal your jutsu." He looked at his team to see most of them paying attention to him. "A ninja's body can reveal important information," he continued. "So, by killing and disposing of the Missingans who have abandoned their village, the Hunternans protect the information from setting out. They're the specialists who guard their village's secrets. No, smell no sound." That is Ninja's end. That Zabuza had been chopped up and disposed of. Sakura said as she tried to imagine it. Her face turned pale just thinking about it. Scary. Naruto shook his head and said, I'm not so sure. What do you mean? Sakura asked. What are you not sure about? It is time to give them early warning, Naruto thought, and he looked at his teammates and sensei. The Hunternans usually dispose of the body of the person they killed right there. That way no one has a chance to discover the secrets. Kakashi's lone eyes widened in sudden realization. So what? Sakura asked, who didn't have any clue what Naruto was saying. Naruto asked, don't you see? How did that masked boy dispose of Zabuza's body? How could we know that, Baka? Sakura shouted as she was irritated by Naruto's constant questions. That masked guy took the body with him. But if he needed proof of his work, he could have taken the head, Naruto said, ignoring her Baka comment. And the weapon he used to kill Zabuza. Simple needle, Sasuke thought, and then something clicked in his mind. No way. Exactly, Naruto said, smiling. Looks like he's not bad. What are you guys talking about? The bridge builder asked. Kakashi took a deep breath. Well, most likely. Within a deep forest, just a little away from where Zabuza had fought the leaf ninjas, the Hunterman looked over Zabuza's body. Reaching into a pouch, he took out a toolkit and unrolled it on the ground. The ninja grabbed a pair of clippers and brought them towards Zabuza. First, I'll cut off the mouth cloth and drain some of the blood, he mumbled, carefully bringing the clippers near Zabuza's clothed face. Just before the hunter could cut the cloth, Zabuza's hand shot up and grabbed the Hunterman's arm. That's alright, I'll do it myself, he said in a slightly gasped breath. Oh. The Hunterman said, sounding both surprised and amused. You've already come back to life. Zabuza grunted as he grabbed them by the neck and gave them a yank. Damn, you sure are rough, he grunted as he pulled them out. Oh. You're pretty rough yourself, pulling them out like that, you may really die if you pull them out so carelessly. Zabuza just gave a non-committal grunt. How long are you going to wear that stupid mask? He asked. I like this mask, the fake hunter replied, it reminds me of the old days. Despite that, the fake hunter reached up and pulled the mask off, plus it was useful for this act. If I hadn't saved you, you would have definitely been killed. Zabuza glared at his partner and decided to let the fake hunterman know just what he thought of the hunter's selection of pressure points. If you were going to put me to death, you didn't have to aim for the neck, you know. You could have used a safer acupuncture point, the Missingnan put the cloth back around his mouth. You're brutal as always. His partner merely smiled, you're right. But we both know how you would get angry if I scarred that flawless body of yours. And the neck doesn't have much muscle, it's easier to hit the acupuncture point there. The fake hunter examined Zabuza's vitals to see how much damage had been done to him. The man had a lot more wounds than usual due to fighting, but the hunter determined he would live. You shouldn't be able to move much for about a week. But knowing you, you'll probably be up and about sooner. Zabuza looked at his partner out of the corner of his eye and smirked. You're so pure and clever, that's what I like about you. Of course, his partner smiled, I'm just a kid after all. The fake hunter ninja stood up and looked around. The mist has cleared. Looking down, he asked a question, will you be alright next time? Zabuza's eyes narrowed and let out something akin to growl. Next time, I will defeat the Sharingan. What the hell do you mean Zabuza is alive? Sakura screeched, causing everyone to hold their ears and the windows to rattle. Kakashi-sensei, you checked and said that he was dead. Keep your voice down, Haruno. I'm sure even the Hokage would have heard your voice at the leaf, Naruto said while rubbing his sensitive ears. I really feel sorry for the person who will marry her. Kakashi rubbed his own ears and said, yeah, I did, but that was most likely a momentary death. The needle that Hunterman used, unless it hits a vital organ, has a low probability of killing your opponent, Naruto explained. It's even an item used by doctors in acupuncture therapy. The Huntermans know about the body's structure thoroughly. Putting a person in a momentary death is easy for them. Kakashi nodded and continued where Naruto had left. First, the Hunterman carried away the body of the much heavier Zabuza. Second, he used a weapon that has a low probability of killing. These 2 points indicate that his motive was not to kill Zabuza, but to save him. We can't ignore that possibility. So basically what you're saying is that Zabuza is alive, Sakura said, though it almost sounded like a question. Kakashi nodded. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. The announcement that Zabuza was alive seemed to have varying levels of effect on those in the room. Sasuke was smirking, thinking he would get another chance to fight a strong opponent and prove himself as an Uchiha, as well as bringing himself one step closer to Itachi. Sakura looked around in worry, not feeling anywhere near as confident as her crush. She knew that she had no chance of helping in a fight like this. Aren't you thinking too much? Tazuna asked, now worried that the really strong ninja might actually be coming back to kill him. Huntermans are supposed to kill Missingnans. No, with all the suspicion, we will prepare before it's too late. That's shinobi rule, Kakashi stated. Plus whether Zabuza is dead or alive. There's no assurance that Gato hasn't hired an even stronger shinobi. But what can we do? Sakura asked, frightened of even the thought of seeing Zabuza again. This whole mission had worsened for her. I mean, we're just genins, and you can barely even move. You guys will receive training, Kakashi said. Training, Sakura said in surprise, what is a little training going to do? Our enemy is a ninja, you struggled again, even with the Sharingan. Trying to get us killed. Inner Sakura shouted. Sakura, who saved me while I was struggling? Kakashi asked. Everyone looked at Naruto. Technically, he had saved him and all of them from Zabuza. Well, yeah. But you guys are growing rapidly, the Cyclops Jounin added, and he turned to Naruto to give him an eye smile. So his element affinities are fire and wind. Impressive. Also, his fire jutsu is much better than Sasuke's. Sakura and Sasuke looked at their blonde teammate, wondering who was helping him. He does seem better. Sakura thought, and smarter than he used to be. The way he talked now, it's almost like he's a completely different person. I can't believe Dobe managed to do so well, Sasuke thought. He must be getting some kind of help, otherwise there would be no way the Dobe could have gotten this good. Who is it though? And why does he have someone teaching him privately while I and Uchiha do not? Obviously this is just training for you guys to get better, the Jounin continued, unaware of the thoughts two of his genins were having. Even if I train you, you won't be able to beat Zabuza without me. But if Zabuza is alive, he could attack at any time, Sakura protested, so shouldn't we be training? Zabuza was injured too, more than Kakashi-sensei was. On top of that, he was put into a death-like state. His body will take a while to recover from something like that, Naruto told her. He is right. So we'll train during this period. Kakashi said. He was amazed by Naruto's medical knowledge. Don't you think it's a bit late for that? Naruto said, raising his eyebrow. And here I thought you would never train us. Naruto, I've trained you guys. Kakashi defended himself. Yeah, in teamwork exercises, and even then you continue reading that porn of yours, Naruto shot back. I'm talking about training to up our individual skills. Teamwork is important, Kakashi said with a small shrug. I don't deny that teamwork is important, sensei. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. However, we both know that individual ability is also important. If we can't even fight properly on our own merits, it won't matter if our teamwork is flawless. Kakashi conceded that point with a nod. Naruto asked, anyway, what kind of training are you talking about? It is tree walking, Kakashi answered. But sensei, we already know how to climb a tree, Sakura told him. I'll pass. I already know how to do the simple chakra control training, Naruto said calmly. Chakra control training? Sasuke asked at last. Kakashi nodded. When I said tree walking, I wasn't joking. This is training to use your chakra to stick your legs on a tree and walk on it. You'll see how to do it tomorrow, he said, knowing both genins want to know more. Sakura and Sasuke wanted to know more, but nodded reluctantly while thinking it would be easy if Naruto could do it. Why do you guys even bother? Everyone turned to the source of the new voice to see a depressed-looking little kid of about 6 to 8 years of age. He had blue coveralls over a yellow shirt and a fishing hat on his head. Oh. Inari. Where were you? Tazuna asked in greeting, holding out his arms as the kid ran to give him a hug. Welcome back Grandpa, Inari said, before glaring at the leaf ninjas. Inari, say hello to these people, Tsunami said who had come into the room. They're the ninjas that protected Grandpa. But Mom, they're just going to die. Everyone looked surprised and or angry when Inari said that. Tazuna and Tsunami just sighed. There's no way they can win against Gato. Man, this kid's more emo than you are, Uchiha, Naruto commented, looking at Sasuke. He received an angry grunt from both of his teammates, while Kakashi tried to not laugh at his comment. Inari turned around and made his way to the door and said, if you don't want to die, you should leave. Inari, where are you going? Tsunami asked in a worried voice. To look at the ocean from my room, Inari said before leaving, slamming the door shut on his way out. I'm sorry about that, Tazuna said in a depressed tone as he looked at the leaf ninjas. Whatever, that kid has a serious problem. Naruto said. Seriously, anyone who broods more than the last loyal Uchiha of the hidden leaf Aka the Emma King has a serious problem. Shut up, Naruto Baka. Sakura yelled. She attempted to hit him. Suddenly, there was a puff of smoke and Naruto was replaced by Sasuke. Before Sakura could realize that, it was too late. Her punch hit her beloved Sasuke-kun in the face, which sends the Uchiha flying away from them. My, Haruno, what did your beloved Sasuke-kun do to you? Naruto said in a mocking tone as he turned his head to Sasuke to see his left eye swollen and purple. Now, he'll hate you forever. Sasuke-kun. Sakura screamed in horror as she realized what she had done. She quickly ran toward her crush and tried to nurse his eye. I'm so sorry Sasuke-kun. Never a dull moment when Naruto is around, Kakashi thought, smiling. The next day, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke followed Kakashi, who was using crutches, outside to begin their training. When they reached clearing, Kakashi stopped in front of a tree and turned around to look at the three genins. "Okay, we will now start the training," he informed them. "But before that I want to talk to you about shinobi ability, chakra." "We already know about chakra," Sakura said. "Well, since you seem to know it so well, how about you explain what chakra is," Kakashi suggested. "It is the mixture of the physical energy present in every cell of the body and the spiritual energy gained from exercise and experience. It's the energy we use to create jutsu," Sakura answered. "Right, well, I suppose we should just get to training." Kakashi decided it would just be best to get started. Sakura asked, "So, what are we going to do?" Kakashi gave all of them an eye smile and said, "You're going to be learning tree climbing." Sasuke just came straight to the point. He didn't have time to waste on a useless exercise. "How is climbing a tree supposed to help us get stronger?" he asked. "I'm glad you asked, Sasuke." Kakashi eye smiles at his raven-haired student. "Aside from the simple fact that you'll be able to fight on a vertical surface, tree climbing also helps in your chakra control." Kakashi crouched his way over to one of the trees in the clearing. Bringing up a hand sign for focus, he channeled chakra to the bottom of his feet. He put one foot on the tree trunk, then his other foot. Soon enough he was walking up a tree, seemingly defying gravity. He stopped when he climbed onto a branch and hung upside down. Looking down he saw Sakura and Sasuke looked shocked. "Wait a minute, where is Naruto?" "Nice view, isn't it?" a familiar voice asked beside him. Kakashi turned his head and saw Naruto standing next to him. So he was telling the truth. Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, as he released the chakra from his feet and flipped over in the air, landing on his feet in a crouch. The feet are considered to be the hardest place to channel the chakra. Therefore, if you can master tree climbing, you can master any jutsu, theoretically at least, Kakashi explained to his other student. He threw 2 kunai to their feet. "Use those kunai to mark your progress. I suggest you start by running." Nodding to himself, he walked back down to the ground as well. "So you want some help?" He looked at his blonde student. "No, thank you," Naruto said, and he vanished into a cloud of smoke. "The shadow clone," Kakashi thought. After a few seconds, he shrugged. He then pulled out his book and started reading it. How is the dope so much better than me? I've always been the best, an elite member of the Uchiha clan," Sasuke thought as he looked at a tree and glared at it, as if he was hoping it would spontaneously combust. "I won't let the dope beat me." Picking up a kunai, he ran toward the nearest tree. In the middle of a large forested area, far away from his team, Naruto made 3 hand seals and said, "Wood release." Wood clone technique. A small wooden post grew out from the ground beside him before it changed its shape, took human shape, and in less than a minute, his exact replica was standing beside him. "Do you know what to do?" the real Naruto asked, getting a nod from his clone. "Good." The real Naruto disappeared into the swirling of the vortex. On the Uzumaki Island, Naruto was in a large secret cave, standing in front of a huge gigantic wooden gate. A white-black figure rose from the ground next to him. It was Daiki. Daiki began to make hand signs. "Is this?" Naruto nodded. He took a few steps forward and touched the wooden gate. Like magic, the wooden gate retracted back into the ground and cave stone walls. Behind the wooden gate, there was a large stone gate that had markings crafted all over it. In its middle, the gate had a large Uzumaki clan swirl. Naruto bit his thumb to draw blood and made a quick hand seal before putting his hand on the gate. When he did that, the seal unlocked that was on the gate, thus removing the invisible barrier around the gate. Seeing that the gate was now unlocked, Naruto pushed the large gate and entered the dark room that was filled with a highly potent chakra and a large amount of killing intent that could have killed any normal shinobi, but Naruto was far from the normal. He ignored it and made his way to his destination with Daiki following behind him. Inside the dark room, there was an enormous cage. An ominous shadow moving inside it. A single red eye opened when it sensed 2 presences. The shadow moved forward, walking straight up to the cage as it stepped into the light, showing red orange fur and 9 long tails. It was the 9-tailed fox. He possessed the upper body structure of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. The fox gazed at 2 persons, one was shorter than another standing outside of the cage. The short person spoke, showing amusement in his voice, "So, you are the almighty Ninetails, the most powerful tailed beast." The 9-tailed fox regarded that person as his chakra felt familiar to him. Suddenly, his eyes were flashes of anger. No, you are not him. Who are you?" "My name is Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto," the short one said, as he moved forward. The fox saw his face and his both eyes widened in recognition. "You are 4th Hokage and Kushina's son." He sent his huge amount of killing intent toward him and his grandson, the fox said with much hate in his voice. "Why are you here?" Aren't you happy to see your former host?" Naruto said in a mocking tone. The demon fox growled at him. "I want to make a deal with you." His voice was perfectly calm and much different from before. No, I don't want to deal with his grandson. Your chakra is similar to him. The fox growled as he slipped some his red chakra from the gasps of the bars and sent it toward the blonde. However, before his chakra could reach him, another person who was next to the blonde, Daiki, moved in between the blonde and the fox and absorbed all the nine-tailed fox chakra inside him, surprising the fox. What? Well, meet Daiki. He's a byproduct of your chakra and first Hokage's cells, Naruto said, smirking, seeing the fox's shocked face. He's a unique power. He can absorb chakra, especially a tailed beast chakra, and use it as his own. He turned to Daiki. Restrain him. Daiki nodded. Yes, master. He made some hand seals as tree roots erupted from the ground and wrapped around the fox, stopping the nine-tails moments. The nine-tailed fox roared in anger as he tried to free himself from the bindings. You're right, fox. My chakra is like my grandfather. But I'm much different than him. Unlike him, I don't believe the tailed beasts are mindless. In my theory, all tailed beasts have their own personalities and emotions, Naruto said, looking at the fox. Anyway, I've an offer, it'll benefit both of us. No. Not with you. Not with his grandson, the nine-tails roared while trying to break free. I see, Naruto said as he lowered his head. His whole body was surrounded in a thick black chakra. Its aura and oppressive weight were even more sinister than the nine-tails. Naruto's appearance was unchanged except for his eyes. They were now black with red-colored inverted version 5-pointed stars or pentagrams in them. His chakra is far more sinister and darker than him. The nine-tails thought. In a calm and cool tone, Naruto said, I wanted to give you a chance, but you threw it away. So I don't have another option. You. The feral fox growled at him, Wadar. Will obey me. Naruto's eyes manipulated the nine-tails vision as he started to take control of the fox. The eyes of the fox transformed into the form of the Sharingan. After that, they had changed into a dark circular pupil with a ring around it. You'll be staying here until the right time comes. A few days had passed since Team 7 encountered Zabuza. While Kakashi was recovering from that fight, all genins were preparing for their next encounter with the Demon of the Mist, which would be most likely within the next few days. Kakashi had told his genins that and they all had agreed to be prepared for it. In regards to their training, Sakura had mastered the exercise quickly, but she had been doing exercise for another 2 days to increase her chakra capacity. Sasuke had yet mastered the exercise, but he had managed to reach the top of the tree about halfway through. Therefore, he had been working on mastering the exercise. About Naruto, the Team 7 didn't have a clue what Naruto had been doing on his own. The blonde was an enigma. He would always come before the meal and leave after that. He would often bring the fishes with him. What no one knew was that Naruto he or she had been seeing the past few days was faked. The real Naruto was doing his own training on the Uzumaki Island. It was Sakura's turn to guard the bridge builder. They went shopping for their dinner. The old man brought her to a food store. Sakura noted that even in the grocery, food was scarce. There were only some variations, and even then, the numbers were limited. Azuna-san, an angler called him out. Oh, Genji, what's up? Tazuna greeted his fellow wave citizens, but frowned when he saw the worried look plastered on his face. Is there something wrong with the bridge? Is it Gatu? It's not that, the man scratched his head. There were 4 people asking for your house address. 3 of them were the same age as the young lady over there. He pointed at Sakura. They look like ninjas, so I thought you should need to know. Ah no, were they wearing this? The pink-haired genin showed him her forehead protector. The man tapped his chin. Ah, yes, they did have those. Sakura smiled. It's alright, they're our aid that we requested from our village back home. Thank you for the information. Sakura opened the door and went to the kitchen where she heard people talking. She found it was the Team 10. You're our reinforcement? She asked, raising her eyebrow. They sent Inapig, Lazabum and Fatis for our help. We're doomed, Inner Sakura ranted. Yes, forehead girl, Ino said, smirking. Shut up, Inapig. Sakura yelled before she saw Ino hugging her Sasuke-kun. Leave Sasuke-kun alone, Inapig. He was doing just fine before you shoved your snout into the house. How could I shove my snout into anything with your massive forehead already filling the place up? Ino yelled back, I know Sasuke-kun is sick of your company after 2 months. Now he can spend time with a real kunoichi. Shikamaru looked at Tsunami as the 2 young female ninja began squabbling over Sasuke, who looked like he would rather be anywhere but there. Do you have anything blunt to hit one of them with? He asked, dryly. Because if not, we're going to hear it all night. Ino turned to Shikamaru, ignoring Sakura for a moment. Shut up, Shika. She looked back at Sakura, now where were we, forehead? She asked, about starting up a whole new series of insults between herself and Sakura. From the sideline, Kakashi and Asuma sweat dropped at their students' behavior. Alright, you two, this is enough. Kakashi said to stop their argument. You need to understand the severity of the situation. Asuma looked at Kakashi and asked, I want to know the mission details. Kakashi signed and told him everything. Asuma stared at Kakashi for a while, and why did you continue this mission? I blame Sasuke and Sakura for that. Sasuke agreed for this mission, and Sakura took his side, Kakashi said. So, where is Naruto? Shikamaru asked, noticing the lack of another blonde hair. Well, he is. Sakura tried to say, but she stopped by the loud noise of the door. Everyone turned toward the front door. The door opened, revealing Naruto with 4 fish in his hand. The blonde looked at Team 10 and raised his eyebrow. Reinforcement? He asked. Kakashi nodded and said, you are late, Naruto. Sorry, I was lost on the road of life. Then I ran into one of Zabuza's accomplices and had to fight them to come here, Naruto said with a straight face. Everyone's sweat dropped at his unbelievable excuse, except the teammate Genins, who hadn't known Kakashi very well, looked at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto. I'm so proud of you. Coming up with such an awesome excuse. I now feel like my time being this team sensei has truly borne fruit, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Not another Kakashi. Asuma thought. We already have mini guy running around, we don't need mini Kakashi. At night, all Leaf Ninjas were eating the meal with a happy and carefree air surrounding them. Naruto looked up from his food and noticed that Inari was glaring at all of them. Naruto shrugged the little boy's glare off and continued to eat, while the rest of the table simply sat in silence, enjoying their meals. Why? Inari whispered, but Naruto caught it clearly. He turned his gaze onto the little child as he gave him his full attention. He saw Inari had some tears accumulating on the edge of his eyes. Why do you bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you still won't be able to match Gatu's men. Care to repeat that? I didn't hear it clearly. Naruto asked with a calm voice. Gatu is just going to kill you all if you continue standing in his way, Inari said. You should run away while you still have the chance. Naruto said with a sweet smile. Good to know you have so much faith in us. He turned to Tazuna, smile still in place. Sorry, but you heard the kid, old man. Looks like the big Gatu is going to finish us off and then you and your family. He turned to Inari with the same smile. Inari started to shiver when he heard the tone of Naruto's voice. Naruto spoke in the same tone, so, it's okay with you to sit around your house moping like some tragic hero. Each and every day simply wasting your time and crying your little eyes out. Your father would be proud of you. Naruto, you've said enough. Sakura said, as she shot up and glared at Naruto. Naruto turned away from the table and stood up. He looked at Sakura. Whatever, Haruno, he said. Team 10 watched Naruto leave while muttering something like waste of space. A single thought running through all of their heads, when did Naruto become this scary? Asuma leaned sideways and whispered into Kakashi's ear, make sure he'll never meet Anko. Shiver went down Kakashi's spine, just thinking about it. He nodded. In the woods, Naruto's wood clone was busy picking up herbs he had found out 2 days ago. This section of forest is filled with several herbs and poison plants. Some of them weren't available in the Hidden Leaves forest, so Naruto's clone decided to pick them up for his boss. The real Naruto would need them to make new medicine or poison. Focusing, he noticed a muffled signature of chakra nearby. Whoever this person was, he or she didn't want him to know his presence. He admitted that this person was good at hiding. The feminine boy came out from the woods, walking toward the herbs field. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's a boy like him doing in a woman's clothing? Did he like to cross-dressing? He then recognized the boy's chakra signature. The fake hunterman. Now, his eyebrow reached his hairline. He looked at the older boy's clothing and then thought about Zabuza. I didn't know Zabuza swung that way. Did he cross-dress to seduce Zabuza? Perhaps, Zabuza isn't gay, but his subordinate is trying to catch his attention by wearing women's clothes. Hello. The person smiled. What are you doing? Naruto looked at him for a moment before he decided to see what he was up to. Picking some plants, you? Me too. Silence. No one spoke. The older boy fidgeted on his spot in the uncomfortable silence. Say, are you a ninja? He asked, trying to make a conversation. I mean you have. You look so fit compared to others around here. Not everyone who has a fit body is a ninja, Naruto told him, flatly. Man, that was lame. I bet he wanted to say that you'd be a forehead protector, but when he noticed I didn't have any, he used the lame excuse. Yes, the person spluttered. But you're a ninja, right? Naruto nodded. I thought a ninja always wore their forehead protector, he trailed off, but obviously, there was a question hanging there. I forgot. Naruto gave his own lame excuse. He smirked when he saw Zabuza's subordinate's face faulted. Why did you ask? Nothing, I'm just curious, the person smiled, trying to charm Naruto. He looked a bit troubled when Naruto didn't react to him. Obviously the person thought that he would fall to his cough woman's charm. Why did you become a ninja? Do you want to protect your precious person? He uprooted a plant. Naruto looked at the plant Zabuza's subordinate had picked up. An herb that's used to make a strength drink. He noted. It must be for Zabuza who's wounded in the fight. He noticed the boy waiting for his answer. I don't have any precious person. What about your parents? Aren't they your precious persons? The person sounded troubled at the answer. They died when I was a newborn, Naruto answered. Oh, I'm sorry. The person looked at the blonde, showing sympathy in his eyes. My parents died too when I was just a kid. I was found by my precious person months later. He seemed to go down in own memory lane. I'd like to think that I became stronger by having my precious person. Please, not another sob story, one is enough for a day. Naruto grunted. Yeah, right. By caring for someone, you become weaker, not stronger. You become too concerned with that person, making you can't focus on other things. But I digress, that's your problem not mine. Zabuza's subordinate didn't know what to say as he stared at Naruto. What's your name? My name is Haku. No surname? Haku shook his head. No, I don't remember it anymore. Uzumaki Naruto, your soon-to-be executioner. Haku's eyes widened, but before he could move, a string wrapped on his neck tightly. Don't move or I'll separate your head from your body. Haku stiffened. So, how's Zabuza? Haku stayed silent. Don't want to give information to your enemy, huh? The blonde genin tightened his string hold, causing Haku's neck to bleed. Go to hell. You know. Last time, the person who said the same thing to me died. So if you don't want to die horribly, tell me. It's not like you'll lose something in the process. I'll even let you go. I'm in a pretty good mood today. Don't ruin it. I'll never betray, Zabuza-sama. Kill me. I won't tell you. Your loyalty is admirable. Too bad you chose the wrong master, Hakusen. Naruto closed his eyes and caught a poison heading toward him mere centimeters from his face. Green liquid coated the. He sniffed the small weapon and laughed. Paralyzing poison. Even when your life is at risk, you only use a paralyzing poison. You wound me, Hakusen. Haku watched wide-eyed as Naruto licked the poison in the. He sweated. He was in danger. The genin was strong, immune to most poison. A swift move from the genin and he would die. To think that a mere genin defeated him so easily. There's only one chance. Concentrating on his bloodline, he formed an ice to freeze the string using the water around him. He hit the frozen string with his effectively destroying it. Naruto raised his eyebrow. The ice release. He's from the Yuki clan. Now, that's interesting. Naruto watched curiously as Haku formed an ice mirror and stepped inside. After his form disappeared from the mirror, it dissolved into water and dropped to the soil. Well, now this makes this hunt more interesting, Naruto thought, smirking. The hunt would be more enjoyable when the prey could fight back and had nice tricks on its sleeve. Kakashi stood in front of the house with Tazuna, Team 10, and the remaining Team 7 when Naruto came ambling out of the forest. There he is. Ino said as soon as she saw Naruto. She pointed at another blonde. Are you ready to guard Tazuna? Asuma asked all genins. Everyone except Naruto nodded. Naruto, do you want to say anything? Kakashi asked as he noticed his blonde student wanted to say something. I think I'll stay here. There's a good chance some Gatu's lapdogs will try to harm Tazuna's family, Naruto answered. Kakashi nodded. He was impressed by his blonde student's thinking. Sure, he said before turning to the genins. Let's go. Atu and his 4 bodyguards were walking down the corridor. The crime lord was thinking of a new idea for the next crime business investment he could do. He heard a muffled sound from behind him. He whipped his head. His 4 guards looked at him confusedly before they too turned around, but they didn't see anything. Gatu frowned and resumed his walking. His guards followed him like a puppy. Has my lunch been prepared? Gatu asked. No sir. You remember that you've just executed the chef, right? One of his guards, the shortest one with black hair, told him. Of course I am, you fool. I won't forget the faces of people who dared to hurt me. What I want to know, why there is no replacement chef yet. Gatu shouted angrily, causing his guard to back away from him. I've heard that one of the pirates is a good cook. If you want I can ask him right away to serve you, Gatasama, another guard, this time a tall blonde, tried to pacify his anger. The short man nodded. Fine, send him to cook my lunch. The guard hurriedly went to search for a replacement for the cook. Atu walked to his throne room, a spacious office full with expensive items and shelves full of his winning trophies against his enemies and rivals. There was a skull of another ringleader he had killed 20 or so years ago. His latest addition was a pair of arms he had obtained from a fisherman in the wave who had dared to defy him openly. However, the item he found to be the most beautiful was his chair. It was a big comfy chair decorated with various gems. The chair was his throne where he sat watching his crime empire expand. And there was someone who dared to sit on it. How dare you sit on my throne? He bellowed, and he walked toward the chair to see that the person who sat on his throne was in fact a boy not even 18 years old. He had black hair, wearing a black high-collared shirt and black pants with black shinobi sandals and black fingerless gloves. He had red-black customized armor over his shirt. His face was hidden behind a white mask. It was Ryuaka, the real Naruto. Your throne. Ryu chuckled amusedly and he rubbed the armchair to make the crime lord angrier. It worked and the man was as red as a boiled crab. Guards, seize him. I want him alive for interrogation. The 2 out of 3 guards ran to capture Ryu, while the last one, a brown-haired man with bandana covering his forehead, stood by Gatu's side to make sure nothing would happen to his hire. 1 second the guards were charging at the masked boy with their katanas and the next they were sprawled on the floor writhing, their swords dropped to the floor and their arms were broken. Their necks were twisted. They were dead. Gatu took a step back before he dashed to a nearby shelf and pushed a hidden button on it. The alarm started blaring loudly. Gatu smiled maliciously. You might be able to win against them, child, but you won't be able to fight my armies. He shouted. Ryu only looked at him with one hand resting on the armchair supporting his head. There were loud footsteps indicating people were running toward the room. Gatu's grin became wider. The door was slammed open and people entered the office. Catch him. Gatu ordered without looking at his army. Silence. Gatu frowned. I said, catch him. He pointed his finger at Ryu, but they still didn't make any move. Adesama, his guard stammered. Why don't you take a look behind you? Ryu said. Gatu turned around and took a step back in fear when he realized it wasn't his army at all, but rather kids' clones. There were 10 of them, each wearing the same smirk plastered on the original's face. The alarm continued blaring, but none of his lackeys came. If you're wondering, your lapdogs are dead. As for yours remaining lapdogs and ninja who are going to attack on the bridge builder, they will meet same fate. Attack. Gatu ordered his remaining 1 guard. What? The guard stammered. But there are 10 of them while I'm alone. I'm not ordering you to attack them, just the obnoxious kid on my chair. The rest are just clones, an illusion, you fool. They won't be able to harm you. Ryu chuckled. Clones. Yeah, they are. Illusion. Of course not. Can an illusion open the door? They're as real as they can be and perfectly able to inflict harm on you. One of his clones suddenly appeared behind the remaining single guard of Gatu and shoved his hand into his chest, insanely killing him. The clone pulled his hand back and showed it to the crime lord to prove his point. Gatu swallowed and took a few steps back in fear. What do you want? Ryu smirked and there was a glint in his eyes. He clasped his hands and put his elbows on the table. He opened his mouth. What is this? Tazuna shouted. The place was covered in a thick fog, so much that the only thing visible beside the bridge were the bloody bodies on it. Thankfully, they were still alive. Tazuna ran over to one of them who was conscious and lifted the man up. What happened here, Ed? Monster. The man choked out before passing out from blood loss. So he is back, Kakashi muttered. The mist began to thicken and Asuma narrowed his eyes. Here they come, defensive formation. Kakashi, Asuma, and 5 genins pulled out their weapons and surrounded Tazuna. As the mist became so thick, they could not see more than 10 feet in front of them. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted as fear began to take her again, but she quickly steeled herself. This is Zabuza's hidden mist just alright, Kakashi said, wearily eyeing the surroundings, even though he could not see very far. Long time no see, Kakashi. Zabuza's disembodied voice came from nowhere. I see you're still with those brats. And you brought some friends. Ready for round 2, Zabuza? Kakashi asked as he stepped forward and pulled up his headband to show the Sharingan. Asuma took a few steps, but an unknown ninja wearing a slashed forehead protector of the hidden stone village stopped him from going any further. You'll fight with me, Stone Masingnan said. Yamadatsu. A rank Masingnan from the stone. Have the body of steel and strength to destroy a boulder with one hit, Asuma said. They both disappeared in the mist. Looks like you might have some competition, Haku, Zabuza said, seeing Sasuke step forward too. Sakura was feeling useless as she watched the battles unfold before her eyes. How Shikamaru and Choji were helping Sasuke. She gripped her kunai harder and bit her bottom lip. She did the only thing she could do right now, which was protecting Tazuna with the help of Ino. And cheering the others. Kick their asses to the moon. Punch him on his face, Sasuke-kun. Kakashi-sensei, throw him to the ocean, so shark will eat his fucking body. Asuma-sensei, kill that hardened cockroach. She shouted, causing everyone even Masingnan's sweat dropped at her behavior. Could you make her shut up? Zabuza asked. His ears were red from noise. Not really, sorry, Kakashi said. This girl has the most fluctuating mood swing I've ever seen. His mind was comparing the love-stricken girl, a fear-struck and guilty-stricken Kunoichi, and now this. He pitied her future husband, imagining how moody she would be in the pregnancy. I've a deal for you. Ryu smirked at the quivering Gatu. A nasty glint flashed in his eyes. Oh? What is that? Gatu tried to be brave, but his quivering voice betrayed him. Leave Wave alone forever and transfer half of your money to me, Ryu said, as if talking about the weather. What? The man choked. I'm being generous here. If I want, I can take all of it instead of just half of it. I'm still letting you have money to recreate your empire, Ryu said. The short man was silent for so long before he slowly nodded. Alright. Ryu smirked as Gatu walked toward him to sign the paper he had made. Always read the paper before signing it, he said when the crime lord signed all the papers. What? Gatu said. But. You said. Never trust a ninja. Your whole property is mine, Ryu said, and he swallowed Gatu into his personal dimension. At Izuna's house, Naruto's clone woke to the sound of people yelling outside the house. He moved fast. He exited the room via the window and moved silently down the roof. He snuck upon the other two attackers. He saw the two men, one of them was holding Tsunami, while his partner was looking at the crying Inari. Both of them were armed. They had swords strapped to their waists. Looking at that pretty skin makes me want to cut it, the man holding Tsunami said. Walk faster. His partner said to Tsunami as they were taking the bridge builder's daughter as a hostage. Wait. Inari yelled as he stood up on his feet. The man holding the Tsunami said, Huh, it's that kid. That. Get away from my mom. Inari yelled, charging forward. The two men smirked, looking at the kid with amusement. Inari approached the two men. He was 5 steps away when the one with the Tsunami said, Geez, stupid kid. Cut him, his partner said. Sure. Both men took stances with their hands on their swords. When Inari reached 3 steps away, they both started to unsheathe their swords in preparation for their swings. Tsunami watched her son. She yelled out in fear, Inari. Both men swung their swords at the kid, who dared to interfere with their job, one with a happy smile on his face while the other with indifference. Inari's body hit the ground, his face stuck in his clenched eye pose, in which he had charged at his opponents. Tsunami stared in shock, her eyes started to leak tears while she fell to the floor as her legs lost the will to keep standing after seeing one of the last people in her family having perished. The two men simply scoffed at the boy with contempt and amusement at his foolish attempt to save his mother. To their shock, instead of blood, black butterflies started to pour out from the boy's wounds. The black butterflies began to increase in number until a particular wave of wind seemed to blow up. Both men covered their eyes in an attempt to block their eyes from damage. By the time both of them could see again, they couldn't see any part of Inari in front of them. They both looked a bit shocked at that until they noticed Tsunami had disappeared as well. Damn. One of them said, as the black butterflies started to swirl around them again. You two made 3 mistakes today, a disembodied voice drifted to them. Both men placed their backs to each other as they drew their weapons and set themselves in a defensive position. The first was working for Gatu, the voice said from seemingly everywhere. The second was attacking those under my own protection. A hint of annoyance was flowing into the voice, which caused the two samurai to take a swing in one direction together, but they hit nothing. The final mistake was attacking innocents during battle. Suddenly, both men felt weights on their backs and their throats being sliced by cold metal. They grabbed their throats in a futile attempt to stem the flood of blood that came because of the deadly attack. Benkami, Naruto-san, Tsunami croaked gratefully and she hugged her son who was still in shock by the sudden turn of events. Tsunami-san, is there any place you can go hide until this day is over? Naruto asked. He saw Tsunami nodded. Then please, head out there now. My shadow clones will protect you and Inari until you reach there and act as guards. He made 2 clones and sent Tsunami and Inari on their way. He turned back to the 2 samurai and went through some hand seals. He sucked in a deep breath. High release. Great fireball technique. A massive orb of roaring white flame came out of his mouth, finishing both men and turning both bodies into the ash. Naruto looked at his work last time before disappearing into the thin air. Naruto appeared at the bridge to see the place filled with a thick mist. He could tell Zabuza created it since it had his chakra in it just like the last time. He looked at the bridge for a moment before deciding coming up the side of it would be better than running along the top of it. He began to scale the walls from down by the water and reached the top of the bridge. Naruto sensed Kakashi and Asuma fighting powerful ninjas. Everyone was hidden in the mist, but Naruto could tell where they were. He could sense Tazuna with Ino and Sakura. He moved away, only to find Shikamaru near some strange mirror dome, preparing a string of explosives to destroy it. Need any help, Nara? Naruto said, suddenly appearing behind Shikamaru. Shikamaru nearly dropped his paper tags. Shit, Naruto. He hissed, he was scared out of his mind. What the hell are you doing here? Trying to save fellow ninjas, Naruto said, and he peered at the dome. It was actually a bunch of ice-made mirrors, closely standing together and acting as a prison for Choji and Sasuke. They didn't look so good, many needles were protruding from their skin. Naruto suddenly caught a fleeting image moving between mirrors, too fast for those two to defend themselves. They should have been dead already but again. He made 2 clones. Try to catch them, Nara, he said, as his clones used Kawarimi Jutsu and replaced themselves with Sasuke and Choji. A few moments before, inside the ice dome. Sorry, but I can't allow you two to escape, Haku said, and he prepared to launch more needles at his opponents. However, before he could do anything, his opponent was replaced with familiar blonde ninja's clones that had nearly killed him yesterday. He saw they smirked before detonating, causing a huge explosion. The explosion was big enough to shake the mirrors as tiny cracks appeared on their surface, but they were quickly repaired by Haku's chakra. What? Haku thought. He had avoided the attack by stepping into the mirror. Suddenly, several shuriken came flying toward the mirrors. They pierced all Haku's images, including the real Haku. The masked boy landed on his feet to the ground in front of one of the mirrors, as all his images were gone. Luckily, the only injury the shuriken had given him was a small cut in the forehead. His mask had saved his life. Naruto appeared in the ice dome via the body flicker, holding a beautiful silvery red katana with blood-red hilt that had the Uzumaki swirl on it. "Ready for round 2, he said to the masked boy. Haku melted into the mirror, which was behind him. "Very well," he said. The mirror images came back. He sent dozens of needles at blonde genin. Impressive. Naruto blocked each and every single one of the needles with his katana. "You can't win, Haku. You're almost out of chakra, so there is no way you can beat me in your condition. Give up." Haku gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter, I can't win. I'll not fail Zabuza-sama," he said. He continued his attack on Naruto, desperately trying to land a hit on the blonde. It was frustrating, a boy the same age as him could defeat him without a single scratch. "I think this is enough. The playtime is over," Naruto said. He held his sword up and coated it with a white fire. He smirked and swung his katana to send a wave of firestorm toward the mirrored area. Haku cried out in pain as the fire hit him and his mirrors, shattering and melting them. The fire burned his legs. "Zabuza-sama, I'm sorry." Asuma finished his opponent and appeared beside Tazuna to check genins. His opponent, Yamadatsu, was strong, but he was a former 12 Guardian ninja for nothing. "Asuma-sensei?" Sakura and Ino shouted. They were happy to see him alive. "Are you alright?" Shikamaru asked. He saw some parts of his clothes stained with his blood and dirt and torn in some places. "Yes, I'm fine. It's just minor injuries," Asuma said. He looked at the genins and saw the unconscious form of Sasuke and Choji. "They're fine," Shikamaru answered to his unasked question. "Who's fighting with Zabuza's subordinate?" "Naruto. I have to help him." Before Asuma could do anything, the area around the mirrors exploded. The fire chakra coming from the area was so intense that it made the air near them to heat up. When it cleared, they saw Naruto without a single scratch on him looking at the badly burned fake hunterman. "This is supposed to be a dead last of the academy," Asuma thought, seeing the impressive display of Naruto. "Wow. That was incredible." Sakura thought and inner Sakura nodded, completely agreeing with her. "Who would have thought that Naruto would become hot after leaving the academy?" Ino thought with a pink dust on her cheeks. "Incredible." Tazuna thought in awe. "I didn't know Naruto could do this," Shikamaru thought. At another part of the battlefield, Kakashi and Zabuza's eyes widened when Haku's jutsu suddenly exploded. Zabuza gazed at the torched area with great shock. "I am possible. I didn't know Naruto's element manipulation was on this level," Kakashi thought. He looked at Zabuza. "Time to end this battle." He jumped back and wiped some of his own blood from his wound and smeared it on a summoning scroll. He made some hand seals. Summoning. Earth release. Tracking Fang Jutsu. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama. I cannot defeat this boy," Haku thought as he watched Naruto appear next to him. He simply closed his eyes to accept his fate. Naruto grabbed the boy by the throat and slammed him back onto the concrete, keeping his hand around Haku's neck. He looked down at him with cold blue eyes. "Tell me, why would you work for Zabuza?" Haku smiled. "Back when I was a child." Naruto clenched harder on his neck as he heard Kakashi say something in the mist while Zabuza cried out in pain. Short version, Haku. I don't have time and patience. He dropped the feminine-looking boy to the ground. "He is my precious person," Haku said with a smile. "Precious? It's a useless thing to me," Naruto thought. "Urkiri," Kakashi yelled. Haku and Naruto both could hear a sound that resembled those of 1,000 birds chirping. Naruto looked up to see Kakashi standing with his hand encased in what looked to be lightning, while Zabuza was being held down by dogs with bandanas on their bodies or necks. "I'll say this once more. Surrender, Zabuza," Kakashi said. "Never," Zabuza replied as he struggled against his bindings. Kakashi sighed before beginning to move forward, almost instantly disappearing into a flash. Naruto looked down at Haku, seeing the desperation and pleading in those eyes. He closed his eyes while shaking his head slightly. "Go save him, but you know he is just going to die anyway by Kakashi's hand or mine." Haku panicked and raced as fast as he could. He intently appeared in front of Zabuza to take the full brunt of the attack, with his arms stretched out to the sides. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw a fake hunter ninja appear in front of Zabuza. The Leaf Jounin was unable to stop. Haku tried his best to cradle his arm while suppressing the urge to cry out in pain. He saw his chest had been pierced by Kakashi's attack. Tears fell from his eyes as he finally fell to the ground in pain. Zabuza smirked to Kakashi and said, seems I really got a good tool. He brought his huge blade around with his right arm and cut Kakashi. Yes, he was a good tool, a familiar voice of Naruto said. But before Zabuza could retaliate, a sharp katana drove through his chest, impaling his heart. This is your end. He withdrew his blade and Zabuza's lifeless body dropped like his subordinate. Naruto looked at the blade and it didn't have a single drop of blood on it. He sealed back his katana. He looked around and saw everyone looking at him with a shocked expression. He turned to his senses. You know I saved your life, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. You owe me a treat. Thank you, Naruto, Kakashi said. I'll treat you later. Ho 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 ho. Look at the big mean demon now. Just a pile of ash. An arrogant voice said from the bridge. Kakashi and Asuma's eyes widened upon recognizing the green-haired man and the hilt he was holding on his left hand. Rakusho Aoi was a Jounin from the Hidden Rain village and a Missingnon from the Hidden Leaf was holding the legendary treasure of the second Hokage, the Raijin no Ken, with an army of at least 200 people behind him. This is bad. I and Kakashi are injured, Asuma thought, looking worried. Would you look at that? Aoi chuckled nastily. When I accepted this mission, all I was hoping for was the bounty on Zabuza's head. I never thought I would also get Asuma and Sharingan Kakashi heads as trophies. It is my lucky day. Haha. Rakusho Aoi, traitor of the leaf, you're overestimating yourself, Kakashi said apathetically as he stood up with some difficulty. Aoi merely gave a laugh. Maybe, if you aren't as injured as you are at the moment. And considering your previous battle, you wouldn't have enough chakra to match me and the Raijin no Ken. Suddenly, a small rippling vortex appeared in between them and a figure materialized. It was dressed mostly in black, wearing a white mask. It was Ryu. Hello, Kakashi, he said. We will meet again. Ryu, Kakashi muttered. What is he doing here? Who the hell are you? Aoi demanded. He was angry because someone interrupted his fun. Rakusho Aoi. Pathetic. Even with that sword you're still weak, Ryu said. A weapon's strength or weakness is dependent on the user's ability to use it. An expert with a pebble can still beat a novice with a shuriken. I'll show you how powerful I am, boy. Aoi said, emphasizing the insult intended on the word boy. He raised a Raijin in front of him and soon enough, a blade of pure lightning erupted from the hilt. He smirked at the awe from the Genins and the flinch from the Jounins before suddenly attacking. He ran straight toward Ryu with a powered-up Raijin. He drove Raijin through Ryu's chest, impaling his heart. He started to laugh madly. See my. He tried to say, but he was too shocked when he saw Ryu standing there like nothing happened. The lighting sword was coming out from his back, but there was no blood. What is it supposed to do, kill me? Ryu said in a bored tone. He seemed to be perfectly fine. Aoi took steps back in fear and asked, what the hell are you? Ryu and your soon-to-be executioner, Ryu said, and in a blink of an eye, he was behind Aoi. He slapped Raijin from the green-haired Jounin's hand and caught its hilt before it could fall to the ground. He didn't give Aoi a chance to recover. He separated his head from his body. All of that happened in less than a minute. Everyone was speechless by the display of his speed. They all thought the same thing, fast. Who's he? Sasuke thought. He and Choji had woken up to see this fight. He isn't an ordinary shinobi. Asuma thought. But I never heard about him before. How does Kakashi know about him? It all happened so fast, my Sharingan eye could barely keep up with his movements, Kakashi thought. That prick, he killed our men. One of the thugs yelled, spitting on the ground. Kill them. Another thug yelled, and all thugs smirked while stepping forward menacingly. Suddenly, the Leaf Ninjas along with everyone present there heard the crackling of lightning making there and everyone's eyes turned toward the source of it. Their eyes widened when they saw the source, Ryu. He stood in the middle with what looked like a black lightning coming off his arms, back and legs. What kind of jutsu is this? It looks similar to the fourth Raikage's lightning armor, but at the same time, it's so different from it, Kakashi thought. He had his Sharingan eye uncovered. Ryu lifted the second Hokage's prized weapon up. A weapon is always as strong as his wielder. He sent a black lightning into the sword and coated the blade with his unique lightning as the blade changed its color from yellow to black. He looked at the thugs and smiled evilly. Let's dance, shall we? The dance of death. He disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared behind thugs while leaving a trail of black lightning behind him. Wrath of Thunder God. All onlookers' eyes were widened in horror. All they saw a black flash and all the thugs were dead, lying in a pool of their own blood. Ryu turned back and looked at the dead bodies of the thugs. He deactivated Raijin and sealed its hilt into a scroll. He then went through some hand seals. Fire release. Great fire destruction. He sucked in a deep breath and sent a massive stream of intense flames toward the dead bodies. He set all bodies on fire. After his work was done, he dissolved into a murder of crows and materialized in front of the Leaf Ninjas who had taken their respective fighting stance. His lightning jutsu was so much similar to the 4th Raikage's lightning armor, yet its movement was similar to our 4th Hokage's flying thunder god jutsu. It was as fast as those two, Asuma thought, as he narrowed eyes at the masked boy. "Who are you?" Sasuke demanded. He was angry and jealous. It wasn't like he was going to admit that. "It's not time for your jealousy, Sasuke. We aren't in condition to fight him. He can kill us anytime," Kakashi thought without taking his eyes from Ryu. Asuma thought, has Uchiha lost his mind? "Stupid Sasuke, you can't demand from someone like him," Shikamaru thought. He was cursing Sasuke. Is he stupid? Choji wondered. Sakura, Ino, and Tazuna looked at Ryu with fear in their eyes. Suddenly, the smell of burning human flesh reached their noses. They could take it anymore, they ran to the nearest bushes and threw up. Ryu looked at Sasuke and said, my, aren't you brave or simply stupid? You're certainly the weakest I know. What did you say? Sasuke asked angrily, gritting his teeth. You're the weakest in all of us, Ryu said, showing his Sharingan to him. Sharingan? All Leaf Ninjas thought, except Kakashi and Naruto. The Iuran Uchiha? Sasuke asked. He was stunned. One clan member except Itachi was still alive. You could say that, Ryu said, smirking. But I'm more than just that. I'm the grandson of Uchiha Madara. Every single Leaf Ninja who knew about Madara stared in shock at the masked boy who had spoken. I am possible, Asuma said. Madara was dead. He never had a child. He was killed by the first Hokage at the battle at the Valley of the End. And even if he had a child, you couldn't be his grandson. You're so young. You look around 16 years old. Ryu smirked. You're really knowledgeable about history. But let me tell you the real history. My grandfather didn't die in that battle. He was still alive after that but went into hiding to heal himself. Several years later, he met my grandmother and together they had a daughter, my mother. Kakashi looked at Ryu. Even with a mask on his face, shock was clearly visible on his face. If he's really Madara's grandson then. His eyes widened further. He wants the Nine Tails, that's why he's teaching Naruto. To control him. Grandpa. Izuna and all the Leaf Ninjas' eyes widened when they heard Inari's voice. They looked around to see Inari and the majority of the village population marching onto the bridge. There must have been over 1,000 people. All were holding farming equipment and kitchen knives as weapons. They looked angry and ready to fight. You all are late, battle is over, Naruto said with a deadpan expression. What? Someone in the crowd shouted. Where is Gato? An unknown wave citizen asked. I know where he is, Ryu said. Everyone turned toward Ryu to see a swirling vortex appear in front of him and Gato's body dropped to the ground. He was still alive and conscious. Ryu grabbed him by the collar of his coat and lifted him in the air. He threw the crime lord toward wave citizens. He then sank into the ground and rose up next to Zabuza's body. Seeing Ryu, Kakashi quickly grabbed Naruto and jumped away from him. What do you want, Ryu? Ryu smirked and looked at Naruto before turning to the copycat ninja. Oh, I want this, he said. He picked up Zabuza's executioner's blade easily and rested it on his shoulder. Goodbye, Kakashi, but. He disappeared and reappeared next to Kakashi. He whispered something, causing the copycat ninja's lone eye to widen. What? Kakashi said. He quickly turned around to ask Ryu a question, but he was nowhere in sight. Damn. If it's true then Leaf is in deep trouble. Izuna and Inari glared at Gato along with the rest of the villagers. The bridge builder grabbed Gato's collar and lifted him up in the air. You sick bastard. You're going to pay for your crimes you committed to our people and country. He threw the midget at a crowd of men in the midst of the group. Hang him up and cut off his arms and execute him. Gato looked horrified as many of the villagers smirked victoriously, that bastard would get a taste of his own cruelty. Citizens were crying in happiness because their families would finally get his justice. Gato's cries were covered by the celebration voices of the villagers. No one noticed the shadow behind the tree that was watching the whole scene. Hiding behind the tree was a dark-skinned ninja wearing the Cloud's headband. The Cloud Nin had witnessed the whole battle. He had also seen the power and jutsu of Ryu. I've to inform Kage-sama, he thought. What is a Cloud Nin doing here? An unknown voice said from behind him. The Cloud Nin quickly turned around to see Ryu. He took a fighting stance. But before he could do anything, he felt a tip of kunai on his back. He noticed another Ryu standing behind him. Answer me. Ryu in front of him asked. The sheer intensity and power of his gaze sent shivers down Cloud Nin's spine. To him a Cloud Scout, Cloud Nin said, showing some fear in his voice. Okay, Ryu said, dispelling his clone. His mood completely changed 180 degrees. You can go now. Huh, you're letting me go? Cloud Scout said, looking extremely surprised. Just like that. Yes, Ryu answered before vanishing into the murder of crows. Cloud Ninja sighed in relief and thought, it feels like I saw death itself and barely survived it. He started to run toward the direction of the village hidden by clouds to inform his leader about Madara's grandson. All Leaf Ninjas, except Naruto, were sitting in the room, remembering all yesterday's events. All of them were silent as they were thinking the same thing. Who is Ryu? Except Kakashi. Do you know anything about him? Asuma asked his fellow Jounin. His name is Ryu. He is an Uchiha. His teleportation technique is more advanced than my sensei and second Hokage's. Only these things I know about him, Kakashi said. This is not enough. He also has both Zabuza and second Hokage's swords with him, Shikamaru said lazily. Kakashi-sensei, do you have any clue what his last lightning jutsu? Sakura asked, catching everyone's attention, especially Sasuke who wanted to know more about his fellow clan member. Not exactly. But I've seen something similar, Kakashi answered. What's it? Ino asked. This time Asuma answered, the fourth Raikage's lightning armor. Everyone's eyes bugged out of their sockets. They had heard about fourth Raikage. He was the fastest shinobi alive, only late fourth Hokage was able to suppress him in speed. How powerful is he? Sasuke asked, as he wanted to measure his power against him. He is easily an S-rank shinobi, Kakashi said. Asuma nodded, showing he was agreeing with him. All Genin's eyes widened again. First Naruto. Then him. Is Ryu right? Am I really the weakest Uchiha alive? Sasuke thought as he clenched his fist. He was stunned when he heard Naruto defeated the fake Hunternin and killed Zabuza, but now he was feeling humiliated by the fact that Naruto defeated them who had defeated him easily. He was angry. Not on Naruto but himself. I'll prove to Ryu that I'm not weak. I'll defeat him. Then I'll kill him to avenge my clan. Where's Naruto? Choji asked. He's with Tazuna, Kakashi said. He pulled out his orange book from the pocket and started reading it. He read the first few lines and let out a perverted giggle, causing everyone's sweat to drop at his behavior. Naruto was standing alone at the edge of a bridge, looking at the water flowing under the bridge. In a swirling vortex, real Naruto materializes next to him. The clone Naruto looked at the real Naruto. He smiled and handed him a scroll. The real Naruto took the scroll and raised an eyebrow. What is it? The real body of Zabuza's subordinate, Haku. He was the descendant of the Yuki clan. His body will help you to study his bloodline limit, the ice release, the clone said. Naruto smirked. Good job. He placed his hand on his wood clone and absorbed him into his body. Daiki. Daiki rose from the ground. Yes, master. He made hand signs. Naruto threw the scroll at him. Secure his body. Daiki had easily caught the scroll. He nodded and merged his body with the ground using the mayfly. Naruto turned around and looked at the bridge before disappearing in the murder of crows. Naruto and all Leaf Ninjas stood, packed and ready to go as Tazuna walked up to the ribbon and cut it to the cheering of the citizens of Wave. Naruto smirked slightly while Sasuke kept his usual grimace. Sakura and Ino smiled and waved to the public with Kakashi reading his porn. Asuma was also smiling. Shikamaru was as usual lazy and Choji was eating his chips. Once the cheering died down a bit, Kakashi simply turned and began to walk away. Time to go home, he said. Sasuke grunted and began walking as well as Sakura, followed him after bowing to the people of the wave. Naruto and Team 10 also went after them. What's the name of the bridge, Tazuna? One of the workers asked. How about the super awesome Tazuna bridge? Tazuna offered. The crowd booed at his suggestion, showing displeasure. How about the Great Ryu Bridge in the honor of the young man who killed Scum-Gatu? Someone from the crowd suggested. The crowd was silent for a moment before they burst into cheers for the name, and Tazuna carved the name into the plaque at the end of the bridge. Mikage-sama, a scout here wants to see you. The Raikage, a burly dark-skinned man, raised an eyebrow as he looked at the door to his office. Send him in. The door opened and one of the best scouts Cloud had in the field walked in. He was the same Cloud scout who had seen the battle between Leaf Ninjas and Gatu's haired ninjas and thugs. The Raikage's eyebrows rose a bit higher. What's so important you couldn't send a message? I've important information for you, Mikage-sama, the Cloud scout said. The Raikage merely settled into his chair. What kind of information? Information about an unknown rank ninja, Cloud Scouts informed. And his relation with Uchiha Madara. This caught Raikage's attention. Uchiha Madara was a legendary shinobi and a former leader of the Uchiha clan. He was the rival of first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and was recognized as one of the most gifted shinobi in history and the most powerful shinobi that the Uchiha clan ever produced. His power was so terrifying. The scout took a breath. His name is Uchiha Ryu. He calls himself Madara's grandson. What? The Raikage shouted. It's impossible. The flinch because of fourth Raikage's sudden outburst. Two don't know if it's true or not, but he is a powerful shinobi. He looked at his leader and started to tell him everything he had seen and found about Ryu. When Cloud Scout finishes, the Raikage slammed his hand on the table while standing up and broke the table in half. What? A jutsu like mine as well as Cloud's prized Black Lightning technique. And he is only 16, he said angrily, getting a nod from the scout. Then I want you to add this ninja, under and strength threat with Flea on side order. I've another piece of information for you that I think you may find interesting, especially considering the upcoming Chunin selection exams, the Cloud Scout said. The Genin? Reikage asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Cloud Scout said with certainty, I want you to add this Genin, under a high crank, to engage with caution. No Genin has ever been assigned anything above a low crank with a capture on sight. What makes this Genin so good? Reikage asked. He had no doubt that the man in front of him was one of his best scouts, but giving Genin a crank status was a bit too much. The Cloud Scout said, Leaf has been hiding good ninja, I call him the Hidden Leafs. Iruka glared at Kakashi, unable to believe what he had just said. Worse than that was even Kurenai and Asuma said nothing on this. Yes, they aren't my students, but to think of them as soldiers. This isn't a war. Hiruzen sighed at the stare-off. He had known that Iruka was well justified in believing what he was saying, having taken the test 2 years after he had become a genin. However, it was also the Jounin's decision in the matters of their team and meant far more than an academy instructor's. This is another headache. Just like yesterday, he thought. Flashbacks started. Hiruzen looked at the Jounin senseis of Team 7 and 10. Is this the report of your mission? Kakashi and Asuma nodded at the third. Your report is pretty much clear on what had happened. It doesn't look good. What do you mean? Asuma asked, slightly confused. Other than they encountered a ninja who had called himself Madara's grandson, nothing bad had happened in the wave mission. Bird threw Cloud's bingo book toward them. Check the bingo book entry number 399. Kakashi picked up the book. He opened the page that had ENTRY 399 and started to read it loudly for Asuma. Bingo book entry 399. Name? Uzumaki Naruto, the demon slayer of the Hidden Leaf. Gender? Male. Eye color? Blue. Hair color? Blonde. Age? Around 13 years old. Ninja rank? Genin. Village? The Hidden Leaf Village. Threat level? High crank. Warnings? Engage with caution. Known elemental affinities. Wind and fire. Weapons? Typical ninja weapons like kunai and shuriken and katana. Special abilities. High chakra capacity, ability to create 1,000 clones using a forbidden jutsu Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Other information. He killed Mamachi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, and defeated his partner who had the ice release bloodline without getting a scratch on himself. Bounty? Zero Ryo. Kakashi and Asuma's jaws dropped on the ground after reading it. Well, this is surprising. In the all genins, Naruto, the dead last of Academy, has gotten his name in the bingo book first, Asuma said with a slight laugh. It was ironic. He's gotten a good name. Uzumaki Naruto, the demon slayer of the Hidden Leaf. It fits perfectly to him, Kakashi said with a proud smile. He looked at the bingo photo of his blonde student. If his parents were still alive, they would have bragged about this to all their friends, mostly Kushina-san. Maybe, I can brag about this in all Jounins. My student has gotten his name in the bingo book before theirs. Ha. But the only downside is, he's a carbon copy of Minato-sensei. If the Stone Village finds out that he is the son of their most hated enemy, Naruto will be in constant danger. He shook his head, he didn't want to think about it. Then he remembered something. Hikage-sama, Suddenly, an Anbu appeared in the office. Kneeling in respect in front of his leader, he said, Hikage-sama. Hiruzen responded, yes. The council requests your presence in the meeting room. Alright, tell them I'll be there in a half an hour, Hiruzen answered. What do those fools want now? I hope not because of the bingo book. Hi. In a swirl of leaves, the Anbu disappeared. Sarutobi turned to Jounins. Kakashi, Asuma, I want you two to come with me. I don't know what those fools have in their minds, but I want to be careful. Hi. The two shinobi said at the same time. The council room was busy with activity as the heads of all Leaf's major clans, along with members of several civilians' council, as well as the Anbu commander, were present there. They all had gathered there for the special emergency council meeting. Although, the strange thing was that none of them knew what the emergency was. After a little while, once everyone settled into their seats in the council room, the third Hokage entered the room with Kakashi and Asuma following behind him. What was so urgent that you needed to speak with all of us right away, Hikage-sama? Hyuga Hiashi asked. He was the current head of the Hyuga clan. He had long brown hair and featureless wide eyes like all members of his clan. It's not me who has called this meeting, but I know why the meeting is called. Hiruzen said. Then who? Yamanaka Inoichi asked. He was a part of an Ino Shikacho trio and also a member of the Hidden Leaf Intelligence Division. Inoichi had long blonde hair reaching into his back, which he wore spiky on top and ending in a long ponytail, blue-green eyes and strong facial features, which included a well-defined jawline. We did, Danzo said, as he walked in the council room alongside Homura and Kaharu. Shimura Danzo was an elder of the Hidden Leaf, as well as the founder and leader of an officially disbanded but unofficially still working branch of the Hidden Leaf's Anbu training subdivision. Danzo appeared as a frail old man who would normally walk with a cane. He had black, shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged. Next to him, Midokado Himura and Udatane Kaheru were former members of the dissolved Team Tabarama. They now served as members of the Hidden Leaf Council. Himura had gray hair, a beard. He wore glasses as well as constant frowns. His teammate Kaheru had dark eyes. Her gray hair was pulled back in a twin bun locked by a traditional Japanese hairpin with two pearls dangling off the side. "Why?" Akimichi Choza asked. "To inform you all about an unknown ninja," Himura said. "What is important about this ninja?" Nara Shikaku asked in a lazy attitude, which was similar to his son. "You'll know it very soon." "Bear," Kaheru said, as the bear mask Anbu came forward with a bingo book in his hand. "Read the bingo book entry number 9 loudly for the Honorable Council." The bear opened book and started to read the bingo book entry 9. Bingo book entry 9. Name: Uchiha Ryu the Black Dragon. Gender: male. Eye color: blue. Hair color: black. Age: around 16 years old. Ninja rank: none. Village: none. Threat level: S rank. Warnings: flee on side order for anyone below Jounin. Known elemental affinities: lightning and fire. Weapons: the second Hokage's Rage and no Ken in the Kubikurumchim, one sword belonging to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Special abilities: Sharingan, teleportation, intangibility, the black lightning, and Sensorin assume. Other information: he is highly capable of using both lightning and fire in battle. He knows a lightning jutsu, which looks similar to the 4th Raikage's lightning armor. Using that jutsu, he killed over 200 thugs in Wave Country in mere minutes. Another thing about him is that he calls himself Madara's grandson. We don't know how true it is. Bounty: 350 million rim. Each of the council members' faces showed complete disbelief at what they had just heard. They all were speechless, even Inyazuka Tsume, the Inyazuka clan's head who was often the most vocal member of the council. "Troublesome," Shikaku said, breaking the silence. "I am possible," Inoichi said. "Uchiha Madara's grandson." "Yes, that's not possible." One civilian council member cried in utter disbelief. "He must be an imposter. I'm not sure he's truly Madara's grandson or not. But we can assure that he's an Uchiha," Kakashi said. "And how exactly can you be so certain of this?" Hiashi asked, carefully eyeing the 4th Hokage's last remaining student. "Because we saw the Sharingan in both of his eyes," Asuma said to catch all council members' attention toward him. They weren't implanted like Kakashi's. He started to tell them about the mission. When Asuma finished his report, the civilian council looked happy to know there was another Uchiha alive other than Sasuke and his brother, Itachi. As for the shinobi side, they looked worried, thinking about Uchiha's relationship with Madara. They didn't know his intention toward the Hidden Leaf. It was possible that he would become a major threat to the village. They wouldn't want to take that risk. "We've to capture him or convince him to join the Leaf. He'll help us to rebuild the Uchiha clan and the Leaf again," a civilian council member suggested, getting approval from other civilian members. "You all are idiots. He's an S-rank ninja." Tsume shouted at the stupidity of civilian council members. The Inyazuka clan head had long, spiky, untamed brown hair, vertical slit-like pupils, elongated canine teeth, and nails. "She's right. It's impossible to capture him," Kakashi said to civilians. "You all are forgetting about his teleportation technique, which is better than my sensei and the 2nd Hokage's. The ability can be used without predefined locations or hand seals. If you are able to locate him, it's impossible to capture him. He can make himself intangible to allow attacks to pass through him." "Troublesome," Shikaku said. "And do not forget, if he's truly related to Madara then we can't take the risk. Who knows what his intention toward the Leaf is?" Abiram Shibe said, "I'm agreeing with Shikaku-san's logic. We can't take the risk which will put our village in danger." Shibe, like all members of his clan, had his eyes obscured by dark glasses, which featured a single tassel hanging down from one side. He had very spiky short black hair and a mustache. "Then put him in the bingo book with flee on side order," Danzo suggested. He got approval from most of the council members. It was really a good plan. "To think he is only 16 and already in S-rank ninja," Inoichi voiced his opinion. "He's a really powerful ninja," Choza said. "And he will become more powerful in future," Shikaku said, getting nods from both of his friends. "Just like Uchiha Itachi." "Meeting is over. You all are dismissed," Hiruzen said. Kakashi approaches the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, I want to talk to you alone," he said. 3rd Hokage noticed the seriousness in his voice and nodded. Flashback ended. Kakashi had told him about words that Ryu had whispered in his ear. A certain snake is planning to attack on the Leaf with the help of the Leaf's allies at the time of the promotion exam, Hiruzen thought. It is a coded message. Orochimaru is planning to attack on the Leaf with help of our allies, the Hidden Sand Village, at the time of the Chunin exams. He had informed his student Jiraiya about it to conform. His train of thought was cut off by Kakashi's voice. "If you really feel that they aren't ready, why don't you test them for yourself?" Kakashi said, his eyes not wavering in the slightest. If Iruka had gained their attention before, Kakashi had just put them all on the edge. There was no protest for the Chunin exams before, just the Jounin sensei's approval and a minimum required mission count of 8. They had heard people object to the Jounin's decisions before, but they had never seen a Jounin pushed back. Hushed whispers carried through the room, most being bets of who would likely win the debate. Iruka paled slightly, but was intrigued by Kakashi's challenge. What exactly do you mean by that? Kakashi grimaced, but he explained what he was thinking without hesitation. It's actually pretty straightforward. You think up a test of a shinobi skill that you remember them either excelling or failing at. If they pass, then you will allow them to continue on to the Chunin exams. If they fail your test, then they won't be allowed to enter. The murmuring increased, most of them now thoroughly confused. Haruka, however, understood what Kakashi was getting at. I see. So you want me to prove that they are ready to take the exams? He scowled as he looked at Kakashi. What if I give them a test that I know that they'll fail at? Kakashi sighed. Then I guess they'll be pushed to their limits, which is what they need to understand if they want to survive in the shinobi world. Haruka scowled again. He already knew he was going to accept and had already made a plan of action. He figured out that while Sakura was the weakest link on the Team 7, Naruto was the wild card. They would need him if they truly wanted to survive the second test. Since he knew Naruto could take a Chunin by blindsiding him, he was going to test Naruto where he lacked most strength, his mind. He didn't have a clue what he was getting himself into. Alright Kakashi, I accept. Haruka ignored the other Chunins as they whispered. He stared at Kakashi, whose expression hadn't changed since they began talking or more likely arguing. Kakashi felt his team needed the exam, the pain and real-life experience would help them to grow while humbling them. The way they were now, should that not be severely beaten out of them, they'd die, well except Naruto. He also figured that a smaller test wouldn't hurt their chances, especially since it was their former sensei. What could possibly go wrong? He thought. Other than that, Haruka will choose Naruto for the test. Naruto was munching bread as he walked leisurely when he turned to see a suspicious-looking rock. He didn't need to think to know that the sockled rock was faked. There was no square rock unless it was crafted by someone, and no rock was able to walk. In addition, it wasn't even made from a real rock either. He sighed, knowing who it was, or who they were to be exact. Eating the last piece of bread, he vanished and left a shadow clone in his place. The clone continued to walk, followed by the fake rock. The real Naruto landed behind the rock and pulled out the disguise. He almost laughed when the 3 children under the rock disguise didn't realize that as they continued to follow his clone. Only after the blonde intentionally coughed to catch their attention and a windy breeze blew their hairs, they turned to see the rock costume on the hand of the very one they were currently stalking. Their eyes bugged out, frantically searching for their disguise, and looked embarrassed at being caught. They turned back to see another Naruto. Confused, they glanced back and forth between them. The clone went out with a poof. Ahaha, boss, long time no see. Konohamaru scratched his head nervously, knowing they were caught. Aha. And? Naruto watched amused, seeing the children's lame attempt to divert his attention. Nothing. Gotta go. Bye. The 3 children turned and ran, only to bump into someone who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hey, what's the big deal? Watch out where you're going. Ing. The grandson of the 3rd Hokage took steps back when he noticed a hidden stone village forehead protector placed on the masked ninja's forehead. Before he could scream, the man took the children and threatened them with kunai. The kids looked horrified. How easy it is to slip into this village unnoticed. Boy, I want you to send a message to your Hokage that I hold his grandson hostage. The blonde genin blinked. He already knew someone was following him and that someone was Iruka, judging by his chakra signature. He just wondered why he pulled out a stunt like that. He didn't know why Iruka disguised himself as a Stonin. There was no way he was a spy. He didn't have the guts. He was also acting horribly. If he really wanted a hostage, he should have waited until Naruto was gone, not announcing his presence to him. He should have gone outside the leaf before sending a note to Hokage himself. That was a stupid thing to do. He was wondering if today was April's Fool Day, but it wasn't even April yet unless there was something wrong with his calendar. Not wanting to deal with whatever weirdness Iruka determined to pull, Naruto simply stared at him as if he had lost his mind. Intruder. He shouted loudly, amplifying his voice using chakra. The shout rang through the area, causing Iruka's eyes to widen, as he didn't expect that kind of reaction from the blonde. Seconds after the shout, a squad of Anbu appeared. They found a ninja from the enemy village holding a kunai with 2 of the leaf children on his hold, while one of them was to boot. They recognized one of them was the 3rd Hokage's grandson. Before Iruka could say anything about his supposed job to test the Chunin candidate, he was already handled. The children ran to Naruto, crying in fear. Ibi. Naruto waved cheerfully at his former sensei, who was currently being paralyzed by the seal and dragged by Anbu. Inside the Hokage office, all the older ninja and Hokage watched the whole scene from Hokage's crystal ball. Their sweat dropped because of Iruka's condition. Hiruzen looked at Team 7, Team 8, and Team 10 sensei. You can tell your students that they all are entering in the Chunin exam, he said. They all nodded and disappeared via the body flicker jutsu. Hiruzen looked back to the crystal ball. Okay, he didn't predict that kind of result. He had expected some fight, but this was beyond his imagination. Please, someone go to Anbu headquarters and tell them, Haruka is innocent. It was just a test, he said to the remaining ninjas in the office. Danzo entered the hidden root base of the hidden leaf, walking toward his office. The third Hokage had ordered Root to be disbanded years ago due to the harsh training it subjected Shinobi through. Of course, just because Hiruzen told Danzo to disband Root didn't mean he would actually do it. The organization had too many advantages being hidden in the shadows to be completely broken down and scattered. While the Hokage's job was for publicity and more visible problems such as border disputes, economic woes, and strength demonstration, Danzo's job as head of Root was to deal with the more hidden underground issues, both domestic and foreign, that threatened the leaf. The base itself was rather Spartan in configuration. Dimly lit hallways led to various rooms throughout the complex, with members either training or waiting for mission updates. The environment Danzo supplied his shinobi with was extremely efficient at creating emotionless tools that would gladly give their lives for the good of the leaf. In Danzo's opinion, emotions led to war, pain, and hatred. Therefore, removing them would lead to less war, pain, and hatred. For some reason, most people did not see the logic in his ideas, but that was not too important. Root, despite its small size, did its job admirably, which left Danzo satisfied. Danzo reached his wooden office door, opened it, and sat in a chair behind his metal desk. He opened the latest copy of the bingo book and looked at entry number 399. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto, Academy dead last, would get in the bingo book? It was a good thing that I was able to stop Homura and Kaharu from announcing this in the council room, he thought. Well, at least, he isn't completely useless as I thought about him. Judging by the bingo book, he is easily at a Chunin level. As for this unknown Uchiha boy, I will send my best Root Anbu to find more about him. But, is he really related to Madara? If he is, then who is that masked man I met before the Uchiha clan massacre? Naruto curled an eyebrow when Konohamaru passed him, screaming and running from a furious Sakura. He wondered what the kid did or said to her to make her angry like that. Yuden and Mogi were following the two. Shrugging, he continued his walk, only to stop when he felt a demonic chakra nearby. He didn't see Konohamaru bumping into a ninja with a sand forehead protector as he focused on the tree near the Hokage's grandson. He could feel the person's eyes, whoever he was, were focused on him as he or she apparently felt someone watching him. The silence was broken when he heard the brown-haired boy cry out, being handled by the strange black-clad ninja. Let me go. The young boy struggled in the air as he was lifted roughly by the man he bumped. How dare you bump me, little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. Please, just give him back, Sakura pleaded, worrying about Konohamaru. She didn't like the kid, but that didn't mean she wanted him beaten. Plus, she would be screwed if she let the third's grandson be beaten in front of her eyes without giving a hand. Yeah, let Konohamaru go. Mogi shouted, beside her Yuden nodded vigorously, but the ninja only sneered. Wow, Konohamaru, 2 kidnappings in 2 days. That must be a record for you. Naruto's voice broke in. He looked amused at the scene. Boss. The younger boy shouted in relief. You want him? The Sandman challenged. Tenkuro, stop it. Just give him back. We don't want any trouble. His teammate, a blonde Kunoichi frowned, not liking the situation, but he ignored her. Nope. Konohamaru's hope was dashed when Naruto said it. He felt betrayed. But since I'm kind, he ignored Sakura's snort. I'll give you information that the last time someone kidnapped the boy in your hold, the ninja was brought down to be interrogated by Anbu. The ninja was hesitant for a moment before looking back. You're lying. I'm not. Unless you want a war to break out between the leaf and sand, you should let the third's grandson go. Hearing that the boy was third Hokage's grandson, Kankuro dropped him down in shock. He almost ruined the mission. They couldn't be caught before even entering the goddamn Chunin exams. Ouch. Konohamaru rubbed his bottom, being dropped on his ass. He stood and glared at the bully and kicked his leg as hard as he could, eliciting a cry from the man. The young boy stuck his tongue and ran behind Naruto, seeking his protection from the growling man. Suddenly, a flying rock was thrown right into the sand ninja's head, causing him to look up to its source, a younger black-haired shinobi who was wearing a cocky smirk on his face. Lately, Naruto chimed inwardly. Sakura cheered when she saw her Sasuke-kun came to rescue. Mogi also fell for his charm, even the blonde sand Kunoichi checked him out. I would have a cool appearance if only he didn't have the wrong timing, Konohamaru mumbled behind him, causing the blind to smile, agreeing with him. Tenkuro, you're shaming our village. A voice came from the tree Naruto had been observing, freezing the painted-faced man on his track. Kankuro stuttered when he saw a shorter red-haired boy with panda eyes stared sternly at him. The red-headed Sandan was standing upside down the tree branch. Even if you're my older brother, I won't hesitate to kill you." He reappeared to the ground. Naruto looked back and forth between both brothers as the only female was trying to dissuade the tension between them. Is she serious, they're brothers? He thought. He stared at Kankuro and then Gaara. They don't look like one to me. Maybe, because of the face paint. Though the redhead looks like a panda. He looked at Gaara and felt familiar demonic chakra. Of the one tail. He smirked. Tanuki. The sand trio quickly whipped their heads toward the blonde when they heard the name. They thought they were hearing things when they saw the blonde ninja's smirking face. Naruto chuckled. I never thought that I'd find another here in all of these places. He looked at Gaara. Perhaps this exam wouldn't be such a waste after all. Jinchuriki? Others thought, not knowing what it meant. Who are you? Gaara's eyes narrowed. How does he know that? He dismissed others as his eyes focused on the blonde boy. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto made a mocking bow. Nice to meet you. Tanuki. He whispered the last one, so only Gaara could hear it. Much to his siblings' surprise, Gaara's usually impassive eyes widened in shock as he watched Naruto chuckle before dissolving into 100 black butterflies. Cool. All the children thought. Who is he? Kankuro cried out in disbelief. That's one question we're also trying to figure out, the pink-haired girl shrugged before she walked away from her spot, not minding the 3 sand ninjas being in the leaf, because she already knew about the upcoming Chunin exams. The 3 children looked around them nervously before they decided to follow the pink-haired girl. She was a much better option than that red-headed psycho was. Team 7 was scattered around their meeting bridge awaiting their sensei who had broken his own record for being late. Sakura was trying to talk with Sasuke who was purposely ignoring her while Naruto was sitting quietly meditating. The pink-haired girl's one-sided conversation instantly ended when she heard a poof of smoke. For what could have been the 1000th time, Sakura screamed, almost shattering her crush's eardrums. You're late. While Sasuke was rubbing his ear trying to get hearing back, Kakashi made one of his usual excuses. They all noticed Naruto hadn't moved from his spot. Sakura went up to him, getting ready to hit him, but she remembered he wasn't the same Naruto she knew. Instead, she chose to scream. When she didn't get any reaction from him, she poked him. Naruto opened his eyes and took earplugs out of his ears. Did you say something, Haruno? Sakura's face turned beet red. She stumped off. Sasuke was wondering where he could buy a pair of earplugs for himself. Kakashi jumped down. This is sudden, but I've nominated you guys for the Chunin selection exams. Here are your applications. He handed each of them a form. Though this is just a nomination. Whether to take the exam is up to each of you. Those who wish to take it should sign these papers and turn them in at room 301 by 4 p.m. 3 days later. That is all. He proved away again, leaving the still fuming Sakura who was screaming about having to wait all that time for a piece of paper. Naruto materialized out of swarms of black butterflies in front of the academy gate. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura standing off to the side, he walked toward them. Ready? He asked. Sasuke nodded, but Sakura looked indecisive before nodding. Both of the boys' eyes narrowed at Sakura's show of doubt. Sasuke and Naruto shared a look as Sasuke turned and his teammates fell into step behind him, Naruto on his right, Sakura on his left as they proceeded into the academy. Naruto took notice of all of the people in the academy. There are a lot of contestants here, he thought. He looked up as his team crested the top of the stairs they had been climbing and noticed the group of people standing in front of room 301. His eyes narrowed. He looked at the poor cover-up plus the fact they were only on the 2nd floor. He heard the sound of one person being knocked down at the front of the group. The throng of people seemed to part, allowing him to see the person who had been hit. The boy was wearing a green jumpsuit that stood out almost as much as his copy's old orange jumpsuit. Orange leg warmers and the lace headband were wrapped around his waist as a belt with a red cloth. He recognized the boy. Broccoli Akamine guy. Lee possessed very thick eyebrows and large rounded black eyes with prominent lower eyelashes. He had a shiny bowl-cut hairstyle like his sensei. The 2 people, who had attacked the green-clad boy, were standing in front of the disguised room. Both had brown hair. The one on the left had him hanging down haphazardly around his face, framing his black eyes. He wore a vest over his shirt with plain white pants and blue shinobi sandals. He also had a backpack on his back. The one on the right had spiky hair much like Naruto's, which framed his own black eyes, and the bandages that were on his face, the handle of large sword stuck up from behind each of his shoulders. He also wore white pants and blue shinobi sandals. Hey. You plan to take the Chunin exam with that? The one with spiky hair said. You should quit now, the straight-haired one said as the 2 looked down at the green-clad boy with a sneer. You're just a little kid. Yeah, his partner said, agreeing with him. Please, let us through, a girl with brown hair said as she began to walk forward. She dressed in a Chinese-style pink shirt with no sleeves and dark green pants that taper at the end. She wore her hair in Janessa-style buns on either side of her head with short fringebangs falling over her forehead protector, which she wore in the traditional manner. The spiky-haired one knocked her in the head and sent her careening to the floor with a crash. "Horrible," one of the onlookers whispered. The spiky-haired guy looked at the onlooker who had spoken with disbelief. "What did you say?" he asked dangerously. The straight-haired guy then spoke. "Listen, this is our kindness. The Chunin exam isn't easy. Even though we have failed it 3 straight times." The guy pointed at himself and his apparent comrade. "Those that take this exam and end up quitting as shinobis, those that die during the exam, we've seen it all." The spiky-haired guy stepped forward. The Chuninins often become captains of military teams. The failure of a mission. The death of a comrade. That's all the captain's responsibility, he said with passion. Yet, kids like you think you can pass. We're thinning out those that will fail anyway. What's wrong with that? His partner continued where he had left. Their passionate speech was making people nervous. None of them wanted to move too much from fear of drawing attention to them. "I agree." Sasuke's voice cut through the silence as he stared at the two. "But you will let me pass through and also remove this surrounding created with. I'm going to the 3rd floor," he said as he looked at them, causing the crowd to begin muttering to themselves. "What's that guy talking about?" "I don't know." "Ah, so you noticed," the straight-haired person said as the sign for the room suddenly warped and the real number 201 revealed itself. "Not really," Sasuke admitted with a shrug of his shoulders. His eyes darted to Sakura. "Sakura, you must have noticed first, right?" "Huh?" Sakura responded. "Your analytical ability and know-how is the most improved on our team," Sasuke said, giving Sakura a boost in courage. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his teammate's statement before shaking his head. "Those two are Izumo and Kitetsuaka immortal Chuninins, who always get stuck with guard duty. They're using transformation jutsu to weed out weak genins from the exam," he thought. "Of course, I noticed a while ago," Sakura said. Her dull eyes were now firing with light. "Because this is the 2nd floor." The spiky-haired one moved as he brought his foot around to hit Sasuke. Not bad, but all you did was see through it," he said. Naruto didn't move, his eyes were watching the encounter and the crowd when he noticed Mini-Guy suddenly moved. His wound disappeared before he appeared in between Sasuke and the odd boy's kick, holding both of them with his hands. Naruto's eyes narrowed very slightly. "A taijutsu specialist," he thought. "Interesting, I want to fight with him." Sakura watched the scene with wide eyes. "He's fast." He was able to see both kicks and slide himself in between. "This is," she thought. "He's completely different from the person that was getting knocked around earlier." Catching my kick with his hand. Sasuke thought. He then noticed something about the boy's hand. What's this chakra in his arms? The boy let out a sigh as he released the 2 kicks. "Hey." A male voice rang out. Naruto turned to this new guy. He wore a khaki shirt with dark brown shorts that matched his hair, which fell to the middle of his back. His forehead protector was wrapped around his forehead with a leaf symbol on it as well. His eyes were completely white. He did notice that the guy's voice was slightly cold. "What happened to the plan?" he questioned. "You're the one who said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves." The green-clad boy suddenly blushed and looked toward Sakura, causing Naruto to have to keep his chuckles to himself. The boy's teammate shook her head. "Oh no," she said. The Hyuga guy next to her broke out into a cold sweat. Sasuke thought, their injuries have disappeared. The green-clad boy started to walk toward Sakura, a small smile on his face as he greeted her. "Hi. My name is Rock Lee. So yours is Sakura." He blushed. Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling about this. The boy brought his hand up and stuck his thumb up in an okay position. His white teeth were shining. "Let's go out together. I'll protect you till I die," he said boisterously. Sakura stared at him for a moment before she spoke. "No way. You're lame." She deadpanned that caused Lee to slump in depression. "Hey, you." The Hyuga boy said, facing Sasuke. "What's your name?" Sasuke looked at the boy and scoffed. "If you want to learn someone's name, you should give your own first." The Hyuga boy frowned. "You're a rookie, right?" he asked, not leaving any time to answer his question. He continued. "How old are you?" Sasuke scoffed again. "I don't have to answer you," he said. Sasuke and the Hyuga turned from each other and began to walk away. Sasuke had a smirk on his face as if he was extremely excited to be here. Naruto shook his head and followed him. Sakura looked at her both teammates and quickly signaled them to move as she wanted to get away from that eyebrow freak. They both compiled walking down the hallway toward the stairs. As they headed down the hall, Sasuke couldn't help but think about all the skilled genins he had already met. All these skilled opponents. Things look like they're going to be interesting. It wasn't long until they heard someone behind them. "You, with the dark eyes, hold on." The trio turned to see the genins in the green leotard behind them on a platform above them. Naruto raised an eyebrow, Sakura cringed, and Sasuke remained impassive. Sasuke asked, "What? Would you fight me, right here, right now?" the boy said with a determined look on his face. The fight? Here and now? Sasuke asked. Yes, the boy replied as he jumped over the banister and landed about a dozen feet from them. My name is Rock Lee. When you want to learn a person's name, you give your own first, right? Ichiha Sasuke. So you know me? Sasuke asked, now intrigued. I want to fight you, Lee said, taking a defensive stance. I want to test just how far my techniques will go against a prodigy of a genius ninja clan. He then turned to Sakura, who cringed in fear and was beginning to freak out. Plus. He blushed. Sakura-san, love. That was Sakura's limit as she began to freak out. Those eyebrows. Just. You're an angel. Lee said to her, oblivious to her obvious distaste. Just. No. Stay away. Sakura shouted at the bushy brownied boy. You know, you don't have to be so. Negative, Lee said, as he was dismayed at her rejection. Sasuke scoffed at Lee. Challenging me, knowing the Uchiha name. You are a fool. You will learn just what that name means, Bushibros. Great. Lee smiled and changed into his strong fist stance. Finally, Guy-sensei. I shall prove myself. I don't want to waste my time here. Sasuke is going to lose anyway, Naruto thought as he knew about and heard about many Guy's speed. The speed was one of the Sharingan's weaknesses. The Sharingan could track fast-moving objects and see an attack or know it was coming. However, the user still required a good speed to react in time. He turned around and walked toward the exam hall. Naruto approached the real exam room 301. He raised his eyebrow when he saw Kakashi reading an orange book. Hello, Kakashi-sensei, he said. Kakashi saw Naruto alone. Where is the rest of the team? He asked in confusion. They're busy with Guy and his mini-clone, Naruto answered. He had sensed Mido Guy before coming here. I feel sorry for them. Kakashi nodded as he knew what would happen when you saw Guy and his clone horrible sunsets. It didn't take long until they saw Sasuke and Sakura. They looked horrified, murmuring something like horrible and large eyebrows. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Look Guy, what you and your student did to my students, he thought. Naruto noticed Sasuke's dirty clothes, so with a smirk, he said so, you just got your ass kicked. Naruto, you. Sakura said. She opened her mouth to scold Naruto, but Kakashi cut in. Ah, I'm glad to see you made it as well, Sakura, Kakashi said lazily, reading his little orange book, Ichi Paradise Bowl. 3. You can now officially register for the Chunin exams. Sakura was confused. What do you mean? Kakashi looked up from his book and said, this exam can only be taken by teams of 3. But you said it was up to us whether or not we wanted to take it or not, Sakura said, as she was more confused than before. Yes, I did, Kakashi answered. You lied. Sakura asked, uncertainly. Not exactly, Naruto told her, it was your choice whether you wanted to take the exam or not. But he didn't want either me or Sasuke forcing you to take the exam. Exactly, Kakashi said. Even if you two wouldn't force her into taking the exam, she would have felt as if she was holding you two back and thus would have felt obligated to take the exam to keep from doing so. Sakura nodded as she accepted this explanation. So, if only Naruto and Sasuke came. Then what would have happened? She asked. I would have prohibited them from taking the exams and not allowed them entry into the next room, Kakashi said. But, each of you came here of your own free will. Well done, I am proud to have each of you on my team. He smiled, though you could only tell due to the curve of his only visible eye. He moved to allow them entry. Alright, Naruto said, let's go. Kakashi watched them as they entered the room, shutting the door shut behind them. It was an unknown cave. Standing inside the cave was the same masked man who was responsible for the Ninetales attack on the Hidden Leaf village 12 years ago. Instead of wearing a yellow-orange mask, which he had worn during the Ninetales attack, he wore a new orange mask with spiral pattern that only shows his right eye. He was reading the latest bingo book edition. Madara's grandson, he said, as he looked at the picture of Ryu. Tobi, why did you call us here? The black halves of Zetsu said, raising up from the ground. Tobi turned and looked at Zetsu. He threw the bingo book at his feet. Do you know anything about it? Zetsu picked up the book. Madara's grandson. The black Zetsu said. Well, Madara had a daughter, the white Zetsu replied. He was the oldest of the halves between them. What? Tobi shouted. Behind his mask, his eyes widened in shock. That old Madara had a child, a daughter. What happened to her? I don't know, Madara never told me anything about her, the white Zetsu said. It was a complete lie. Tobi shook his head. So there is a possibility that the boy could be Madara's grandson? He asked white Zetsu. Yes, the white Zetsu responded. Tobi walked to Zetsu and grabbed the book. He read the book again. The boy clearly has Manjikyu Sharingan if he can use Kamui like me. It's the only technique that allows the user to achieve two very distinct, yet closely associated feats: teleportation and intangibility, he said. He's very talented. He looked like Zetsu. Find everything about him. If I play my cards right, he will be a valuable asset in the future. Just I need to find a way to manipulate him like Nagato. Well, see ya, bye. Toby is a good boy. He released a childish laugh and disappeared into a swirling vortex. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, Toby, the Black Zetsu said, smirking. The players have already chosen before the game has started, and you are not a player here. You are a card just like Nagato. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video. Till that, take care.